Mayor's in charge.
And we go on time. Good morning, everybody. The August 17th, 2016 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting, good morning. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded as well as presented live on KCLV, Cable Channel 2, and are closed captioned for hearing impaired viewers. Please note, customers of CenturyLink, you may view this program in high definition on Channel 1002, and some customers of Cox Communication who do not have a cable box, you may view this meeting on digital channel 69.9. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, may be viewed on the internet at www.lasvegasnevada.gov. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2 and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m., also Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 5 p.m. This building is protected by state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler systems. If the alarm should activate during today's meeting, please evacuate using the exits at the back of these chambers. Go out to the mezzanine, proceed out the double doors to the terrace, and go down the back staircase. For anyone who has difficulty with stairs, please check with a marshal or fire official for assistance. Once outside, please assemble on the northeast corner of the street across from City Hall at Lewis and First Street. Employees wearing safety vests or our city marshals will inform you when it's safe to re-enter the building. For public comment related to items on the agenda, citizen participation and public hearing items, we have available a speaker card, which you may complete and submit to our city clerk staff up front. Cards are available online in the clerk's office or at the rear of these chambers. If you do not submit a card, it does not prevent you from speaking under public comment, citizen participation, or specified public hearing items. If anyone is present today who has need for hearing impaired equipment, please see our city staff, clerk staff up front. If you parked in the parking garage across the street, be sure to have your ticket validated by security officers when exiting. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise this morning for the invocation given by Chaplain Victoria Campi, Messages of Faith Ministry, and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Good morning.
For those who wish to bow their head and join in prayer, I pray. Almighty God, I come before you this day and ask for blessings upon the Las Vegas City Council and the Office of the Mayor, and for the citizens of this great city and state. I pray you feed our leaders here today on your wisdom and your understanding for their good and for the good of all those whom they serve. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And so we are going to join you down there for our ceremonial portion of the agenda. Okay, we're going to herd the cows right now. Wait for everybody to come down. We are Lone Rangers. Nice tie.
Thank you.
Very nice. Did you pick it? No, wife dresses you. Herding cats? I called cows, I said. They're slow, I'll tell you. Cats are hard to catch. You're looking lovely. Thank you. It's Ward 1 Passion we have here. Okay?
You know he's here. I just spoke with him.
He's being chatty.
Yeah.
They're rehearsing.
Okay, here we go. Okay, for our first item, I'd like to invite our Public Works Director, wonderful David Bowers, to join us. Where are you, David? Come on down. Yay, Dave Bowers. Wonderful. Good morning. Okay, our employees strive to be superheroes in the workplace, meeting our values of action, which stands for achievement, creativity, teamwork, integrity, and ownership now. They build our community to make our lives better, and I am proud to announce that the Employee of the Month is Larry Rogers. So, Larry, come on down. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about this fine young man. And looking dapper. Does he look this good all the time, all dressed up? Yeah? Love it. Congratulations. We're so proud. Larry's been with the city since 1997 and is a senior engineering technician for Public Works. Larry has a very important job here at the city because he helps to keep our children safe, and he is our school traffic safety specialist and has really taken ownership of that position in solving safety issues for our children making their way to and from school in the city. Larry works to make our roads, crosswalks, traffic signals safer for our students and parents, and most recently he was able to address severe traffic issues in Ward 6 near the Imagine School. And that is our Mayor Pro Tem, Steve Ross, who knows all about it. At Mountain View, the Mountain View team did very well. Mountain Ridge.
All the way to the final.
Yeah, awesome. Okay, sorry. It is about you. It's not about Mountain Ridge. Sorry. At Mountain View on Grand Montecito. Through Larry's efforts, afternoon pickup of students by parents has become much smoother and much safer. Larry, we want to thank you for your dedication to the safety of people in our community, which is especially fitting that we're recognizing you today as children are getting set to go back to school in 2 weeks. You're an unsung hero who has many parents don't know is working behind the scenes to keep their children safe. And so I'm proud to name you our Employee of the Month and want to present you with this award. And there it is. We congratulate you and want you to see the sign right here on our left that has your name on it and will be displayed outside City Hall for the next month. So I know that you're proudest first, even though I'm sure you're proud of yourself. Most importantly, David.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, it's a real pleasure to be up here to recognize Larry as the Employee of the Month. I think we get more recognition from what Larry does than we do anywhere else in the department. It's amazing how the feedback comes in on these school safety issues because they're so important to everybody. And when Larry responds to a complaint, he doesn't just go out and fix the problem as it's been complained about, but he actually analyzes the situation. He works with the principals, the teachers, the parents to make sure that it's the best possible solution. And on top of that, he goes out and does 12 audits per year across the city just to make sure that problems are resolved before they become complaints. He's developed good relationships with Metro, with the school district, so it's really helped our department and the city-wide, relationships with these people. So it's really a great thing. I'd like to give special thanks to Mike Jansen. He's our division manager that nominated him, and special thanks to you, Larry, for building our community to make life better. Would you like to say a few words? Yeah.
I'd just like to thank the mayor and council and Betsy and the city manager staff as well as David for the opportunities. Thank you guys for making this one of the premier cities in the world. Thanks to Mike Jansen and our recently retired O.C. White for giving me these opportunities, letting me run with this program and make it something that I'm proud to do. So with that said, thank you again.
Beautifully said. So let's step over here and have a photograph taken. Spelled correctly. And the T. Viral. Go viral. Larry, congratulations and thank you. Many years. Right out of high school? Is that when you started?
Actually, I don't. It's too close to the fire. It's still open. Oh, it is? Well, you should put in for it.
He started with us, he just told me, at 22. So he's been with us, what, 19 years? Yeah, I mean, awesome.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, awesome.
That's a good teamwork.
A very good job just for your future, aside from all that you're involved in. Working with the city is the best. So our next item, which is, I guess, our final item, this is a short morning. I get the pleasure of telling you why these handsome, wonderful young men and women looking good in uniform are with us today. What you see here are 85 officers and cadets with the Nevada wing of the Civil Air Patrol. Please, let's all, could you stand up? I mean, then you can sit down again, but I want everybody, oh, wonderful. And how about turning your backs to us up front so you can see yourselves when you watch these shows over and over. Wave to yourselves. Turn around, and there's a camera up there. There you go. Wonderful. Okay, that's good. Please be seated. Okay. It's wonderful to have you all here today, and we wanted to take some time from our agenda to recognize the Civil Air Patrol because the organization is celebrating its 75th anniversary. So joining us today is Colonel Carol Lynn, Commander of the Nevada Wing. And so, Colonel, if you'll please come to the podium and join us up here as I tell you a little bit about this. Wow. Wow.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's the fire coming in from California. Sorry. The Civil Air Patrol originated in 1941 as the United States was entering World War II. At that time, this organization helped secure America with flights that discouraged U-boat attacks, patrolled the country's borders, and helped to train our military pilots. Today, these volunteers stand ready to meet challenges during natural and man-made disasters and also conducting search and rescue missions, I understand. The Nevada Wing is a highly decorated unit and has 807 members, including 310 cadets and 16 active squadrons. It serves as one of the 2 Civil Air Patrol bases of operations for Green Flag West, a training program for the U.S. military before overseas deployment. During these exercises, the Civil Air Patrol planes are outfitted with sensor balls that mimic Predator drones used by the Air Force. This allows military personnel to train with aircraft that essentially act as drones, but it doesn't tie up actual predators and takes these drones away from real-world missions. The wing uses ground, aerial, cell phone, and radar forensic approaches in search missions and received international exposure during the relentless search for millionaire American adventurer, I didn't know that, Steve Fossett in 2007. The Nevada Wing also has an exceptional cadet program. You might be those folk, I think, represented here today. Just one example of the dedication and drive of these cadets is Nicole Malakowski, a former cadet who went on to become a fighter pilot and became the first female pilot with the famed Thunderbirds. Wow, awesome. This group also participates in several community events, including Operation Santa Claus, the Memorial Day flag setting at the Boulder City Veterans Cemetery, and of course, search and rescue operations, which have proven to be of the greatest importance. I can also tell you that our emergency manager, Carolyn Levering, depends on this group at all times. God forbid we ever have a disaster in southern Nevada. But if we do, we will be calling on the Civil Air Patrol for assistance, and we have the highest confidence that they will meet all of our needs. So, Colonel, thank you and the entire Nevada Wing for your service to Las Vegas, the state, and indeed to the entire country. And it gives us great comfort to know that your team is flying overhead. Please accept our proclamation, which is here. On behalf of the City of Las Vegas, recognizing Civil Air Patrol service, we would be happy to hear a few words from you if you would. And I know you're going to be calling up a few of our cadets.
Well, thank you. We appreciate the time and energy in making this proclamation. This proclamation actually is dated for December 1st, which is our 75th anniversary. That is the date. And my birthday. Anyway, we have stood ready since 1941. We were actually chartered, Civil Air Patrol was chartered by Congress 4 days before Pearl Harbor. So, no, we weren't clairvoyant, and no, we didn't know it was coming, but we have been in service since then. And at that point, we started as, we call them sub-chasers. We started along the coastline looking for subs, found quite a few, but we have morphed over the years. Our cadet program has grown to the point that we have over 60,000 total members. Over half of those are cadets nationwide. Within the Vegas area, we have 7 squadrons. We have 195 senior members. That's adults. Sorry, we're seniors. We're adult members and over 175 cadets just in Las Vegas. So, any of you who have children from age 12, boys or girls, age 12 to 21, our cadet program accepts. But in addition to that, sorry, I'm doing a commercial. In addition to that, we want adults. Anybody who wants to serve their nation, serve their community. We have a lot of different ways for you to do it. And one of the biggest ways that you can honor our country at this point, in December 17th, in fact. See, you should never have given me this microphone. December 17th is an event that Civil Air Patrol controls nationwide. It's called Wreaths Across America, where we lay wreaths at all national military cemeteries. So we go down to Boulder City, and you can buy a wreath and send it to the cemetery, and we take our cadets out, and we put wreaths on all of the military graves.
How do they contact you to get involved, both young people and more mature adults?
More mature adults? Okay, we have a website. Nevada Wing has a website, and if you have a pen out, you can write this down. If not, it's being recorded at this point. It's nvwg.cap.gov. Just look for Nevada Wing, and it'll pop up. And by all means, you can contact, if you have people in Reno, they can join. You have people in Winnemucca, they can join. People in Elko, we have a squadron there, and they can join. That goes for cadets and seniors.
Could you tell us a little bit about all these wonderful ribbons, what they are about?
Do I remember them all? No. I don't remember. Every time as an adult and as cadets, every time you earn a different achievement, you get a different ribbon. Some of the ribbons are for search and rescue. Some of the ribbons are for academic achievements. As you take command, you get different ribbons. The wings, in my case, I'm not a pilot. I've never been a pilot, and I've never been in the military. You don't have to have either one of those qualifications to join. This is observer, which means I sit in the right seat on a plane and help the pilot. Yeah. To look for people, and underneath this is an incident commander badge. So in the case of an emergency, if the city activates us, I would be one of the people running the mission. So, and you can ask all of the cadets, they all have different badges and pins and ribbons and all that. So not only are we a military-like organization, I have to tell you this. We are part of the Air Force Total Force. So we get activated for all the intercontinental United States search and rescue missions all over the country. So we are closely tied to the Air Force. We have academic scholarships, and cadets that go into the military, finish our cadet program, go in at a higher rank. So there are a lot of benefits.
What commitment is this? How many hours a week or a month?
That depends on how. You don't really want to know my commitment, right?
No, I'm thinking of the
For them, they have one meeting a week, every week. They have a meeting a week, approximately 2 to 3 hours a week. This is in the evening. One of the squadrons here is actually at Bridger Middle School. So we have 2 from our middle schools. All the other ones are after-school activities. It's all in what you want to put into the program. The more time you put in, the more you get out of it. So.
Wonderful. Well, we thank you.
How many in here? None of the cadets have pilot's license, right? Yes? Not yet. Okay. How many adults? We have 1, 2, 3. That many that's here. Okay.
And you wanted to bring up a couple of...
We do have a presentation for you.
Giving this tremendous honor to us, the Valuing Civil Air Patrol would like to present to you with something of your own, ma'am.
We will share this on the 7th floor. What's your name today?
I'm Second Lieutenant Castle.
Second Lieutenant Castleman.
CASA.
And born and raised in Las Vegas?
No, my dad was active duty. I moved here from Kansas and I was born in Florida.
We hope you stay here with us. Anyway, thank you. This is wonderful. We're just very honored. We will have it at the entry. So we appreciate
Great
it.
to meet you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Here, you take that. Thank you very much.
Thank you for all you do, young man.
Is that beautiful? Thank you. We would love to have that, and if you will be in touch with our staff, we would love to have that happen. So we do have for each of you a Good Luck Mayor chip. It's good luck and good health. It's a $1,000 poker chip, which you may not use. 1, because you're underage, and 2, because they will lock you up no matter what age you are for trying to use something that's been created in a gaming in a casino. So we have that for you. Could we just take those? And we are so proud of you, and we thank you, and we congratulate you all on the 75th anniversary on December 1st. Very exciting. Thank you all. And we will now, let me give those out if we can. Great.
You want a group picture?
Group picture? Well, let's do that. You know what? Have them just come up front with the council. We'll push this aside, and then we'll go into our meetings. And Christine, oops, and I don't dare move. Zach, can you give them chips for me, please?
Yeah, where's Zach?
Zach's coming.
head on up there, guys. All you guys head on up there.
Somebody hold that for you, Mayor.
Councilman Ross, the mic's back here. If I
Gotcha.
move it again.
Gotcha.
I moved it to it.
Thanks, Jason.
Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right, we're with you. And give us back our trophy, please. Thank you for the honor. It will hang on the 7th floor where everybody can see it and appreciate all that you do. So we will now go back up and we will begin our council meeting in 3 minutes. Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're back together, except I just broke my book again. There we go. Public comment. This is the first of two public comments. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. The amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. All comments made will be cross-referenced to those specific items. If anyone submitted a speaker card, if you have those, or who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come to the podium, state your name. For the record, we don't need your address, and we'll set the time initially at 1 minute, please. So please come forward. Okay, hearing and seeing no one, we'll move on to agenda item 8. Oh, Dorothy. Did you wish to speak under Dorothy Barnes under this portion of the agenda? Or wait? You can come up right now and use both this time and public comment another time, and if you have any specific items, just come right up front. And we haven't seen you for a while. Is your health good?
No, I turned 59, June 27, I turned 59.
Congratulations,
And I
you're
am
still a
confirmed
youngster.
Catholic, and I hate to tie you all in your meeting. It's good seeing you. You look young as ever.
Well, good.
And I
I'm
hope
glad
your
you don't
husband's
go to
doing
the eye
well.
doctor. He's doing well. How's
But,
Henderson? Are
Dor-
you out in Henderson?
I'm sorry.
Are you still out in Henderson?
I'm back here.
You are back. Good.
I'm back here. They threw me out. Dorothy Barnes. I have a mailing address of P.O. Box 466, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89125. I'm here today to address the drug issue. I know it's hard, but I can't even imagine what's going on this military base these days. I'm hearing they're out there high off some type of drug, and some of those people that's on these drugs have loaded guns out there. Evidently, they got a rivalry going on out there, and the police, I filed a report in building number 3. I had called Sheriff Lombardo's office, and I couldn't get an appointment with him, so the lady said, well, go to building 3 and fill out a report. So I've been there twice filling out reports because I feel like my life is threatened because the drug trafficking is getting worse. It's not getting any better. And these people that are on drugs out there using me to get money to pay for the drugs. That's what the big problem. They're fiending off me, and I'm back in a homeless situation because I moved out of the senior complex that I was living in Henderson because the drug trafficking was bad in the senior complex.
Well, you might say
And
that
it's just
now.
sad that you can't live and enjoy your last senior days without people doing.
No, you're a young lady. You've
this
got
kind of
plenty
thing.
of years
And,
going for you.
I just won't unload all my troubles here today, but I do want to work
Thank
with the
you.
police department in getting this problem solved.
Thank you.
God bless you. Thank you.
Okay,
Good seeing
thanks.
you.
Good to see you. Thank you. Anyone else? We will then move on to agenda item 8. For possible action, any items the council staff or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Your Honor. Councilman Tarkanian has requested that agenda item 16, a change to condition of approval of compliance permit for medical marijuana establishment cultivation, Boulevard Medical LLC, 2900 Highland Drive, Building 20, be tabled. She has also requested that agenda item 17, a change to condition of approval of a compliance permit for medical marijuana establishment production, Boulevard Medical LLC, 2900 Highland Drive, Building 20. She's requested that be tabled as well. Staff has requested that agenda item 33, report by Rossi Rollincard regarding 2016 presidential debate be stricken from the agenda. And staff has requested that agenda item 36, abeyance item report and discussion for possible action regarding the status of negotiations between the City of Las Vegas and the International Association of Firefighters be obeyed to the September 21st meeting. That's my motion.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Agenda item 9, for possible action to approve the final minutes by reference to the July 20th, 2016 regular city council meeting. Is there a motion to approve those minutes,
Would
please?
move to approve the minutes, Mayor.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve those minutes. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Agenda items 10 through 30. with, we've just heard, the exception of 16 and 17, on the consent agenda are considered to be routine or recommended for approval by departments may be enacted in one motion. Please note the record should reflect my abstention on item 18 because it pertains to medical marijuana-related business, and my son is involved in that industry. I will be voting on all other items, and are there any items the council wishes to bring forward?
Item 30, Mayor.
Item 30, thank you. Any other items? Okay. Anything down there?
No, we're good. I would move to approve the consent agenda items 10 through 10 through 29 with the exception of 16 and 17, and that is my motion.
Thank you. This motion, please vote.
And 30.
No,
No,
because
no.
we're pulling that
Councilman-
for, we're going to hear that
Council- we're
separately.
gonna pull 34.
So again, this would be 10 through 29 with the exception, of course, that have been tabled, 16 and 17, and I'm abstaining on 18.
You want to read that?
Okay. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. So agenda item 30, is that the same? Yes. R 32-2016 for possible action to approve a resolution reserving $32,452,143.44 that directs the State Department of Business and Industry to reserve the entire $32,452,143.44 for State Housing Division to be used for the purpose of funding the home ownership programs that provide assistance for Las Vegas residents through mortgage loan down payment assistance and mortgage credit certificates. This is in reference to all wards. So good morning. Push. There you go.
Steve Harson, Director of Community Services. As you stated, this is a resolution that's basically directing private activity bonds through the state to the State Housing Division to operate their mortgage buy-down or home buyers assistance program within the city of Las Vegas.
Thank you, Councilman.
Yes, and Mr. Harson, if you would please explain how residents will have access to apply for this program, if you can give some backdrop, a level of understanding so that the public will understand.
Good
how in fact they
question,
can
and I was
access
just thinking this the other day. We're actually going to do some more advertisement on our website, but the way to access this is going through the State Housing Division, which we will make available that information. They have the program of how they get it signed up, how people process, who qualifies, all the administrative piece of that. So if they contact my office at 229-2330, we can help them connect there, but we will also improve our outreach on our website.
And just for the viewing public, that's Community Services, and again, if you'd repeat the number, of course, 702.
Right, 702-229-2330.
2330.
2330. Right.
Or through email.
sharson@lasvegasnevada.gov.
S. Harson, that's Harsin, at lasvegasnevada.gov.
But you can't have my social security number.
And Mr. Harson,
And your
also,
blood type, please.
the qualifications for the program, I mean, is it open to the general public? Is it open to those who have substandard credit?
It's basically open to income qualified. It is open to the general public. So there is certain income qualifications that qualifies you for the certain kind of loans that are available. And again, if you call or just want to inquire, we will be happy to help you answer any of those questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll move
Thank
for
you.
approval, Mayor.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve on agenda item 30. Councilman Beers, would you like to have an oral commitment from out there?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Affirmatively, please vote, everybody, and then please post. And that carries unanimously. We can't wait to see it go. Okay, agenda item 31, report by Dr. Joseph Iser, District Health Office, Southern Nevada Health District regarding the Zika virus disease updates, healthcare providers, resources, prevention, vector surveillance, and abatement, and other related information in reference to all wards. And how nice to see you. Good morning. I feel safe now. We have a doctor in the house.
And I have a Bic pen and a knife in my pocket. Actually, I don't, but that's the joke for helping people breathe when they can't. Good morning. Madam Mayor, thank you for inviting me here. Ms. Fretwell, who is right there, thank you again, Mr. Adams. And thank you for especially my two council members that you give to me on behalf of the Health District. Ms. Tarkanian, who is always a joy to be with, and Mr. Beers, who is almost always a joy to be with, but is an excellent chair. So I really appreciate you giving these to me, to us, to the county as a whole.
Okay, and doctor, you have to announce your name, but I would like, when you do that, all of these initials after your name, besides MD, which I know. What else is that?
Sure. Joe Iser, Chief Health Officer, Southern Nevada Health District, and a resident of the city. The DRPH is a doctorate in public health, so there's a master's in public health, which most people have heard of, and this is just the level higher. And the MSc is a master's of science. It's a British degree. I got a master's of science in infectious diseases from the University of London.
Oh, wow. Impressive. All right, tell us.
You
Tell
didn't
us
know
what's
that?
going on here with that cute little bug.
And thank you for the reminder to announce myself. I apologize.
Because
thank you for-
everybody knows you, but you still have to say.
But you still have to do it.
Thanks.
Thank you for having me here. As Ms. Fretwell knows, we've been working with the cities and the county over many months now to pull together a plan that is basically done, and now we have to pull together the funding. But I wanted to lay out for you the issues, the facts behind Zika disease. And let me remind you, if you all read the newspaper today, there was an article on yellow fever. Yellow fever is another viral disease. It's expanding and important and causing a lot of disease in Africa right now. But as we know, this is a global world. I guess that's obvious. And these diseases find a way to get over to us, as Ebola did, as Zika has now done. It also began in Africa. Yellow fever also happens to be carried by the same mosquito that I'll be talking about in just a minute, and that's why I bring it up. So Zika, or Zika virus, is an infectious disease caused by the virus itself. It's transmitted to people by two basic kinds of mosquitoes. They're both the same genus, Aedes, A-E-D-E-S. The first is Aegypti, the second one is Albopictus. Aegypti is the one that's very good at transmitting this disease. Albopictus doesn't seem to be quite as good. And you'll hear in just a few minutes that the mosquito we have here and throughout the United States is generally Culex, C-U-L-E-X, and it does not transmit the virus, or at least not very efficiently. We don't see any ongoing transmission from that. Most people, 80%, have no symptoms at all. That means that they've been exposed to it, have no symptoms, and can transmit it not person to person, but through the intermediary of the Aedes mosquito bite. So if we had Aedes mosquito here, which we don't, I'll go into that in just a second, and I had been exposed to Zika and it bit me and then bit everyone else in this room, there are a certain proportion of people, depending on the viral load that that mosquito carries, that would come down with Zika virus. Some of them, 80% of them, would have no symptoms. The other 20% do, and that's where we're really worried about this particular virus.
What's the lifespan of a mosquito?
It's several days, but but after it breeds, and it's the female mosquito that only bites humans, you may know that, but the mosquito needs human blood or blood from whatever species it's drawing it from in order to reproduce and lay eggs. So it's not very many days, but it can fly actually quite long distances, up to 5 miles perhaps.
Wow.
So if symptoms develop, they're usually pretty mild. As in the third bullet, the most common are fever, rash, joint pain, and or red eyes. And that sounds like many, many, many viral syndromes.
Sounds like age, man.
It's like many other viral syndromes that we have. So clinically, you can't tell it apart from any other things, like St. Louis encephalitis, which We do have the mosquito that carries that disease here, and West Nile virus. They usually begin 3 to 7 days after a person is bitten and last several days to a week. No specific treatment for anyone with Zika virus. If there are complications, and that could be dehydration, low blood pressure, any of a number of things while someone is ill, then you treat that symptom. You can't treat the virus itself. So we, as your local health authority, are monitoring the Zika virus outbreak in Latin America very closely, and that now includes the outbreak that we've seen in the state of Florida in Miami-Dade County. It's unlikely to become established here at this point because we don't have that mosquito, the Aedes mosquito, yet. So this data was updated last week. We are getting together a reporting format that will be on our website that will be updated every week. So you can see the ongoing vectors that we do have here that carry the other 2 diseases, St. Louis encephalitis and West Nile virus. And then you'll know immediately, and of course I'll have a conversation with Ms. Fretwell and other city managers as soon as I hear that we have it here, probably before you all know it, but concurrent with Mr. Beers in particular. So this tells you what we know about it. There are 53 countries and territories, that includes U.S. territories, that have reported active Zika transmission. That phrase refers to the fact that the mosquito is there, the virus is there, and it's actively being transmitted, as I described to you about 3 minutes ago, from person to person only through a bite of a mosquito.
If I may interrupt you and ask, how
Anytime.
long does that virus stay in a person's system? Does it go on for months, for the rest of your life?
I have a slide on that, but I'll give you a preview, is that at least in men, we know that it can exist for 2 months. So it can live in the testes and seminal vesicles in the prostate for 2 months and can be transmitted for at least 2 months. We're not quite sure how long in women, but it does like the testes in men. So as of August 4th, there are 10 cases here in southern Nevada. Actually, as of yesterday, there were 11, all related to travel. That means that someone has traveled to one of the countries where this disease and the mosquito are endemic, and then have been bitten and brought it back here, and then generally develop symptoms, because there's no reason to test for folks for this disease unless they develop symptoms. So we know that there are 11.
11
and again,
known, that's all.
that we know, that's correct. So if they haven't been tested, if their doctors haven't referred them to us, we may not know.
And how do you do that, a blood test?
Yes, we do blood tests for that. And there are different blood tests depending on how long ago we think the disease may have started. So in the continental United States, there have been over 1,600 cases that are travel-related, and as of August 3rd, there have been 15 locally acquired cases in southern Florida. I think I can update you by saying there are more than 20 now. There are almost 5,000 locally acquired cases of Zika in U.S. territories such as Puerto Rico, American Samoa, and the Virgin Islands, so both Pacific and Caribbean territories of the United States. So this was something that you started to ask, Ms. Mayor. There are various tests available to confirm Zika, and they are becoming commercially available, meaning through Quest or the like. Not quite ubiquitous yet in terms of being easy to access, but will be in the very near future. We can collect specimens and arrange transportation for CDC or the Northern Lab, who can give us this diagnosis. So various labs can give us various levels of diagnosis. We rely on the CDC to give us the final diagnosis.
If I may ask, is the country coming up with any type of over-the-counter self-testing so
No,
that the general public can ascertain?
No, as far as I know, there are none of those tests in development. Right now, it's just getting the test, which the CDC just itself got, Once they validate the technology, they start giving it to state labs, in particular in the states where Zika virus could live, and then to local health authorities. That's what they did with the Ebola testing as it first came out. And for those of you on the council who are old enough to remember novel H1N1, that's a joke because you all are, that's what they did with that too. They started out with CDC, then they went to state health labs, and then to local labs as the technology became a little bit less expensive and more available. And we should soon have this testing as soon as it's available here. In general, except for travelers, there would be no one else who would be likely to be infected with Zika up in northern Nevada, and I'll show you a map just in a second to tell you why. But down here, we're much more at risk. And again, I'll explain that and show you maps in just a second. So I had done a talk to in vitro fertilization folks just last week. That's when these last data were updated. And they talked about, well, what happens if a doctor or a nurse goes down to one of these countries and comes back? Can they transmit it to their patients? And I'm sorry that my mind goes in odd directions sometimes, and without even thinking about it, I said, well, not unless they're having sex with their patients, which of course they should not be. The whole group laughed much louder than you are, so they thought it was funny.
We're a very serious body.
I see. So this is what I tell women who are of childbearing age, really, and more importantly, women who may be pregnant, who are pregnant, and who may want to be pregnant because they're undergoing IVF, for example, is to avoid those countries where Zika is prevalent. I say avoid southern Florida now. It may not be too long where my advice may be avoid Florida, and it may not be much longer after that, maybe not even this season, but maybe next season where I'll say avoid Gulf Coast travel. Depends
but probably, is it not true with all of our athletes down in Brazil that as they come back to the continent up here, that they will be, some of them will be bringing that with them?
That's correct. It depends on, probably if they have stayed in Olympic Village, they're probably relatively safe. But we know that a lot of them go out and celebrate after they win their victories. We heard about the swimmer. And so when you get away from that protected area, you're more at risk for this disease and other mosquito bites.
Is anything being done to tell the athletes before they come back and go back home to get tested, that it's mandatory they get tested?
It's not mandatory that they get tested. And again, very few people will come down with symptoms. But I'll tell you what my advice is for those who have partners when they come back, and that is to avoid sex as much as possible or use condoms for at least 60 days after you come back. And that's not, it doesn't matter to me whether their partner is a male or a female, because it can be transmitted sexually, and that was part of that joke I just gave. It can be transmitted sexually. We know that, and so, Ms. Tarkanian, you know me, so apologies for... I hope so. So that's what my advice is to them. You can go to places higher than 6,500 feet. That's generally because it's colder up there. And so we'll get to the maps almost immediately. But what we're looking at is sort of sea level or at our altitude or a little bit higher where the risks are. And so if you go much more north than here, the mosquito doesn't like to live where it freezes, where it gets cold. So it's unlikely that it would spread significantly in the state. Again, we don't harbor the Aedes mosquito. Other mosquito species, and I mentioned Culex, may, but we don't think with any efficiency at all. So what are we doing? We're actively monitoring our local environment to identify if the mosquito is here. It currently doesn't live here. It does live in south and southwest Arizona and southeast California, and so we're right where it can live and does live. So one of the things that we're doing is monitoring the places that carry plants, and that's one of the ways that this mosquito, which doesn't need a whole lot of water to live or to replicate, may come into the county. So we are currently actively trapping throughout the county, and if we haven't already, we are stretching ourselves into Pahrump next door because they are also in the same kind of environment where we are, but don't have the resources. So we think that we should be a good neighbor and will be a good neighbor to that part of Nye County. It's unlikely. I just drove up to Pioche to go to some state parks last weekend, and because it freezes up there and freezes pretty solid in many places, including the lakes up in the highlands that I went to visit just last weekend, it's unlikely that the mosquito will survive there for long. And again, it's important for people who travel to these other countries or these territories to avoid being bitten by mosquitoes. And we have advice for how to avoid that on the website, and I'll briefly show you what that is. And then when they come back, it's equally important that people who have traveled to these areas try to avoid being bitten by any mosquitoes. That's true nationwide, but it's certainly true in the band where the Aedes mosquito lives. So this is where we now see Aedes mosquito, primarily in the Western Hemisphere. You can see the Caribbean countries are almost all infected or have that mosquito and the virus there. Active transmission, again, means active transmission from person to person through the bite of an infected mosquito. We saw this out in the former trust territories of the Pacific and out as far west as Papua New Guinea. I told you it started in Africa. It's gone around the world. It's changed its character. It's much more, it has many more complications for pregnant women, and that's what we'll get to in just a second. And so as it starts to head back towards Africa, then that's when I think we'll see a whole lot of problems like we're seeing, as I mentioned to you, with yellow fever. If we look a little bit more closely, you can see where active transmission is in Mexico, another map of Mexico, a map of the United States where the Zika virus count is by CDC, and you see we're in the upper tier of those states because of the number of travelers that have come back to us. And then I'm just going to show you a small map. Yes, ma'am.
Can you go back that one? Isn't that interesting? What is your analysis? Why is Alabama?
Those are all due to travelers, and it may be people going back to their country of origin in Central or South America. It's difficult to tell, but all of those, except now in Florida, are travel related. All of ours are travel related.
Interesting that Alabama is almost without.
Oh, why, yes, and those would be, it just may be who can afford, I don't want to speculate.
Nobody wants to go to Alabama?
No one wants to go overseas from Alabama, is what I would speculate.
Okay. That's very positively said. Okay, thank you.
Mayor, could I ask a question? Not only Alabama, but the previous slide that you had showing South America, I think Chile was, it's not involved. There's those two areas, and all the rest of South America, Central America, except those two. Is it the high mountains in the area, or?
Well, see, it shows you the whole country is being infected. But if you look from about Paraguay, which is right in the center, right where it expands out, where South America expands out, that starts to be pretty far south. And so as you go northern, in our hemisphere, it's less likely that the mosquito will live there, because it likes tropical environments. And if you go south, it would like the northern part of Argentina, for example. But if you go all the way down to the south where it joins Chile, then that's more frigid. That's where Patagonia is, where there are lots of, it's like Alaska when you go down that far.
Because you had mentioned 6,500 feet, you didn't need to worry.
But it's the same thing is true the farther north and the farther south in the southern hemisphere that you go, the less likely it is that the mosquito will live and be able to transmit this disease.
So that's how you kill them, you freeze them.
Mayor.
So if you look where the mosquito can live, it shows that part of southern Nevada. Other maps really do include Pahrump. I'm not sure that this one does, but it comes pretty close. And so that's why we think that the southern part of Nye County and all of Clark County is pretty much at risk.
Councilman
for the mosquito.
Barlow wanted to ask a question or
Yes, sir.
comment.
Yes, thank you. The question that I have you visited Brazil at all?
I have not visited Brazil.
Okay. And how many cases are there globally as it relates to the Zika?
I've got a slide on that. No, I've only got a slide on the United States. I'll get back to you, Councilman, and let you know how many global cases there are.
Okay, but how many are within the United States today?
Let me go back to that slide. So in the continental United States, there have been 1,657 cases of Zika virus infection. Those are people who we know are infected, and another 4,700 cases in the U.S. territories that are mentioned at the very bottom line. So those are part of the United States, but not part of the continental United States.
Right.
Puerto Rico, I'm sure you've heard about, Councilman, has really had hundreds and hundreds of cases by itself. And it is a tropical environment. Mosquitoes would like to live there, have lived there for a long period of time. And now that the Zika virus is there, they're being infected, or they carry the virus once they bite someone with the disease.
Now, help me pronounce the name of the mosquito.
Aedes.
Aedes.
I always spell it because it sounds like I'm saying Hades or 80'S or something else.
Okay, so does every Aedes mosquito carry Zika?
No.
Okay.
Only the mosquitoes who have bitten someone who have Zika virus.
Okay. I just wanted, and I knew that, but I wanted that to be
I'm
pointed
glad
out
you did.
because so many people, the misnomer is that every Aedes mosquito has the Zika virus, and so I wanted to make sure that that was clearly depicted in relation to, and I don't know if we know the percentage of those that do carry, but
There's no
not
way to tell.
every Aedes insect, mosquito, is carrying the Zika virus.
Right. So I mentioned to you that in Arizona, Aedes lives through much of the state. The same thing in California, you can see on this map, and none of those Aedes mosquitoes carry the Zika virus. In order to do that, someone with Zika has to come to San Bernardino, have Zika, be in proximity to a mosquito, an Aedes mosquito, who then bites them and then can bite other people.
Your Honor.
Yes, please, Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm sorry. Thank you. The Dr. Zeisser, midwinter this year, maybe December, January, a so-called public health official from Northern Nevada said it would not come here. And he was quoted in the newspaper. And I wondered how he could have thought that and how anybody could rely upon advice like that. Who was that person? And I think he was speaking for the state or for Carson City, Washoe, something like that.
There were two people who spoke at a presentation to the Interim Health Committee, and they spoke about Zika when we talked about local public health and so on. One was the then state epidemiologist Don Mackey, and then the other person who may have spoken there or who often speaks and is quoted in our newspapers is a doctor from UNR called Jim. His name is Jim Wilson. He's a physician. And right now, we don't have the Aedes mosquito. So right now, it can't come here and infect people. But this map shows you that we are at risk. So when the president took back some money, or actually CDC took back some money at the president's request, it came from public health emergency preparedness, mostly Ebola funds that weren't spent. And then they reallocated those dollars to the states that are at risk. And so among those very first states, is Nevada, and we have applied for, we haven't yet gotten those funds, but we'll probably get 80% of the funds that come out in this first allocation because we are at risk and because of this map.
Okay, because I've learned never to trust an expert who says with certainty something can or cannot happen. It's too risky. And now that it's endemic in Puerto Rico, it's 2 flights away from San Juan to New York to us. And then, of course, it can live, the mosquito can live for a little while in the airport, in higher humidity, and maybe even in a cab ride home. So there are things that can transmit, even though it is not supposed to do it. And
that's correct.
I think that is something. I've lived in the days when, and traveled in Latin America, where you had to fog the plane,
Right.
for things
I have
like
done
this.
that too.
And that is no fun, but it's done for common public health. Anyway, just want to make sure that gentleman, whoever he is reminded to not play the fool in public.
Well, and I always try to speak what I believe, and when I was talking to these IVF nurses, I gave them advice as I would my brother, my sister, my kid, my parents. And so that's how I always speak to people, is it's my duty and obligation to do that. And if there is a risk, I'll tell you. Ebola, there was a risk, especially initially, but not much, and I told you that too. And I try to quantify as best I can that risk. And here, the risk is pretty much zero for now, but we need to keep that mosquito out, and that's all part of the plan that we've talked to Ms. Fretwell and other folks about, that I'll briefly describe to you in a few minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. I just want to make sure, you know, as long as they're not fogging the plains, there's
Right.
a much greater risk than you could think.
And one last
Yes,
point,
ma'am.
based on Councilman Coffin. Ebola and West Nile, the exposure to that is moot now? That's gone?
No. For Ebola, essentially, yes. We have no more cases here, and what really helped us as an international destination is that there were no direct flights from the United States to the countries that had Ebola. So, and then the CDC routed everyone, all of those flights coming in from Africa, through 5 major cities that then did the screening, and we did the secondary screening here and followed people who came from those countries but had no symptoms. For West Nile virus, we do have the mosquito, we do have the virus here. We have 2 pools in our latest sampling that showed West Nile virus, but we don't have any cases yet.
Thank you.
But there is a risk. So this is partly in response, Councilman Coffin, to your questions, is that we do ongoing surveillance for human cases of other viral diseases that this mosquito can spread. So we're looking for dengue and chikungunya. We're not looking for yellow fever right now, but that's something that has been so rare in the United States that it would be, it'd be written up in medical journals. But chikungunya is another virus that the same mosquito carries, and dengue, for those of you who don't know it, its nickname is breakbone fever, and the fevers are so severe if you have dengue that sometimes you break bones. There are cases who have kidney failure and death much more frequently from that virus than some of the others. So we're asking healthcare providers to report suspected Zika virus disease. And again, it's a little bit like we did the double screening for Ebola. Were you in these countries, in these areas where the virus is known to be transmitted, and do you have symptoms? So if those 2 criteria are met, we want to know immediately from the healthcare providers, and they are very good at referring to us. So we have a health alert network, as put out in the second bullet, that we've given all of the information that we can to help healthcare providers do the screening and make those decisions. We are also actively looking for Aedes. I mentioned to you the trapping that we do and the speciation. My staff goes through, collects hundreds of mosquitoes, and then they pick them out and they look at them one by one to make sure that they know what the species is. So we're looking for the Aedes mosquitoes. And if we find them, then we jump into action with the rest of our plan. So as more information becomes available, we do transmit that to all of our partners. Those include primarily healthcare providers, emergency workers, hospitals, and so on. So I have done this, and this has been done at this conference. I said other jurisdictions may be a little bit different. If you're up in Montana, you're not doing the things that we're doing because you don't need to. The mosquito won't be alive up there. So I tell people to check with their local health authority. And then I give some websites for them to be able to track things. One of them is ours, one of them is CDC's. So I mentioned to you that other vectors are only mosquitoes and may include the Culex mosquitoes that we have and are ubiquitous throughout Nevada. Other hosts or species that can have the Zika virus probably includes other primates, but we don't have any of those here. We only have those in zoos and in research facility. And as I mentioned earlier with my bomb of a joke, transmission has been strongly suspected and actually confirmed now in sexual transmission and through contaminated blood through the blood supply chain. So We do recommend that people with symptoms, and I would personally recommend that people who have traveled and been bitten by mosquitoes in any of these other countries don't donate blood for at least 4 weeks, and to be a little bit more careful in your sexual relations to make sure that you use condoms. I must admit that I like working in Nevada because talking about condoms publicly is really a very good thing to do. In some counties, in some states, as I'm sure you're well aware, it's not. But I can't speak as strongly as I need to if I can't use words and concepts like wearing condoms and wearing them appropriately. So I love living in Nevada for a variety of reasons, and one of those is that fact. So,
Madam Mayor, could I just ask, because
yes, ma'am.
Councilor Beers had mentioned, do mosquitoes bite birds?
Yes, in fact, they do.
And then do the birds carry this?
They do carry some diseases. So West Nile virus does have actually 3 main hosts. It's humans, horses, and birds. And St. Louis encephalitis is a virus that is carried by Culex mosquitoes that bites birds, and that's how generally humans get it. So yeah, birds can be a transmission factor, but not, we don't think, for Zika.
Okay, thank you.
So you've heard mostly about microcephaly, which is an abnormally small head and brain in newborns. And there's been at least 1 case born in the United States of someone who traveled overseas, a pregnant woman who gave birth and does have microcephaly. So these are severe abnormalities where the child will never have a chance at what you and I would consider to be a normal life, and will need care for the rest of his or her life. There are other complications that newborns can have. They may have calcification in parts of the brain without microcephaly. And in adults, it's interesting to note that, and older children, is that there's a condition called Guillain-Barré, which is probably an immune phenomenon where the body creates antibodies against a certain virus or bacteria, in this case a virus, that then those antibodies that I create myself affect my own brain or spinal cord and cause a paralysis. And so people with Guillain-Barré are often on respirators if they're found in time, and most are, for a period of weeks to months. So there are complications in adults as well. A recent study did show that in the 3rd trimester, at least it's not common for women to give birth to babies with microcephaly. But again, we don't know what the long-term complications may be in those babies who are born to mothers. So I've gone through most of these, and I've actually, because of questions, I've hit all of these various bullet points here. So again, no specific treatment. We treat for the symptoms, and the more severe they are, the more we may have to do fluids, blood pressure support if that's necessary, whatever else it may be to treat someone. Again, those who do show symptoms, most of those 20% will feel better in about a week. So what are we doing? As I mentioned earlier, healthcare providers will notify us and have notified us of people who have suspected Zika. We do arrange for Zika virus testing as requested and needed. We will follow up, and we have a tracking system, especially to track pregnant women who have had Zika. So we will track them, do case management for them, make sure that they get care, to make sure that they are cared for. And again, when we hear of a case, we do more trapping around that person's home. We know where that home is. We will never provide that to the public, but we do more trapping so that we can determine whether there are, by chance, some Aedes mosquito nearby that we would then need to come in with fogging and other abatement procedures. And then we always report to the state and to the CDC. So I don't need to go into all this, but we facilitate the transmission of samples to get the diagnosis. And we are soon going to get the ability to make this diagnosis itself. One of the problems is in the 4th bullet, which is that antibodies to this virus also cross-react to other viruses like dengue and West Nile virus. So we have had a case reported to us of West Nile virus, and we've sent that off, and we can't find that this person has West Nile virus, but that was the strong suspicion by the diagnosing physician. But if we get these cases, we do send them off, and we look for these other diseases as well. So travelers returning from areas where outbreaks are ongoing should let their doctors know if they have any of these symptoms and should be tested. They should, as I mentioned earlier, avoid being bitten by any mosquitoes just to be safe. No vaccines, but there currently is underway a phase 1 clinical trial. And most people don't know what that means. Can I explain to you briefly what 1, 2, and 3? So a phase 1 clinical trial has a drug that sounds good, looks good for a particular disease. In this case, it's a vaccine for Zika. And so we go into phase 1 clinical trials to see if it's really safe, not really effective, but is it safe? Will it cause problems in the people who take that drug or take that vaccine? And if it does, and those symptoms are severe, we generally don't go, the pharmaceutical companies don't go further than that. In phase 2 clinical trials, they take a very discrete group of people who have that disease, or in this case, people who are at risk for Zika, and they're a pretty standard group. So oftentimes they used to be white men. Now they're white men and women, usually not children at this stage, unless it's a children's disease. And then they start to look for effectiveness. Will this help the disease, or will this prevent the disease? In phase 3 clinical trials, and then it's put out in various sites across the country to work with your average patient, no matter what the age, no matter what the gender, no matter what the racial or ethnic origin, to see if it's effective then in a broader group of people. And sometimes there are drugs that we have found that have been better for African Americans than they are for Caucasian Americans, and then it will be approved for African Americans and not necessarily for Caucasian Americans, and vice versa as well. It's in phase 3 and then subsequent trials or subsequent tests that we find out whether that intervention is a good one for a particular subpart of the population, even though it might not be good for the rest of us. So this is what we say to do. Prevent mosquito bites is important, so wear long sleeves. This is a mosquito that bites during the day, so you need to be wary of it if it's in the area during the day as well as night, because remember, it likes the heat. Use insect repellents, and we have a variety of those on our website. DEET is the primary one, and most of these insect repellents are good. They can be used in pregnant women, so that's all on our website rather than going through it all here. This is that bullet that talks about those particular products. Take appropriate precautions if you're traveling for avoiding mosquito bites during both the day and night. I talk about wearing long sleeve shirts and sleeves. If you're an adventure traveler, then you need to have tents, or if you're staying in a hotel, make sure they have screens on it to prevent the mosquitoes from coming in at night. And if you don't have that, then take a bed net with you. And a bed net is what you've seen in all those old pictures of yellow fever along the Mississippi, and that we use routinely in Africa now, which is really just a net that is above your, when you're in bed, it's above the bed and spreads out through the entire bed with no gaps to prevent mosquitoes from getting at you. So again, use air conditioning and screens. The most important thing is what we should be doing now and all the time. Reduce the number of mosquitoes outside your home by emptying standing water from containers such as flower pots or buckets, tires, anything that can hold water. And this mosquito likes small amounts of water, a teaspoon or less. So if you have a drain coming off your roof and it's rained, then you may have these little corrugations in that drain, and there's enough water in there if the mosquito is around that it can replicate, it can lay eggs, and have larvae in there as well. So we need to know more, we need to study more about sexual transmission, but we've talked many times about condoms already. So right now we're planning to have, during the season, to have monthly, every 5-6 weeks, 4, 5, or 6 weeks conference calls with the city manager and the county manager or their delegates to talk about where we are and what we're doing. We've asked them about mitigation. Las Vegas doesn't do spraying. And I think in my talks with Betsy, she said that she would like us to take that on. I have taken $80-10, that's the money that comes from my property taxes, your property taxes, and bolstered our vector control program. So not only do we do the identification of mosquitoes, we also, and we have been doing this part of it too, we take bundles of those mosquitoes and send them up to the Department of Agriculture lab, Dr. Annette Rink, who you may know, up in Sparks, I believe is her lab, and then she tests them for various diseases. So she tests them to see if they carry West Nile virus, St. Louis encephalitis, and that's how we know that we have pools infected with those diseases down here in southern Nevada. We are likely to look at trying to do that ourselves to get a quicker turnaround from our own lab. So that's part of what we're trying to do. We have bought chemicals, both larviciding chemicals, which are safe for virtually all other animals except for these. They are pelletized, they can be put in standing water and will kill the larvae. We have the Gambesia fish, which is called the mosquito fish. We'd love to have you come out and look at our fish tank at the Southern Nevada Health District that thankfully you all gave us a little bit of money to help us with, and we appreciate that too. But come out and you can have a tour of that, and then you can see we have bought a couple of extra trucks. They have spraying tools, that's not the right term, spraying tools on them that can spray then, as you've seen them doing in southern Florida, so that we can spray large areas. We have hand foggers that we can go around if we find the mosquito has made an incursion into our county. And then we have a contract now with a large-scale airplane group that can do the larviciding or the misting over a large-scale area if, for example, during one of our upcoming not hurricanes, monsoons, that if we find that the mosquitoes are building up and they are these mosquitoes, we can treat for that and get those numbers down quickly. So the worry that I have is the mosquitoes are in the counties right next to us. We have a huge monsoon with water that may go from southern Nevada to either side, and the mosquitoes can take advantage of that. So last year we had a big flood in Laughlin, the year before in Moapa and Overton, as I think you all know. And so we did spraying down there. The county did spraying as well. And that was not just for disease, but because the hordes of mosquitoes are like what I grew up with in Kansas City and down at the Lake of the Ozarks, where you are just attacked and can't get out of your car. There are so many of them.
You are working, I hope, with the flood control
Yes,
regional,
ma'am.
as well as with our code enforcement.
Yes.
Because as we get reports in of squatters or
Yes.
standing pools, somebody's just
Yes.
left their house. So you're working closely, at least with the
Yes.
city code enforcement too.
Yes, so in our plan, the cities and the county are responsible for keeping waterways clear, meaning that they don't build up water and stay there for days at a time. That puts it at risk, but that they're clear. And we'll help. We can't actually go out there and do that, but we can help to determine where those areas are. But code enforcement or Parks and Rec, whoever it is that does it for your jurisdiction, then they would do that. The Water Reclamation would need to do that. And we are working with parks like Spring Valley Preserve in order to do that themselves. If we find a lot of mosquitoes, and we're finding them with, again, West Nile virus or St. Louis encephalitis, then we expect those large commercial entities to do their own fogging. We shouldn't, as taxpayers, support my group or the county to go out and fog for them. You may know that the county does mitigation, the spraying, on county-owned property in the county, but we're looking at expanding, allowing them to expand to more parts.
Well, and two, I know there are residents that have fish ponds.
That's correct.
And while the fish may eat the mosquitoes, they're also collecting little pockets of water. So is anything beyond being on the website? Are you contacting or making an announcement to those who have fish ponds or
Not
lily
usually.
ponds or something? This is what you should be doing, and here's the pill or something.
Yeah. We haven't done that individually yet. That's our next step. And we know that you have a contract with, I think it's, is it a helicopter that you were telling me about? that goes over and does mapping, looks for green pools. You have the authority to drain those and charge the homeowner or
Right,
charge
through
the
code
owner of
enforcement, right,
record.
right.
We do too, but we think that that's best left to the jurisdictions to do. So we can help. We can go in and treat the pool until you can get to it to drain it. We also have the authority to drain it and then charge to the property for when it's sold at the next time. But we don't have a lot of money to be able to do that, to go that far
Well,
forward.
we
maybe 4 or
appreciate
5
everything
years.
you've done in this report, and I know Councilwoman Tarkanian and Councilman Beers certainly will keep us up to speed on changes. I worry about these poor children who have, and the families to which they're born that have a normal lifespan, and somehow the governments or whatever need to be there, and what the attitude is as soon as it's discovered that a woman is carrying a microcephalic fetus. Are they recommending aborting, or what, what's going on as that moves forward? And what if there's a religious issue there? I mean,
Sure.
you look at, there's so much involved going forward, which I imagine that will come later.
I suspect that everyone on this council, I don't know this, but I think that we all agree that a woman needs to be fully informed when she's pregnant about the risks of carrying that pregnancy. And it's between her and her clergy person, whatever religion she is, and her doctor to come up with the best solution for her. And that's what we will always recommend.
Yeah, just really sad.
If I may,
But
Your
I
Honor?
appreciate really the report, Doctor. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, thank you very much for that presentation. I have some concerns. Lorenzi Park, Tule Springs Park, we've got some significant bodies of water in the city of Las Vegas. And unfortunately, I stepped in the back, so I think I missed your vector part on how you're testing and monitoring these areas. Now, I've got 14 grandchildren, and they all live around Tule Springs Park, so every time we're outside, which we're outside and active a lot as a family, I'm concerned about them. Do I need to have my kids start, should we always have bug spray at the house or something? I mean, is that just a good idea in general for people in Las Vegas?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I, as Mr. Beers and Ms. Tarkanian know, I just went to Cuba about a month ago, and I decided not to wear mosquito repellent to see, because I'd heard that Cuba does a very good job at abatement, at killing their mosquitoes. And I was there for 14 nights, 15 days. I didn't get one bite at all. Now, I went with some friends and then other people who were on my tour, and they wore mosquito repellent, and they didn't get bitten either. I think one woman got bitten once. And of course, you never know what it is. And I was out in parts of the jungle, so why there weren't mosquitoes there, I can't tell you. But I can tell you that they did, as Mr. Coffin was talking about, they went in and banks were being fumigated, they were being fogged. Some of the bed and breakfasts that we stayed at were fogged, and we couldn't go into some of them even though we were there and ready to go in until the fogging was enclosed for a certain amount of time and then allowed to dissipate. So some places like Cuba have done a very good job, and they don't have a lot of cases compared to the rest of the Caribbean with that. And so my advice to you is to always do that. We do have St. Louis encephalitis here. We're not sure we've had, in terms of mosquitoes carrying it, we're not sure we've seen any cases of it. We don't have any diagnoses. And we do have West Nile virus now that we have confirmed is back into the valley. So those, especially West Nile virus, is not a disease. Most people don't have any symptoms. But if you do have symptoms, there's no reason for that if you can prevent it.
Let me ask you this too, Mayor. You mentioned earlier when patients will go see their physician, those physicians aren't required to notify the health district that...
They are.
Are they?
They're required to notify us if the disease is there. We ask them to notify us if there's a person at risk that we can test.
Okay.
And the physicians want to know just as much as you and I do, more than you and I do. Because especially if a patient has symptoms, they want to know what the disease is. And so we do test for a variety. As I mentioned in that one slide, there's cross-reactivity in some of the tests. So we'll test for a variety of diseases and let the doctor know what that disease is. Again, for none of them is there a vaccine yet. For none of them is there any specific antiviral regimen that is helpful.
One more question, Mayor, I'm sorry to stretch this out. You said Are you testing mosquitoes here, or you're sending them up north to be tested?
Right now, we send them up to Dr. Annette Rink's lab. She's with the Department of Agriculture. But we're looking at what will it cost us to get the machinery, to get the equipment in, and the training that we would need to do. It's not that expensive, and we also have to look at space in our lab. It's likely that we'll be able to do this within the next couple of months.
And
But everything takes longer than what you think it does. Buying the equipment, getting it in, testing the equipment, making sure that people are trained and trained appropriately, especially for a lab like ours, where there are often life and death decisions made on some of the results. And in particular, I'm looking at the issues related to bioterrorism, that those are decisions that I have to make, and I have to trust that my lab will not make a mistake.
Well, I was just thinking that you should have the most sophisticated lab in the state as far as I'm concerned, because, you know, the major populace is here in southern Nevada. So I think anything we can do to help you get there, let us know.
I think that we have some solutions to that, and I'll talk to Mr. Beers and Ms. Tarkanian about some of those.
Thank you, Mayor.
I think I sent out to all of our Board of Health, and I think to all of the city managers, some literature that NACCHO, which is my national organization, it's the National Association of County and City Health Officials, and they've given some talking points. And so we've provided them to people who've been meeting with us, and I'm not sure that you all have been, but asking them to use those talking points, if you agree with them, in a letter to our congressmen and women and our senators, not to lobby them, but to educate them on the need for this. And among all the other politicians that I've seen around the country talking, it's Senator Rubio from Florida, and he's been talking about this since he was running for president several months ago. And of course, his state is really one of the most important for this issue because of all the travel back and forth to the Caribbean, and in particular to Cuba, to Puerto Rico and other territories, the Dominican Republic and all the others, that he's been quite forceful in his vocalization about the need for this money. So,
Great report. Thank you, Doctor.
Yeah.
And we're just so thrilled that our council persons that work with you are keeping us informed and are conduit to us quickly if need be.
thank
So
you.
we appreciate it. Thank you.
Sure. Anytime you all want me to come, I will do my best to find time to do it.
Thank
So
you.
thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes.
I don't want to make it sound too much like flowers for Algernon, but Dr. Iser, tell me about the mosquito fish.
Sure. There's a particular species of very small, have any of you fished with minnows? I did in the Midwest a lot. I'm not sure that they do much here because I'm now become a fly fisherman. So they're about that long, maybe a little bit over an inch. And minnows often have a fatter belly, at least in my experience from Missouri. Notice how I say that. And these are a little bit thinner, but they love to eat mosquito larvae. And so we raise them, we'll give them to any homeowner who wants them, people with ponds. We're happy to give them away. We don't charge for them. It's part of our duty to help minimize disease here. And they love mosquito larvae, and they'll help to keep even larger areas clean. So with flooding, there are a couple of things with flooding like we had in Moapa. We might release mosquito fish. More likely we would do larvicide, which are those pellets, but we can do either one of those to kill the larvae before they emerge as adults. When they're adults, then we use those more toxic chemicals that when I was a kid, they used to spray on the Lake of the Ozarks when we were down there, and other lakes that you went swimming in. Couldn't swim for an hour or so after that because they were toxic, or do fogging. And we prefer not to do that because it's more toxic to a variety of animals, fish, humans, certainly even bees and other insects. So we prefer not to do that. That's why we're trying to keep ahead of it by doing the identification first, and then we'll fog there to kill the mosquito if it's an Aedes mosquito, and keep it out of the county as best we can. That's our first line of defense. And the mosquito fish are part of that. Thank you.
Thank you. That's great. I would like you to feed the mosquito fish because we have turtles, water turtles, and we also have koi that are this big, and they eat anything this size. So they will eat the mosquito fish. So can we feed, oh, they'll eat, and the turtles will too.
But they're-
Because they
they're-
eat the larva of the koi.
But they do like, these mosquito fish like a lot of greenery, so they'll hide as best they can, like any species that is a prey species. But we do only what we can.
But feed them well.
Okay, to keep the fish and the turtles happy?
Thank you. Yes?
One more thing, it's been my experience that not everyone is watching everything that we do here at the City Council, much less the Health
You're
District.
kidding. I
And
thought
so I wanted
everybody
to bring up that the Health District has moved. It has taken over the old Target at Decatur and Meadows Lane and built out a headquarters over there. So nobody go down to Shadow Lane. They spent 3 years as a tenant at the old Centel building down at Valley View and Meadows, and now a permanent home. And it is Decatur and Meadows Lane.
And you still have a cafeteria or food place there, right?
It just opened a couple of weeks ago.
Congratulations.
Do you have time for me to give you a 2-minute
Yes.
thought about what we're doing?
Yes.
So it's a cafeteria. It's actually run by Cubans. That was not the point. It's run by a contract through Dieter. And the owner-manager is visually impaired, as are some of his workers. And so we're just now going into a contract with the Division of Family Services and Dieter to train people in food service work. And so, for example, children or kids leaving foster care usually don't have a job. They're very high risk to be homeless, to go into illegal prostitution, to do a variety of things that in the long term put them at risk for diseases, including HIV, homelessness, and a variety of terrible outcomes. So our goal is to work with DFS and Dieter to provide training opportunities, and part of that will be through our cafeteria. So you might want to come over there just to give him some support by buying a Cuban sandwich, which Mr. Beers noted was on the menu. They have salads, they have a variety of things. But we need to keep them going as they and other owners around the valley were contacting them for training opportunities for these youth at risk and disabled folks.
Love it.
And we're likely to do something with returning vets too. We're starting to look at that for
Lovely.
getting training.
Lovely. Wonderful. So try the Cuban sandwich and tell us how it is. Or is it made of mosquitoes?
No.
Anyway, thank you very much. Great
Thank you.
report, and we're excited
Thanks, Betsy.
about it. I do remember eating at Target often.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thanks
I
so
always
much.
appreciate being here.
Great, we love having you. Agenda item 32, a report by Christopher Sanchez, International Trade Director of the Governor's Office of Economic Development, regarding its Global Trade and Investment Program. So this is in reference to all wards, and I see Mr. Ard is the leader today.
Good morning. For the
Morning.
record, Bill Arndt, Director, Economic and Urban Development. I'd like to introduce Patrick Sennett, our Business Development Manager, who will introduce our guests with us today.
For the record, Patrick Sennett, Business Development Manager. I'd like to introduce Chris Sanchez, Director of International Trade for the Governor's Office of Economic Development. Chris is here today at our invite to provide an update on what the Governor's Office has been doing regarding a number of international trade missions and the success that they've been having, as well as talk to you a little bit about how his work interacts with the city and how the city can leverage its international reputation to build and diversify our local economy. So with that, Chris Sanchez, Director.
Thank you, Patrick. I appreciate that. Mayor and members of the council, thank you for your time today. I'd also like to thank Ms. Fretzwell and Mr. Arndt for their support. We meet frequently and talk about what we're doing internationally, and the city's been a great partner, and I very much appreciate that. Today I'd like to just kind of provide kind of a 30,000-foot overview of what we're doing at the state level and how important the cities are and the chambers are in the local communities in helping us expand globally. I typically don't use slides when I speak. I thought they might be helpful in this venue, so we've prepared some, but bear with me as I probably will get ahead of myself and then catch up with the slides. But the initial slide is, why engage globally? For the state of Nevada, if you remember back to the creation of the Brookings Institute plan and looking at the economy as we sought to diversify after the global financial crisis, One of the things that was mentioned was that there was a tremendous opportunity for the state to look globally for opportunity. And when we created the state plan in early 2012, it was one of the 5 pillars, if you will, of economic development as part of the diversification effort. And really, when we look globally, there's a few things to consider. The first that you might hear of most often is that 95+% of the market is outside of the United States for our companies. And so when we look at that from an economic development standpoint, our small to medium enterprises, we know that they perform better in all the markets that they participate in if they're exporting. We know that they often will pay a higher average hourly rate than non-exporting companies. And we know that they will weather fluctuations in the economy in the future if they're exporting. So as a way to strengthen our SMEs, exports is one of those ways. Now, a company has to be ready to export. There are certain things that we need to look at to determine whether or not they can be successful. But for the most part, we see exporting as a way to strengthen the SMEs and in turn strengthen our economy in general. There's other areas to look at as well, which is that Las Vegas, for instance, is no stranger to the importance of international travelers, the investment that international businesses make here, and I think with the conference and convention industry that we have through LVCVA, we are globally minded as a community. We are a community that has done a tremendous job in promoting the Las Vegas brand, and it is one of the top brands in the world. And what that often translates into for us is an instant recognition. So where most cities and regions around the country, if you will, need to do some work to familiarize folks with their community, most people already know instantly when you say Las Vegas. Now, the challenge for us is educating them beyond what they know in terms of the Las Vegas Strip and the convention industry, which for us is very, very important. And as we look to expand globally in different ways, we like to, through our efforts, and I'll cover a little bit more about the trade missions and some of our activities in depth, highlight what we consider, the governor often had coined the term and often refers to it as the new Nevada, but also the other Nevada, the things that we're doing in innovation, the other sectors that we're growing, and how they can become a part of our community. One of the things that global brand will help us do is get that foot in the door, which is essential, I think, to saving time and potentially resources as we seek to go global. So just in terms of on the exports for just a second, we have about 2,900 companies that export from Nevada in 2013. 86% of these are small to medium enterprises. These are enterprises with 500 employees or less. There's about 30,000 jobs supported by exports in Nevada as of 2014. And the southern region, if you will, has about $2.5 billion in total exports of manufactured goods. And about 47,000 workers are employed by foreign-controlled companies in Nevada. So we are already very much, and I don't think this is anybody's surprise, a very globally minded community and state. In other parts of the state, mining would be another one that we would cite. But there's a number of ways that we can look at for how to engage effectively. And often localities will ask and regional development authorities will ask, we're thinking about really ramping up internationally, and what should we think about in going through the process of doing that? One of the things that's important is to identify what the objectives are as a starting point, and then to build a strategy around those objectives. And there's a couple of areas that come to mind. It's enhancing exports, attracting investment, recruiting innovative companies to support new cluster development. One that comes to mind is all the activity that's going on in transportation in southern Nevada, and looking at the future of transportation and looking at how the city and the region can play a role, not just domestically but internationally within the scope of innovation and transportation. And so looking around the world at companies and localities and regions that are advanced, that have clusters of companies that would be great to attract here to Nevada to help augment our efforts and enhance those efforts is another area. The other thing that we look at is enhancing educational opportunities, and I should say collaboration, through our university system for R&D collaboration, student exchange, faculty exchange, there's a wide spectrum within the educational, higher ed, I should say, of potential objectives. But the point is to clearly identify those objectives and then start to build a strategy about where the potential focus areas of synergy may be in the regions around the world, and then from there, the tactical level. One of the things that comes up often that I'm asked about is the sister city partnerships or sister state partnerships. And my recommendation there is that I think it's important to know what the top line objectives are, what the strategy is, and in my view, sister city partnerships can be very beneficial if those other two areas are clearly delineated. And
if I might interrupt, sure. Mr. Sanchez, over the years, knowing the city has engaged in Sister City, that when you look at the productivity, if there's no end result to it, but just travel of individuals that aren't, in fact, doing their jobs here, but are abroad traveling and having a wonderful time, and vice versa, that really has to be part of the analysis, because for the past 30 years, I mean, going back up until my husband's tenure, the city of Las Vegas was very engaged in sister city activity and was producing nothing.
Exactly. I appreciate that, Mayor Goodman. And that's exactly why I think it's very important to understand what the objectives are very clearly, and also to understand how that partnership will benefit the city in going about and achieving those objectives.
Well, or the state, whatever, whoever, I mean, if in fact we would be party to anything that benefits the whole state, because we're community-minded here. We're not isolationists in being Las Vegas. And we really, everybody that works for the city really looks for the global effect of the state and the county. I mean, it's a much bigger issues. But that is key, and to see if there are any outcomes that are positive that have done anything, rather than just engaged in the oral communication of having a sister city. So I hope that does continue to make sure that you are objective-minded in it, and that the results are positive that can be obtained.
I appreciate that, Mayor Goodman. And I think it's exactly right on point in that, one of the things we look at for sister state relationships is just this. We go through this process with multiple countries often. And sometimes I have to say there's a cultural component of it. But we are always looking for very specific objectives, very specific language in those agreements that will lead to an ROI. And we push the prospective partners on the other end to do the same. We sometimes, I think, we will enter into an agreement if we realize that that will help us achieve the goal, even though sometimes that agreement may not be as specific as we would like to see. But it's always part of the broader objective, and we understand how that may be of benefit. So I think the points that you make are spot on, and something that we're mindful of at the state level as well, so that we don't, to your point, expend resources and exercise futility and not getting anything accomplished. The other thing that I should highlight about how to go to engage effectively, especially in this region, is that, in addition to the name idea and name recognition, the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority and the conventions that come here, frankly, is unmatched anywhere in the world. I think everybody knows that well here. And presents a tremendous opportunity because we have so many companies coming in from all over the world into this region, and many of them are looking for distributors or partners here in the United States to expand into this market. And the United States market really is the market that most every company around the world wants to access. They want to prove their product here. They want to expand here, diversify their market share by coming to the United States. And so what we've been doing is we've been working very closely with the USIAC, the U.S. Export Assistance Center here with the Commercial Service. They have a contract with the LVCVA for the International Buyers Program. And about roughly 50% of the international buyer programs that the Commerce Department hosts in the United States come to Nevada, and they come to Las Vegas. And so there's a unique opportunity there for us to partner with our federal partners to identify these companies and to be very surgical in terms of targeting those companies that we think need to be in Nevada and in this region that can help us grow in the clusters, or frankly would be good companies to have here to employ our citizens. And so that's another area that I think for us is unique, that is unmatched in terms of our capability. And the convention industry also provides another opportunity in that it's a great platform for testing new technologies that can be brought to bear in that industry. So an example is we had a company that we came across in Poland that had a very unique VR capability through goggles and wanted to introduce that technology into the convention industry in the United States. We partnered them with LVCVA. They tested their technology, and now they're in the marketplace. And so there's another platform there for technology testing through LVCVA, and they have been tremendous in their support and partnership of what we're doing as well. And so I think that that's another area. The other thing I'll say is that, you know, and I think Mayor Goodman, he did a great job of kind of alluding to this, and that is that, you know, there's a lot of partners within Southern Nevada. We have LVGEA, we've got our chambers, we've got the state, obviously, and most everyone of the chambers and the regional development authorities, you know, we're working closely with them. They are globally minded. Many of their members are doing business internationally. Many of them are doing business in regions in which we are trying to foster more partnerships. And so they become tremendous resources for us. And so tapping into the knowledge that's there in the community, because it's such a globally minded region, is something that can be of great benefit as well. So one of the things that, excuse me, some water. One of the things that we highlight to illustrate some of the success that we have, that also is a illustration of how the region and the city could grow around the world, is WaterStart. And what's, I think most of you may know about WaterStart, originally was the Water Center of Excellence. They did a name change, I think earlier this year, into WaterStart. Essentially, it's a water technology commercialization platform. And it's a partnership between the Southern Nevada Water Authority, Desert Research Institute, large companies in the state in multiple sectors. And frankly, in its scope, has turned into more of a global presence than it has a domestic presence. But what they do essentially is we offer RFPs before we go into any country. We've been doing this now for the last couple of years. And we have the top line technology needs in the industry across multiple sectors. And the WaterStart folks are working on robusting up those lists in agriculture, for instance, and in large-scale development. But we take the needs, we issue an RFP, and we look for companies that are very innovative, that are addressing these areas of need through technology. And we put them through a competitive process. And at the end of that process, in their response to the RFP, we're looking at, is the technology viable? Will it solve the problem in the industry that we're looking to solve? And will they commit to being in Southern Nevada and in Nevada? Are they going to be here and establish a presence? Are they going to hire Nevadans? If they make it through that, they meet the criteria, we then invite them to come and work with WaterStart, and we will help them commercialize or test or approve their technology. The platform that is developed through the Southern Nevada Water Authority, DRI, and all the partners is very unique in the industry, and it provides a conduit for those companies to access the marketplace in the United States, which, as you might know, is very risk-averse and not easy to do. I think that the the WaterStart often says that there's about 50,000 municipal water providers in the United States. So if you're a company coming into this market, it's very difficult to break through, especially if you have a technology that's not proven. So what we've done through this RFP process is we've had 117 responses. Through those responses, we've had 6 deals that are done. We have 7 that are nearing completion, and 10 of the 13 are international. They come from the United Kingdom, Israel, Australia, and Poland. And at this point, I might mention that each of those countries were countries where we've done trade missions. They're countries where the governor has led trade missions. They're countries where I've spent a significant amount of time. And what we're doing is trying to build regional partnerships and collaborations with entities on the ground, in this case, in each of these countries, that will lead to a reciprocal partnership, and where we can have a continuous flow of companies coming into Nevada and Southern Nevada. And so WaterStart, being about 3 years old now, is I think really starting to hit its stride now. I think we've figured out a mechanism, if you will, that works quite well. And we most recently were in Australia. The governor led a trade mission to Australia the 2 weeks before last. And WaterStart had, I think, 25 to 30 B2B meetings. They have identified, I think, at least 10 companies that they are very serious about working with. And between Singapore, Water Week, and Australia had about 50 responses to the RFP. And so I think we're probably at a point now where the WaterStart has built up some brand recognition and is really moving pretty quickly, and they'll be able to go as quickly as their resources will allow in terms of their capacity. And so the reason I go into depth about the WaterStart model is that there are other industries here in Southern Nevada that we can replicate that a little bit. I had mentioned the convention industry as a technology testing platform. That's another one. The other thing that I should say, and that I've talked to the economic development team here at the city about, is the business development side of this equation, and that as the city is looking at being in transportation, for instance, kind of on the cusp of innovation, how this region and this city is a differentiator for companies coming in to maybe test new technology is very important as you go out and maybe work with our office or other entities to entice companies to come into this region in Nevada. So understanding how we're a differentiator, understanding how we can help a company grow their business is very important to making that case. It dovetails nicely with the fact that, as we know, this is one of the best places to do business in the United States. And so if we've got the other piece of that equation and really understand within the specific sectors that we're all focused on how and why we matter to that company and how they might access the marketplace through Nevada and through this region and through the city, then we are able to very quickly convince folks to come out and do some very serious looking around here and ultimately locate here. We have an example of that came out of the Australia mission, in that we had a company that makes charging stations for electric vehicles. They were very seriously set on California. And through the commercial service context that we had, we were able to get a few minutes with them. I have a director of international trade, Jared Van Wagner. He was able to talk to them for a short time, and they are now coming to Nevada to look very seriously, and they realize that being here will save them a significant amount of operating costs, and that, more importantly, they can access the market that they were trying to access in California. They can do it through Southern Nevada.
Yeah, LVCVA works diligently in all the countries to get direct flights coming directly into Las Vegas. Australia, which has sent mayors over here and other representatives wanting to do business. They always come into the city, and we've been talking to them about the necessity to have those direct flights. What I see as one of the things is that, you know, the collaboration between the state, the LVGEA, the county, and the different municipalities is paramount, because we get direct requests coming right into our economic and urban development. And I know further than that, that you had listed up there, Poland, Israel, Great Britain, and one other country. It took us 20 years to get the DRIP system from Israel, who had already created that model. It took us 20 years before it was brought to Southern Nevada. And so there's a lot of research done in a lot of these companies and countries that we're not taking advantage of. And I think it's really critical that there's a collaboration and unity of all the different factions that may be duplicating what's going on in this state.
It's a great point, and one of the things that I see and I think is exciting for us is that most localities that I go to around the world are focused on the same types of innovative technologies that we are looking at right now as a state. That's fairly new for us. So we look at autonomous systems, we look at the water technology, we look at renewable energy. So we're relevant. We are relevant in ways that I don't think the state was necessarily in decades past. And to your point, we have a compelling story, and in many ways add value to these companies that are very innovative in Israel and other parts of the world to come and work with us. And you know, Israel is one of those countries I happen to spend a lot of time in. I've traveled extensively throughout the country, and you're right. And I've visited with the companies that pioneered the DRIP technology. And what's great to see is that through the WaterStart platform, we've made a lot of different contacts in the country. There's a lot of agricultural research that's occurring in Israel that's very, very innovative, especially for arid climates.
Well, and I hope you go ahead and work with the universities over there, because that's where it's happening. And the state of Israel, smaller than the state of Nevada, all their fresh water comes from the Sea of Galilee that irrigates everything. And so they're as strapped as we are. But I think the research end of it, and to be innovative and make sure that we have the connection solidly in the research labs of the universities there, because they tend to be ahead of us, and since we're topographically quite similar, that to me is just critical.
I agree. And we are working on some current agreements that will help expand that relationship that we've built. Mekarot is one that's often cited. I know SNWA has got an agreement
They
with
have a
Mekarot.
tomato that has a 6-week shelf life. No, I mean, this is wonderful.
no,
As we go through tomatoes and they rot here and there, and they're so into hydroponic development,
Right.
which we touch on. It's an exciting time to be alive, and it's great if we're all working together as one.
I agree. Another example that I think offers opportunity for Southern Nevada, although it's first started in Northern Nevada, and that is the Polish Accelerator. Poland is a country that we've spent quite a bit of time in. It's probably a country for most folks that wouldn't come to mind, but it's one of the strongest economies in Europe. It's had consecutive year-over-year GDP growth or positive growth rate since its independence in 1989. And it's at the cusp now, since that independence, of having many of their small, I'd say mainly mid-sized companies, are starting to look to expand around the world. And the U.S. is one of those markets that they're seeking to come to. And so as a result of a partnership with the Polish American Chamber here in Nevada and the Honorary Consul, John Petkus, we've built, I think, a very successful model for how to engage at a community level to promote economic development. And one of the things through this partnership, we've done trade missions. I've led some delegations. The governor's been there as well on a trade mission last year. It really helped elevate everything that we're trying to do in economic development. But one of the things that we had a delegation come out and look at, and they quickly realized, was that the proximity, for instance, to Silicon Valley was important, and they felt that there was an opportunity, if they were based here and had an accelerator in Northern Nevada at this point, that they could then access the Silicon Valley without having to have their companies expend a lot of the resources that they typically would to be there. And so we are now, the foundation's been laid. We actually have a person that's very well known in Central and Eastern Europe that's worked with innovation, on innovation with Google, who is going to be running the accelerator in Northern Nevada. She has done extensive research in Northern Nevada. She's now starting her research on Southern Nevada, and we'll be replicating a portion of that platform here in Southern Nevada, focused on different industries and different access points to the market.
If I may, Mayor?
Yeah, right there is the entree.
Yeah, Mr. Sanchez, your partnership with UNR, I understand you kind of filled in that blank pretty well because of the proximity to Silicon Valley. I get that part. But shouldn't you also have that partnership or creating partnerships at UNLV?
No, exactly.
With all of this?
We are. And I need to say it's not just, we're not just focused on UNR. This is statewide efforts. UNLV and UNR and the educational institutions, they're part of our trade missions. They're very much engaged in what we're doing.
Well, and I ask you that because of the resources that I know the UNR could bring to the table as well.
Right.
So I think that's significant that that's part of that thought process as well.
I agree. And, one of the things that we look at in terms of doing this work is, in this specific instance, because of the accelerator program that the Polish government had in San Francisco, UNR and that innovation center made sense. It's a different model here in the South, and there's a different value proposition in Southern Nevada. And in this case, the Polish government's very much aware of that, and we're just looking at expanding the platform now into Southern Nevada. And these two platforms, as we have developed the foundation, will serve as examples of how we can then expand them for other countries. Once we've got the foundation built, it's pretty easy to scale from there. So, thank you. And then the last part I'll say, I guess this is my last slide too. One thing about engaging globally, it takes time. It's a little bit of effort and certainly the resources. One thing I would say that I tell RDAs and our other community partners is that, take time thinking about it in the front end before the resources are expended. To your point, Mayor Goodman, about the sister cities, I think this is kind of the same sort of thought process in that there's tremendous value in looking at this from an economic development perspective and investment that can come in and helping companies go global. But it's very important to think through what those primary objectives are and what regions of the world are really the target and where those resources should be expended and how you can leverage the partnerships with our division at the GOED as well as the LVGEA and LVCVA. And we've, I think, done a pretty good job now of bringing all the parties together in the state, in this region. So we're working very closely. And I'll just give one example. The Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority has the World Trade Center designation through CEA. The World Trade Center's Global Conference is going to be held next fall, spring, here in Las Vegas. That's the first time that that conference has been held here. It was a very competitive process to get that brought to Las Vegas, and that will bring the owners of the World Trade Centers around the world to this region. So that's a unique opportunity for us to engage with those folks and talk about the things that we're doing that from an economic development perspective. We're working very closely with LVCVA around that event, as well as the LVGEA and our chambers. And so it's another example of how those partnerships are coming together. And I think, and I think we've all seen this in our community here, but it's worth it. It's worth the effort. It's worth the time. And with the right strategy, the right foundation, and right approach, understanding that the ROI and the international realm sometimes takes a little bit longer, but with the solid foundation and strategy, I think it can be very beneficial. So thank you for the time, and happy to answer any questions.
We're really grateful to you, and certainly look at the whole state, as I said, and having gone to some of these world tourism markets for the LVCVA with their group, they all want to know, how do we get our name out there like Las Vegas? We want a bite of that tourism market. They want the tours. They want the convention business. And, of course, our LVCVA and Rossi Rollencotter and his predecessor has really put us globally out there. And so to have this convention coming in here is really huge benefit to us all.
They've done a tremendous job, and their representatives, I think they have in 11 or 12 countries now, are quite helpful. We meet with them when we travel to those countries, and they're great.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you so very much. We appreciate it. And Mr. Sinnott and Mr. Arndt, thank you very, very much. We appreciate it. Keep going forward.
It's worth it.
Yep, and we're with you. Thank you. Give our best to the governor. Okay, agenda item 34? 34. Oh, right, 33 has been stricken. 34, discussion for possible action on the proposed legislative package to be submitted to the Legislative Council Bureau on behalf of the City of Las Vegas for the 79th session of the Nevada Legislature, 2017 session. This is in reference to all wards. Oh, wow.
Yeah, we have the
Everybody coming
whole
up?
team here.
Wow, look at this. No, it stopped. You've only got two.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. For the record, Ted Olivas, Chief of Staff. I'm joined today by our Government Affairs Manager, Brian McAnallen, Bob Ostrovsky, and Mike Sullivan, our contract lobbyists. You guys over here to my left. The item before you today is to discuss the city's BDRs for the upcoming session. This is a continuum of our legislation and discussions that we've had about the legislature and kind of what's going on for the upcoming session and our briefings with you as things have progressed in the interim. There's been lots of discussion about the interim activities from our discussions with the departments and kind of trying to narrow down our focus as a city in terms of our bill draft request. We've heard a lot about the Tourism Infrastructure Committee, stadiums and convention space and infrastructure for that, and public safety. We've talked about the school district reorganization that the mayor has been a major part of. We've talked about elections, and we've talked about fuel revenue indexing and those kind of topics. So, those are some of the big things that we've talked about, but this is to kind of consolidate a lot of what we've been talking about here at the city to come up with a legislative strategy moving forward.
If I may interrupt you, Mr. Olivas, please.
I just want a question now. Since the mayor's been a big party of the restructuring of the school district, if anything goes wrong, can we blame the mayor? That's what I want to know.
When you have a couple of hours, I'm going to tell you the truth of how much your mayor has been heard and how much information is, how it all operates. We know the legislature is very powerful.
Yes.
And that whole thing has been a body of legislators with us as an auxiliary to give information. So don't blame me.
No, I won't blame you. I'm just wondering if all these well-educated people who have a lot of experience as educators that are now currently in the legislature, if they listened to the teachers. I just attended a meeting yesterday, and the big question is, and I was talking to a very good principal. Who's listening to us, he said. Who's listening to us? You have to have those people that every day have been in that classroom and who knows what's happening in that district to come forward and to speak. And I just don't see them called upon. And I'm sorry to say that. I know I did say the mayor had experience, but I'm saying the majority of the people there, they don't understand sometimes. And I'm not saying the plan isn't good. But
it is. We've done many, many surveys. The group and the authorities have instructed that we go ahead and hold all these surveys. And actually, the teachers have had a lot of input. The families have had input. The students have had input. The support staff has had input. And I know you're going to be introduced, but maybe if I could just jump for a quick response to Councilwoman from, and your name, please.
Brian McAnally, Government Affairs, the City of Las Vegas. Thank you, Mayor and Councilwoman. I know that the Mayor's Committee has met, the Technical Advisory Committee to the Legislative Advisory Committee on AB 394, which is the CCSD reorganization. The Mayor's Committee's met at least a dozen times. The Legislative Committee has met more and will continue to meet for the next 2 years.
I know they've met a lot of times.
So they will...
and I believe they sincerely are trying to get to the problem. I'm just telling you what's coming from the people that I would personally regard as some of the best educators and administrators within the district. And I'm not saying the mayor, because I know the mayor's been trying to listen. I'm just saying some of the other things that are happening.
But all of the bodies have been having input and will continue to, and the people who may be calling you need to go ahead and get to the right people so they can know what the teachers' body and the unions have been saying, which is all part of the whole thing.
And the unions often are not representing the teachers. That's all I got to say. I've been right in the middle of that, and I can also tell you, you can survey those teachers, and they know that whatever they write comes back to people who supervise them, and they have to be careful. I'm being very honest, and I'm telling you that exists, so I hope it turns out okay. In my heart, I hope it comes out okay, but I just don't understand sometimes. But I shouldn't have said that here. It's just something that's been bothering me for a long time. I know that you have worked hard.
Well, you know, Councilwoman, we appreciate your comments, and it goes to my point. All of these things that we've been talking about have a legislative nexus, and we're going to have to go up to Carson City in February, and we're going to have to deal with these things that we've been talking about. Before I turn it over to Brian, you know we have a lot of work to do. There's already over 300 bill draft requests that are in the system. We don't know exactly what they are. It just gives us a general description, but there's already been a lot of requests. There's going to be a lot of bills that we're going to be interested in. We have an upcoming election. The election results has an impact on our legislative strategy. The legislature has to determine, you know, who's going to be in leadership and the committees, and so there's a lot of stuff between now and February of 2017 that have an impact on our efforts. But today we're here just to talk about our bill draft requests and what you'd like to see us do on this upcoming session, so I'll turn it over to Brian.
Thank you. I first want to address some of the key issues that we have been talking about for many months, and the top one, I think, impacting all of us, not only the local governments, but also the school districts and certainly Metro and the state of Nevada, is the property tax issue. For many months, the local government finance committee financial officers have had a working group and have sat in a room and tried to come to some sort of consensus on this particular issue. Mark Vincent has represented us in that group, made up of all the CFOs from all the cities, the large cities, and the school districts, as well as Metro. As they continue to work on coming to a consensus agreement on that issue, we're looking for a sponsorship from the legislative leadership or a joint bipartisan sponsorship or a committee introduction. We think that issue is significant enough that it rises to that level, and we've had discussions with legislative leadership and some committee chairmen about that. So I think once we receive a consensus agreement on that issue and communicate that with the governor and other legislative leaders, that we will find a vehicle for that. So you will not see property tax listed as a recommendation from us, but it is probably the single most important issue facing the next session. And I want to assure you that we will be neck deep in that issue. But I want to caution you before you see our list and wonder why that's not there. I would say the same thing about the elections issue. There's been discussions about elections and municipal elections and how we handle that. We're seeking and spent a lot of time with our city clerk, and we're seeking to have a possible BDR from either the Clerks Association or other groups. So we'll continue that kind of dialogue, but again, you won't see that on our list. We are having conversations with legislators about code enforcement issues because we know that that's a significant issue in each one of your wards. There's some legislative interest in doing that, and we're having conversations with a particular assemblyman who wants to take that on. And I think we have an avenue to get our issues addressed in that measure. And another issue that I think has been important both for you, Councilwoman, and you, Mayor, and have talked about on numerous occasions is physician reimbursement or provider reimbursement as it relates to Medicaid. And that's certainly a significant issue for us in economic development as we try to keep and retain as many doctors here and find a payment scheme to encourage more physicians into the medical profession. We're working with Las Vegas HEALS, the medical societies at the county level and at the state level, and we're again reaching consensus on that particular issue. There's also 2 or 3 different legislators that have talked about it. There's a couple BDRs that have been introduced to this point, so there's plenty of vehicles to kind of address that issue. We've had some good conversations with the state agency folks as well, so we'll continue to move that issue in a consensus format. The Councilwoman and the Mayor mentioned CCSD reorganization. I will tell you that the legislature yesterday, the advisory committee, adopted a set of recommendations that will then go to the State Board of Education. They will look at those recommendations and craft some rules related to CCSD reorganization, and then adopt those September 1st, and then send those to the Legislative Commission, which, as you know, has kind of that last veto oversight on rulemaking packages, and the legislature will have its say again. That advisory committee is now organized to meet on a regular basis over the next 2 years and may hold some meetings during the session. We know that there will be a number of education bills related to both the reorganization of CCSD and just education overall, as well as battles on the categorical funding. So I can tell you that while we had a significant education session in 2015, I think the focus will be on education in 2017 as well. So there'll be lots of opportunities for us to engage in that dialogue. As you know, we have 3 BDRs allocated to the City of Las Vegas, and our bill draft topics are due to Legislative Council Bureau by September 1st. And then language due we want to have it due in October and then submitted to LCB in November to meet those deadlines. So we'll work under those parameters at your direction today. I think Ted talked about a number of the issues that have come up in these conversations over these many months. I just want to remind you of our internal process. We met with all of the departments and spent a great deal of time working through their lists. Many of the departments gave us 10 or 15 items, and we talked about those and tried to filter through the ones that we could come up with in a consensus format or work with other groups. We also try to determine the ones that are absolutely specific to the City of Las Vegas, where if we don't initiate the conversation with one of our BDRs, they're likely not to happen. You'll see a list in front of you of all those topics that were discussed by the cities. We have also had the league meet on Monday and make some determinations for its bills. The league has the League of Nevada's League of Cities and Municipalities, which incidentally might change its name to just the Nevada League of Municipalities. So I'm going to start getting used to that, right? The league has adopted 3 BDRs out of its allotment of 5. One deals with vacant land, and this was an issue that was put forth by the city of Reno. We don't have the specifics on that bill, but it would obviously have to do with code enforcement issues on vacant land. The next issue is utility bill, non-payment of utility bills that would then be attached to your property tax bill. This was a North Las Vegas bill. Currently, we have that capability already with sewer utilities, but if you have another utility like water, which we don't have, you would be able to assess non-payment of those utilities onto your property tax bill. Again, that was a North Las Vegas bill that the league voted to accept. And then the third one has to do with gas tax allocations for general improvement districts and towns where they would still have to go to the county for those allocations, even though they're responsible for the maintenance of those roads. So it's a bill that wouldn't impact us, but would certainly be important for general improvement districts and towns. I can tell you that Henderson has chosen not to use their BDR allotment and offer any bills. They're looking at getting the legislation that's important to them worked through committees or individuals. There's one of those issues that we're working jointly on, and that has to do with prevailing wage triggers for the RDA. Last session, there was a prevailing wage change from $100,000 to $250,000 before it triggered the prevailing wage. There was that in that language, as it related to prevailing wage for redevelopment areas, it did not include that provision. So we have a senator who's willing to offer that bill, and we'll be working with Henderson and others to get a matching prevailing wage level for RDAs, as well as where it is in statute right now. City of North Las Vegas has indicated that they're going to do some bills, don't know how many. Reno, it sounds like they're interested in doing one other bill additionally to the league's bill, and Sparks is doing a charter change. The county yesterday adopted its
Yes, the word that you are mentioning. This particular article that was in the paper, and knowing sometimes columnists get wrong information. I think this has brought about something. I want to ask our city manager a question before you even finish your sentence. We, as a group of committed community members and elected officials, have asked you and certain of our council people to begin discussions to try to work together with the county as a collaborative. And I thought meetings had already taken place to be a positive force in uniting all bodies in Southern Nevada or the state. I am wondering, Ms. Fretwell, have we had any of these meetings? Because reading this article, it didn't sound like we were doing anything. And I don't mean to put you on the spot, of course, doing it publicly, which we have nothing to hide here. Our whole effort's been to let's get us all together. We all live in this large Southern Nevada community together, and we want to be a positive force for collegiality. So if you would respond.
As you'll remember, Mayor, I put in my recommended goals for next year to try and see if there's a way for us to address some of these areas that we've been in, having difficult conversations with the county over the last couple of years, issues around annexation, issues around infrastructure improvements, park planning, service delivery issues, particularly in the Northwest. A lot of things contributed to the condition of our relationship. related to our interlocal agreement that expired, as well as some legislation that was passed in the last session. And so I took to heart that direction, and I know that several of the council members, Councilman Anthony and Mayor Pro Tem Ross, have been instrumental in trying to reopen those lines of communication with the county. We have had a few conversations and meetings since that time, and frankly, we've been trying to talk all along, you know, I mean, trying to work together on the things that we can work together on
Have you
effectively.
in fact had a meeting?
Yes, we have had a meeting.
One or more?
Yes, and several conversations
Okay.
before and after that meeting. And I will say this, there's two commissioners who've indicated a willingness to work with us on this. Commissioner Kirkpatrick and Commissioner Brown have indicated they want to try and work something out on this annexation issue. How we do that, I think there's some work yet to be done. However, you know, we have explained that we can see our way through to address some of the sewer delivery issues through a change to our ordinances as it relates to our sewer delivery system for people that do not live in the city. And it would be nice if that could be worked out at the same time that there's some reconsideration of the county's recent ordinance adoption related to annexation and challenging our authority to annex. There's a lot of work to be done to get those two things to work in sync. So
the tenor of this, and Commissioner Brown's quoted, and I had thought that he really was working in earnest to make this a positive, and knowing you both have had conversations as well, you know, I think it merits now all of us really looking at a study of cost effectiveness, promoting objective unity efforts, and all the things that we should all be working on together to maybe to go into another discussion. It's been 15, 20 years since we even talked about consolidation. And I think we're working against each other for what reasons, I don't know. I want to see us together working forward for Southern Nevada and all of Nevada, and this just really doesn't help. Again, I cannot be assured that the accuracy of any of this or all of it, but I think it merits us really moving forward into a discussion, certainly including them about consolidating. I mean, we get people all the time that come in from all around the county, the unincorporated county, calling us, well, I'm in Las Vegas. Well, yes, your address is Las Vegas, but no, you aren't part of Las Vegas. You actually are part of the unincorporated Clark County. But, you know, as we take on the medical school, so many things, we talk about the education right now, we talk about, and this particularly, I mean, it's been at the forefront of everything we've been doing at City Council, safety issues. And to talk about our not pulling our fair share, to me, is really our whole focus. We just had a celebration. Our sign on the street says, you know, we're all about law enforcement and quality care. And so I don't know what the council feels, but as we go into the transportation, future security, we need to be one. This doesn't sound like oneness to me, and I don't know whether you feel, because you've been in some of the conversation, or Councilman Anthony or Councilman Mayor Pro Tem feel that it's been an open dialogue and that we're making any progress.
Mayor, have they read the article? Have all the council people read the article?
Your mic isn't on.
Excuse me, have all the individuals on the council read it? I just gave it to Ricky. I don't know if everybody else has read it.
Your Honor,
Councilman Beers?
yeah, I just read it online, and I think I'd like to sit down with Commissioner Brown. I believe I understand how they're arriving at their conclusion and what the fault of that analysis is, in that I think they've got a little piece of incomplete data, and I think working together we can probably straighten that out. That would just be my first try.
I would think that
It turns out the strip is broken up into a number of different metro commands. You'd have to look at all the commands together in order to determine what the proportional disbursement of police are.
I couldn't agree more, and I think that's
Can't
part
just look
of
at one or
this.
two commands. I mean, we need to have the discussion. You're right, we shouldn't be at odds with one another. But I'm encouraged by the progress, I think, that Commissioners Brown and Kirkpatrick and council members, this guy next to me and the next one over,
Whatever your
Anthony
name
and
is.
Ross, are making on that annexation issue. I think we're close to settling that, and that's a big source of the animosity, I think.
So, and two, I mean, you would be in favor of further study, and especially how it affects our approach to the BDRs that are going to be submitted. I think we're in a very, very timely role.
Your Honor, on that point, I disagree respectfully, and here's why.
With which part?
In the private sector, economy of scale is a long-standing way of growth, but it very often fails. It's why you can't shop at Montgomery Wards anymore, anywhere. In the private sector, when economy of scale is attempted and it fails, there is no consequence except that efficiency goes down. It's a much riskier proposition for public money than for private money. Private money has an automatic built-in correction. Painful, but there is a solution when it doesn't go as you planned. With us, there's not.
So you would not be recommending further study?
I would personally, well, studying is fine. I would personally not be an advocate, I don't believe, of further consolidation of services.
Okay, even though the cost effectiveness and looking at duplication of efforts might result from that?
It's possible that it might. It seems more likely in my experience working in government that it usually doesn't.
Madam Mayor, could I just
Yes,
ask,
please.
then are you saying that when I think before any of us were on this council, it was agreed upon to join our metro forces with the county? I mean, city and county went together? Are you saying that perhaps
The legislature enacted a bill allowing all local governments, all municipalities in Clark County to, at their discretion, join up and consolidate.
I understand
All
that.
the
and-
municipalities except us said no thank you. We said yes, we're the only one.
We did not consolidate with Metro?
Yes, you did. We did.
Yes, we
with
did. We
county.
were the only entity that did. The others chose not to.
All right, so what I'm asking is, and I respect your thinking process, I don't often fully get into that type of thing, so it's always encouraging to me to learn new things. But what are you saying then, when we decided to do that, were we wrong? Were we wrong because of what you just mentioned about joining together doesn't always give the best efficiency or save the most money?
That might be worthy of including in the study. Should we proceed forward requesting such a study? Maybe we want to look at both consolidation and deconsolidation.
Well, and for example, we have a certain number of members on the county and a certain number of members on the city. Is it good to have all of this structure we have with all of the people we have that are working with each other? Is it sort of doubles administration when some people feel it should be just one administration? And at one time they thought that. That was why we had so many 13 seats at the table. And you know what, I'll tell you, this may not be the place to go into this, but as you discuss this with him, I would like to go with you if you would let me know, because I think I could learn from that, and I have some questions. I know when I was in California and they pushed all of the districts joining together, that first they used the carrot and gave you extra money if you would, they had lots of little districts. And then when some still didn't do it, they used the stick and they said, we'll take away money from you. The state said that. And after 10 years, they found out, even though they thought they would save money and do better with students, they did neither. So I sort of wonder of that, and I'd just like to go along with you. I question what you're saying. I don't understand how you're reaching fully where you are, but I know there are good points in there and good facts.
Well, and two, if I might, Councilwoman, I think this warrants study. That's the most critical piece, rather than to be suggesting one thing or another, because here we are with the Clark County School District looking at deconsolidating or reorganizing that for this very reason. So knowing that Boulder City, Henderson, Mesquite, North Las Vegas each have their own fire and own law enforcement, and I'm assuming that's what Councilman's referring to. I think this warrants a study because we really need to be looking at this. And if we're not going to all work together for the same end, we need to understand why we're not doing it, what's the best thing for the city and the 600,000 people we represent. So, Councilman Anthony, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of points that you brought up I want to just mention. First of all, this what happened at the county yesterday, I mean, I don't know, I wasn't there. I know I've talked to you about it, Betsy, and I read the article too, but I wasn't actually there. But apparently, the county wants to introduce a BDR that deals with annexation. So I don't know what that is. All I can say is that I have had very fruitful discussions with Commissioner Brown, and he's assured me that he is working very hard to develop a mutual agreement between the city and the county that is good for the county and that's good for the city in terms of annexation. And he believes he'll have something to give to the city in the next couple of weeks that we can take a look at. So, I mean, I'm going to trust him to do that, and I don't know what this BDR has to do with, but I believe that he wants to, he's told me that he wants to fix this issue. So that's number one. Now, this thing you brought up about studying consolidation. I mean, that's an interesting topic. I mean, it's been around for a long time. I mean, it always comes up, should the city and the county be consolidated? And, you know, on one side, it sounds like it might be a good idea. I mean, we have regional transportation, we have regional water, we have regional health district, we have regional this, and we have regional that. So maybe it's a good idea to consolidate the city and the county. There are regions that have done it successfully, and it's worked very well. There have been other regions where it didn't work very well. A lot of this is put up to the vote of the people, a lot of these places, so the people decide whether they want to consolidate to the city or their county. I don't know what the public wants to do, but what you're talking about is submitting a BDR to ask the legislature to study the topic. I mean, that's really all we're doing at this point. I don't know if it's a good idea or not. I can't weigh one side or the other because I don't make any decisions unless I have all the facts. So maybe it's a good idea at this point to have the legislature do a study. I mean, the study's going to take probably a couple of years, so it wouldn't be till the next legislature for them even to take a look at whether it's a good idea. And it may be a vote of the people, so it might take, this might be a 4 or 5 year process. On the other side, I mean, we do some great things at the city of Las Vegas. I mean, we just run a great city. We have great employees here, and to muck that up by doing consolidation may not be a good idea. So I don't know where I'm at as far as consolidation and that sort of thing, but you know, if the city council and the mayor want to do a BDR that asks the legislature to take a look at it to see if it's something that we should do an in-depth study. We have the National League of Cities and the national counties; they can help us out to see if it's going to provide better service for the residents of Southern Nevada. Then we need to take a look at it. So I'm not opposed to asking the legislature to take a look at, maybe they don't even want to do a study. Maybe they're going to get up in Carson City and say, no, we like it the way it is. We don't want to do a study. But to give them a shot at taking a look at what has been successful in other places, that might not be a bad idea. So.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm going to concur a little bit with you because I think I'd like to hear what the people have to say. I'd like to know, Mayor and council members, what the citizens of Southern Nevada would like. That's what I think that's the answer to all of our big question here. What do Southern Nevadans want?
Right.
And I think maybe it's a ballot question, Betsy. Maybe that's what we talked about, get a question on the ballot. in regards
But
to
can you do that without
consolidation.
going to the legislature first, as Councilman Anthony said? Yes? Yeah, I love the idea of the ballot issue.
You know, that would go a long way, I think, Ms. Fretwell, in guiding us and directing us, but I think, you know, Councilman Anthony's not wrong in regards to, we are doing some fabulous things here at the City of Las Vegas, and we've got a very good council heading in the right direction for all the residents of Las Vegas, and I'm going to say Southern Nevada as well, including the folks in Clark County, because, Councilman, you and I represent some of those big pockets out there, and we represent those people just as we do the people who live in the City of Las Vegas. That
If I
doesn't
might
change.
add, in question to that, and ask Councilman Beers, because you served so lengthily, and Councilman Coffin, but also our counsel, Brad Jervik. Is this something, having some consensus here, which we are not even there yet, but would this be something that could get on the November ballot? Just to ask the public, are you in favor of consolidating the unincorporated Clark County and the city of Las Vegas?
I'll have to look at the timelines, Your Honor, but I think we're probably very, very close on the November line. You would not only have to have it on the council agenda to approve the language, you have to you have to get two committees together for the for and against, and then approve all of that. So if, with your patience, I'll ask Mr. Steed, who's probably watching this right now, to take a look at the times, and I'll try and get back to you before the end of the meeting.
Your Honor.
Yes, Councilman Anthony?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd be a little concerned about cutting out the legislature on this and just throwing it out to the people for a vote. I'm just used to, I mean, through my educational background, I'm just used to doing studies. So I really think it would be important to allow our legislature to weigh in on this and allow them to discuss it and debate it and study it and let those folks have, because they all live in city, you know, a lot of them live down here, so I'm sure they would have an opinion on that. So I think it would be important to have them weigh in on it before we, and it would, the public discussion would be awesome. I mean, we'd have people talking about it, the public can listen to it, and after that, I think we're going to have a more educated public on whether or not, when they push the button, they want to consolidate or leave everything alone. So that would be, I don't know, I mean, I'm not sure if we can even put it on the ballot, but I would not be in favor of doing that. I'd like our Carson City folks to weigh in on it.
I would like, with your consent, though, to have Mr. Jervik find out from Val what is the timeline, what has to be done, just so that we have, again, that information. We always like to deal here with the total package of information, what are we doing? And then again, too, to ask Ms. Fretwell her opinion here, and then Mr. McAnallen and Mr. Olivas.
Your Honor.
I don't know if you want to hear from Councilman Coffin first, Mayor. Maybe it'd be better to hear the rest of the council out.
If I could, thanks, Mayor. The issue is complex. I think Councilman Anthony's on the right track. It's too complex for a ballot question. Sending something complex to the voters to approve is a recipe for disaster and unintended consequences, and millions of dollars spent on both sides, and the result is absolutely different than what everybody thought they were voting on. And so, I think legislative, but I also think really important is intergovernmental discussions between the commissioners and the council. That right there, because I am taken aback by the position of the city, of the county commissioners. I do not understand. We should be united on funding sources so that we're not picking each other's pockets to pay for law enforcement. So they're carping about saying we are not paying enough. Well, heck, if we could pay more, we would. So there are issues that we could be introducing bill drafts on or requesting bill drafts on having to do with how we pay for law enforcement that would make some of this problem go away, and there wouldn't be any quarreling over which million is spent where and who won't pay this and who won't pay that. So it's a bigger question than any ballot question could possibly solve, and it takes personal discussion. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. And talking about that issue, the more cops, the funding, the total funding of the more cops ended, and monies were returned that the legislature had given the county commission to give to law enforcement, and they failed to do it. So the whole issue is a very big one to me and to all of us. And so, Ms. Fretwell, please.
Well, certainly, Mayor, and I don't want to steal from Brian, because Brian hasn't even gone through the bills that we were recommending yet. You know, so maybe the way to handle this is that, of course, if the council directs us today to request a bill draft to study the benefits and the considerations or possible downfalls of consolidating the two local governments, we will certainly do that. We do have, you know, a rich history. I think Councilman Anthony mentioned that, of having conversations about consolidation about every 20 years. It's kind of funny. It's, I don't know, sort of like an eclipse or something. I'm not sure. A comet, maybe? Yeah. We
Full moon
did just have
last night.
some comets come through not too long ago, right? So anyway, you know, we are totally happy to do that. I will say this. If it's your desire to do that, I would strongly suggest that we do a robust public outreach as a part of that conversation, legislative as well as your own legislative conversation about it, because there are pros and cons, and consolidation doesn't come cheaply. Typically at the outset, there can be diseconomies of scale if you're not careful, and there may be some things that actually make sense from a service delivery standpoint, or having a consistent regional platform, if you will. We've been working very well on Southern Nevada Strong. I just want to mention that has been, I think, a shining spot of success on collaboration. It appears that some of these issues are very city-county, not regional, if that makes sense. And so a city-county conversation, as Councilman Coffin just mentioned, I think could be helpful. There are a couple things I would suggest, if it's okay for me to do that before
Please.
Brian launches into the other
Please.
items.
And then we'll give it all back to Brian.
One, I believe we can bring some agenda items forward to discuss things like where we really are with annexation, how it works, why we're doing it, what the considerations are, and what's under discussion with the county about addressing that very hot button issue out in the Northwest. That's one recommendation. The second recommendation is that we bring an agenda
If I may
item.
interrupt you right there.
Yes, please.
Just for the viewing public. Explain, when we're talking annexation, the consolidation, annexation are
Right.
two different things.
Correct.
Explain what you're talking about with annexation.
Well, with annexation is when a city grows, and so basically as city services are expanded to serve communities, then you annex those individual properties.
So if I may, what you're saying is we'll take Ward 6, where we have a lot of growth in Northwest. There are islands of county land within city,
Right.
larger limitations. And so because we serve them how?
We serve them with a whole host of services. Some of it is because of the proximity. It's hard to explain. So we've got significant sized islands in the Northwest, both on the east side of the freeway and on the north side of the freeway, 95 being the freeway I'm describing. And the county provides some services in those areas. The city provides the services around those areas and sometimes into those areas. And so those individuals that are being served that are outside of our corporate political boundary are being served kind of at the expense of the citizens that are in the city. And that's been part of the rub. We've had long conversations about fire service in these areas, although I do think some of that is some of the imbalances are getting remedied over time, and I appreciate the county's efforts on that. But simultaneously, there are other intangibles that are happening, wear and tear on infrastructure, for instance, that are completely
Roadways,
missing.
you're talking.
Could be roadways, could be sewer collector system, could be a variety of infrastructure.
Could I just ask before you go on, do we force these people to annex? I thought they only annex, for example, they could have they already have a way of taking care of their sewage problems, but it's not as good as being with our sewer system. We don't say, hey, you have to come in. We say, hey, if you want to have our sewer use, you need to come in, be annexed. Is that what I'm understanding?
But their only other choice, Councilwoman, is to go on septic. So.
Well, but that's a choice if you don't pay the tax monies.
Well, and sometimes they may be in a situation where the health district won't allow a septic system. There are some properties that are stuck. They're in a conundrum. They're not next to us, so they can annex. They're not eligible for a septic system, so the people that own that land simply can't develop until the city gets close enough to them to provide sewer services. That's why I mentioned that we've been trying to come up with a way to serve them without overextending ourselves, because that would be very costly for the current city residents that are on that system, to see if we can figure out a reasonable way to serve them in the Northwest without them necessarily being in our city.
And you are in those are the discussions that you are
Correct.
engaged in and moving in a positive
Correct.
way to see how it fits. And
And
that's what the annexation is. for
Exactly.
the viewing
And part of what
public. Okay.
the reason why I'm recommending that we have an item to talk about annexation at an upcoming agenda, it doesn't have to be the next one, but sometime soon, Councilwoman, we can delve into the particulars more than I'm going to be able to do today, because really we need some of our experts from Public Works, we need some of our experts from Land Use and Planning, from some of our recreational offering, public safety, to talk about the service delivery plan that's in place right now and how that might change going forward. It's too much to talk about now because we're supposed to be talking about BDRs. So, you know, we can have a conversation in a separate item if you choose to on consolidation, Mayor. If you all decide to
Now,
go forward with a study
consolidation,
on
just the
consolidation.
difference. Annexation is land that is currently county, within the confines of the city, to bring them in so the public services can be there. Consolidation is joining together all of the unincorporated county properties throughout southern Nevada that are in a certain area and with the city.
Right. Yes.
So those are different. Annexation and consolidation.
They're two different things.
Two different concepts.
And
Yes.
right now, there's a way in state statute to annex, and there's enabling legislation to consolidate. There's been a rich history of talking about consolidation because it is much more complex than annexation. Annexation is you need a service, you're at a municipal level of service needs, then you get annexed in order to be able to get that level of service. That's generally what that is. Consolidation is a political jurisdiction decision, and it impacts legislative boards, meaning you all and your positions. Sometimes it impacts the form of government. We're in a council manager form of government. Lots of times it's not a council manager form of government. After a consolidation is done, there's a chief elected official. That's the head of a giant government. Not always, but could be. There's a whole host of issues associated with basically merging two local governments, not just expanding the boundaries of one. So when you're consolidating, you're merging two local governments. When you're annexing, you're adding to the corporate boundaries of one existing political jurisdiction.
Okay. Thank you,
So-
because that's very important that people
I
understand.
would
that.
suggest that we have a discussion item on annexation at some point in the future, and that we continue the conversations with the county commissioners who've said they're willing to work with us to
Good.
try and resolve those complex issues related to annexation. I would also suggest that we invite the sheriff and we have a conversation about the Metro funding formula. It's my understanding that, this formula is 40-something years old, and that the sheriff may feel that it's okay to have a conversation. Let's dust it off, look at it, see if it needs to be adapted through some legislative study like you were describing, Councilman Anthony, on consolidation. Fine, we'll participate in that, but I think it would be very good for us to have an understanding of how it works today. Mark has some basic information today, but a more thorough report would probably be worthwhile for the council to consider in a
And
future
I would
date.
add to that, because the whole concept of law enforcement overall, emergency management, everything has changed so drastically in the past 40 years. I think I couldn't agree with that more. The conversation needs to happen.
And if I might, I'd like to ask, you guys may want to talk some more about this consolidation issue and some of these other city-county relation issues. I'm happy to participate that any way you'd like, Mayor. But I think it would be helpful for Brian to at least say the three bills that we were hoping you might give some consideration to today, and I'd like to share with you kind of a prioritization of those, so that if you decide that you want to have the consolidation study BDR, which one of these, we think we could probably find a different way to get to using state agencies and the state legislature and its process without having to have a BDR on our own. So I'm going to turn it back over to Brian and let him cover those bills if you don't mind, and then.
Before you do, with your permission, Mayor.
Yes, please.
These bills, as Brian goes through these, are great bills. I mean, they don't hurt anybody, they're not attacking anybody, and I have to tell you, after yesterday what the county commission did is antagonistic to me towards the city of Las Vegas. It doesn't help with our relationship, and that's what Councilman Anthony and I are trying to work on, are those relationships. We have so many larger issues in Southern Nevada to be dealing with. We need to continue to try to work that relationship and make those relationships better, because they're not going to change.
That is
overnight.
my whole focus here. I mean, we have been working, and I think the city always looks to what's the best for the whole Southern Nevada area and not keep drawing these lines in the sand. So I
We don't
couldn't
need to
agree
do
with
that, Mayor. We don't.
No,
We need to work
be together. So
Whether we
those need to
consolidate or
continue.
don't consolidate, we still need to work collectively
Without
together as
question.
two governments for the betterment of this community. And I felt what they did yesterday was just the wrong message. They sent the wrong message to
Well,
certainly
hopefully,
the city council.
we will continue, and the Commissioner Brown and others will continue to work towards the positive. My only concern is in these BDRs, do they in fact, because of such, get at risk going forward because of this? Question to you.
Okay. Mayor, Council, Brian McAnallen again. In answer to your question, Mayor, would our legislative package be at risk because of some of these issues? Of course, it always is, and I would suggest last session, while we didn't carry specific BDRs, we had a number of items that we wanted passed and that were priorities to the council. And you know, those were fights up until 11:59 on the last night of session. So I think anything that you take to the legislature is at risk for politics and a number of other items. If you want me to go through our three,
Yes,
I can do
please.
that. Let me follow up on what Mayor Pro Tem Ross indicated, that these three bills, I think, are extremely important to the city of Las Vegas. And we've also, as I mentioned earlier, done a filter that, with all the items that were brought before us, that again, if the city doesn't initiate these, there's not a clear path to getting these issues addressed. So you have all three in front of you. I'll just go through them and then answer questions as they arise. The first one is amending NRS 477.150, which deals with height limitations or restrictions as it comes to building safety. Right now, in statute, we have a limitation of 55 feet for specific fire suppression systems. That does not follow with the International Code Council that are a number of experts that get together on a regular basis and make recommendations to municipal governments about what those building codes should look like. Nationally, they have said, and the ICC code holds that it should be a 75-foot limit. So that's where most of the country is, as well as most local jurisdictions. A number of us traveled to California a month or so ago. Councilman Beers was on that trip. Public Works folks, planning and economic development, to look at communities in California that have moved away from this 55 limit into a 75 limit and following the ICC codes. And there was a great deal of we also had our fire officials with us as well, and there was a great deal of understanding of how that works today, and that communities are safe doing that. So we would bring this forward. I think it's opinion of a number of folks in the city that if we did this, this would be a great revitalization effort for our downtown urban core and would bring in residential housing that we don't currently have.
Is our fire chief in favor?
I won't, Mayor, I won't speak for the fire chief, but he is here in the audience along with Chief Nolan, who is our fire marshal. Chief Nolan has a great deal of experience on this issue from previous communities that he worked in before coming here. I think both of them could attest to this as fire experts beyond my scope of expertise.
Thank you. If you would introduce yourselves too, but please specifically, and then what's done in other communities as well. Comparable. Thank you.
Mayor Goodman, members of the council, Willie McDonald, Fire Chief. A lot of experience with this code and that size building being built in California. I worked in California as well as worked in Arizona. Code restrictions or additional code requirements are required in buildings of 75 foot. The experience in buildings between 55 and 75 has been very good across the country, and we have a lot of confidence in it. There's enough compartmentalization, there's enough safety features built in, sprinklers and other features that are built into the buildings that we have felt that really provide for an adequate level of safety. In fact, a very good level of safety for the occupants and the property.
Thank you.
Mayor?
1 second, please. Let's hear from him as well. Thank you.
I'm Robert Nolan, Deputy Fire Chief, and I'm the city's fire marshal. What we're really proposing and supporting is that we embrace the concept of the consensus model codes as promulgated through the International Code Council. It's a family of codes that are designed to work comprehensively and synergistically. They're designed around a 3-year triennial cycle. There is immense technical review, and this level of review for these codes wasn't envisioned in 1981 when the statute was passed.
Excuse me 1 second. I hear conversation. Please listen to the report.
Thank you. You're right,
No,
Mayor.
no. Please
Yeah.
listen. Let him finish his
Yeah,
report.
I know he'll
and
wind up
then-
real quick.
And then you can comment. Thank
So this level of code development, the triennial cycle, the technical reviews, the consensus voting on people like myself and the building official at national conferences to adopt and ratify the language was not envisioned in 1981 when the governor's blue ribbon panel put together a very wide range sweeping reform to the buildings that were affected by the fires in Las Vegas, the high-rise casino and resort buildings. But the result is, in this day and age, the type of product that is prohibited now and prescriptively impeded would be of value to our community. For sale and for rent residential facilities that would be infill to our cities, very valuable. We saw them in California. I had personal experience with them in my roles as the fire official in Brea, in the city of Anaheim, and my role as a plan checker for the Orange County Fire Authority. So they do work. There is a level of safety built in to the model codes protecting these buildings that are up to 55 feet, up to 75 feet. But to prescriptively require high-rise amenities would entail things that are kind of unnecessary for this height of building, such as type 1 fire-resistive or non-combustible construction, automatic fire pumps, secondary on-site water supplies, a fire pump room, emergency systems with backup power supplies such as firefighter communications, fire command centers, 4 smoke removal systems, standby emergency generators, and smoke-proof enclosures. Those are important safety features in large-scale hotel, casino-type buildings where people are visiting. They aren't familiar with the structure. But in a 4-story residential building that happens to be over 2 stories of parking, they're a bit overkill to prescriptively require this. And the floor plates of our infill lots really won't allow for a lot of these things to be installed. So we did go to Southern California. We did see how they're working well for those communities, and anything over 75 feet would still trigger all those high-rise requirements.
Your Honor.
Okay, if you'll stay here, so there may be
Your
questions
Honor.
and comments.
Yeah.
Councilman Barlow, you were first, then Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm really perplexed right now because just last year, when the conversation came up in regards to the development community having to sprinkle homes, the fire department was very in support of that. And now I'm hearing just the opposite in relation to the higher you go up and there's no need for sprinkler systems. That is, I'm like really floored that you would say such a thing.
You must have misheard me, because sprinklers would still be required, but you wouldn't have to prescriptively install a fire pump and a secondary water supply when the water supply in the street's adequate. So sprinklers would still be required, standpipes would still be required, fire alarms would still be required, but you wouldn't have to put in a fire pump, smoke-proof enclosures, automatic smoke removal systems on the floors that really aren't applicable in residential structures
So
anyway.
I guess the part that I'm concerned about is the fact that the fire department was the driving force that pushed for the 55 feet when this was implemented in the state of Nevada around the time, I believe, shortly after the MGM fire back in the mid-'80s, '83, I believe, somewhere around there. And it concerns me now that we're trying to break away from that standard. And so the question that I have is, where does Clark County Fire Department, North Las Vegas, and Henderson Fire Department stand in relation to this? Have you all spoken to them at all?
Mayor Goodman, members of the council, it's Willie McDonald. I have not spoken to them specifically on this issue. I think the important thing to understand, or for me to communicate, is that the codes have been updated about every 3 years since 1981, so probably 10 times in that period of time, and the restrictions and the built-in protections and the compartmentalization and all of the other safety features that have been included across the country have been a dramatic improvement over what existed in terms of the building inventory and the conditions that were allowed to be built into buildings prior to 1981. And so we have seen a dramatic improvement and an increase in how buildings are built, the construction models that are being used, the compartmentalization that's required, and sprinklers are a big part of that, as well as alerting devices, door closures, and things like that.
Okay, so having said that, why haven't we collaborated with the other departments when it comes to the fire department, the other entities, the municipalities, so that they're all standing here in support of this as well? That concerns me, the fact that we haven't communicated with them, number one. What about the development community? Have we basically worked with the chamber? Where's the chamber stance on this? Or NAIOP? I mean, what collaborative partners do we have that basically support this effort?
Mayor, members of the council, Brian McAnallen again. Let me try to address it from the political standpoint. We could spend a great deal of time trying to build that supportive coalition that all the people that you just mentioned, the chamber, the other municipalities, the other fire departments, community folks, the development community, and build that whole coalition and then come to you, or maybe get to that point where a BDR wasn't even selected. So we're sort of at the selection standpoint, and once a decision made or a determination is reached that these are the bills that you want to support, we will go out and work that and get.
But let me stop you there from a political standpoint. Politically, what you just communicated, you're putting the cart before the horse. Okay? What I'm saying is, in order for us to really address this from a regional standpoint, we just came off of an item as it relates to annexation, talking about the ability to work as a regional body in agreement, standing hand and foot to basically come to a resolution. And so when we talk about fire safety, I mean, this is something that is critical to the entire community. And so I would like to make sure that we're not putting the cart before the horse because we haven't communicated with the other municipalities and their fire departments to see if in fact this is anything that, you know, any hearing items that may stand out that we may not be privy to because we haven't communicated with them. All I'm saying is, if you all are going to bring this before this body, then at least having, you know, go out and communicate with our partners, our neighboring partners. These are the laws that we put in effect in the city of Las Vegas will ultimately affect our neighboring communities. And so if those conversations haven't taken place yet, I think we're moving way too fast to basically push a bill like this, because I would like to at least have them engaged from a fire service standpoint, because whether it's North Las Vegas, Henderson, Clark County, or the city of Las Vegas, I believe that it's only fair that we have that conversation as a regional body, specifically if we're talking about increasing the height from 55 to 75, because it was a reason why the fire department themselves pushed for this legislation back in the 80s. And so I would like to see that same level of concerted effort and partnership that took place in the 80s take place now in 2016 as we move forward to address the legislature with this bill draft request. And so for me, the chamber needs to be involved, as well as other groups such as, NAOP and others, as far as community partners. And so those are just my thoughts. And
Okay.
at this point, I don't
Let me ask
support
one
I don't
moment,
support
please,
this item.
Councilman Coffin. I'd like to hear from Ms.
I think it's
Fretwell.
important to clarify what this bill draft actually does. This isn't an ordinance before council to drop the building height requirements in our uniform fire code. What it is basically an expansion of our home rule authority to be able to make our own decision about what our fire
Wait a minute,
code should
please.
include.
Mr. Councilman Barlow and Coffin, please listen to the response from our city manager.
Mayor, we're listening to the response.
We're listening hard.
So the point is that this is enabling legislation. You're not making a decision right now to change some fire code. You're asking the legislature to eliminate a restriction that is not replicated in any other state but ours 30 years later. It's an elimination of a restriction that would still require additional legislation at the city council level, county commission, and everywhere else in the state to impose it.
So it's
Now, Your Honor, can I have a little piece of this?
Yes,
Thank you.
please.
Thank you,
Hopefully you heard the end of Ms. Fretwell's comment. And if
I know
you would-
what it is that she has provided for us here, Your Honor, but what I wanted to make sure, well, first of all, I didn't hear about this until yesterday. Now, maybe that's my fault for not being around much lately, but I tell you what, having been here, witnessed the MGM fire in 1980, watching the legislative process from a distance, because I wasn't due to join there until 2 years later, Joe Neal brings a bill in 1981 to toughen the fire code, and not one, except for Bill Hernstat, not one other legislator would co-sign, both senators. And then the Hilton caught fire up and killed a few people. And all of a sudden, legislators jumping on it. They wanted to be co-sponsors. And Joe and Bill, they didn't welcome anybody else to be co-sponsors because they were not farsighted enough then in 1981 to recognize what, in fact, those two individuals saw, which was that we were in code. We were up to base code, and we were up to fire code in 1980. But that didn't prevent those fires. It didn't help them. So I think being up to code, doesn't mean a thing anymore. Codes sometimes are duplicative, and maybe they're replicative, I think is a term you used, Chief. But I'll tell you what, I will not be part of any weakening of our fire code or any suggestion to the legislature that the city of Las Vegas will be party to that, or even suggesting it, or even entertaining it. And it is this reason, as exactly as Councilman Barlow has articulated very, very well. There has been no consensus among the other departments. This is not an issue we need to take a lead on. There are lots of issues that we do need to take a lead on. This is not your fault. I mean, I'm not yelling at you guys because, as he pointed out, you've been very, very stalwart on issues related to fire safety. But this is where maybe in the course of a legislative session, they could deliberate this and decide, and then we would have a shot at saying, yeah, it's too extreme or not. But I wouldn't want to hand over the control of this to the legislature, which is very likely to be the case if we take it to the legislature. It never works out the way we think it will. I think that there are so many people that would be scared to not be able to say anymore, this is the safest city to visit in the United States. And we really market that. That's tourism marketing. It's something we just absolutely cannot give an inch on. And this is a developer-driven measure. I don't have to tell you that after I heard about this yesterday afternoon for the very first time, I got phone calls from two respected developers here in town who said I ought to get on board, that they could do much more building in downtown area where it's underdeveloped. And I thought, well, you've never mentioned that before, fellas. You never said that was what was keeping you from investing or building. No, it just all of a sudden pops up. So I'm in the world of no coincidences. They just don't happen that way. Consequently, I can't support it. And I can think of a lot of other bills I'd rather request. Out of our precious three, I mean, we just finished a good discussion led by the mayor on public safety. We look at 3 of these in this laundry list of topics of interest here. There must be 15, 18 of them. Home rule, public safety funding, and property taxes. Well, they all derive really on 2 of them, property taxes and home rule, because then that will solve a lot of our problems. And yeah, they're nasty subjects to talk about. Nobody wants to say, you know, vote for increased property taxes or create a bill for that. That's terrible, right? But you have to do it.
What I'd like
and I'm
to
just
do,
saying, I'm almost done, Mayor.
I know, because I want to recess until at 12:30.
Okay,
What I'm
I'll certainly
hopeful
wrap
is-
up before
No,
then,
what-
because
what I'd
I'm
like
told
to-
the mayor.
What I'd like you to do, Councilman, is have a meeting with the chief, with both of them, just so you have been gone, and you, as
Well,
Councilman
I've got a thorough
Barlow.
enough grasp of this, Your Honor. I haven't been
No.
gone for 35 years,
No,
since
well,
that hotel caught
but
fire.
I was
I can
across
tell you,
the
I'm
street.
really
Councilman,
worried about it.
Councilman, I was across the street from that fire, the MGM one, and I can assure you, in 35 years, safety issues have changed, and this country has been responsive in what it has been doing. So I'm not asking you to change your opinion. I'm asking you to become more informed about it. We can revisit this. I don't know if the
I would love to be
timeline's
more
there,
informed.
but I would like to have you both, and maybe our city manager, or just the 2 of you, to meet with both Councilman Barlow and Councilman Coffin to address the issues they've brought up.
Yes.
So in fact, they may stay as they are feeling right now, or perhaps they will feel assured, as some of the rest
Mayor, you're
of us
being very reasonable, and believe me, I subscribe to
wanna
your
be
thinking on that.
reasonable?
I truly do. But what I want to make sure is, understand this. We've had fires, Your Honor, under the new codes. And sometimes those fires had become because the inspection was incorrect or inadequate, or an inspector may have, not here in the city, but I'm talking about, you saw buildings having to be deconstructed because the inspectors don't look, or somebody's on the take. And now that's the kind of thing that happens in human life.
Will you do me the favor?
And I really
both of
feel
you,
that
make
just
this
by having the
appointment?
prescriptive measures in the statute,
Okay.
it helps create a situation where you really feel like you're going to be punished like mad if you violate.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
May I? Okay, so I'm asking you, with the permission of our city manager, is that all right to have that meeting? Councilman Barlow, Councilman Coffin, together with our fire and building and safety. We now have one more additive. If you would join in this great meeting.
I'm not so sure I really want to,
No,
but I
no,
think...
no. Who are
I
you?
think
Who are you?
Mayor, Council, Chris Knight, Director of Building and Safety. I think it's imperative, as your building official, when we're talking about building and safety and the codes, the international codes, as your administrator of those international codes, I need to be involved in that meeting. One of the things I would like to point out, and I respect and honor Councilman Coffin and his opinions, but
And
I deal
Councilman
with...
Barlow.
Coffin and Barlow. What did I say, Connor?
No,
I
you were right.
apologize.
Go ahead.
But I deal with an awful lot of people who deal with other communities across the nation that come into our community and deal with us in the administration of our building codes. And we are by far one of the best communities in administering building codes. Our casinos, we require smoke control facilities in our tourist destinations that are superior to anyone else, our high-rise buildings, our smoke control facilities that we require, exiting, everything that we require, we go above and beyond, and we are one of the safest communities in the world to be a part of. This issue of going to base code for the definition of a high-rise will not change that. It will not change the way that we administer the building codes, the way that the county, Henderson, Las Vegas, North Las Vegas, the way that we interpret and administer the building codes, as opposed to someplace in North Carolina, someplace in Texas, someplace anywhere else, the way that they administer building codes. They don't have the international recognition that we have, that we make absolutely sure that our buildings are safe and built.
And
exactly the way they
we
should be.
appreciate it, so you will join the meeting with Councilman
Yes,
Barlow.
ma'am, I will.
So if you will have your offices coordinate this, I'd appreciate it, and the three of you gentlemen, we appreciate it. And we will now turn this back to you before your hand gets stiff. Thank you, gentlemen, very much.
Thanks, guys. Thank you. Mayor, Council, Brian McAnallen again. I think I have two more bills to get through. The next item on your list is ground emergency medical transport, and it will keep the chief nearby just in case he needs to help articulate any issues on that. This issue evolves around the Affordable Care Act that was passed by the United States Congress, and it sets aside a specific amount of federal funding to help cover the cost of Medicaid emergency transports. This is a very complex issue, so I'll try to handle it at a high level without getting any of us in the weeds. This would require the State Department of Health and Human Services to kind of administer that program and draw down those federal dollars directly to us. We are in the process of working with the state at the moment. We have a memo of understanding from the fire chiefs in the state to operate this program, and we're kind of heading down that path. It takes quite a bit of time to get this handled with the Centers for Medicaid Services, but what we would be looking at with this bill is to put all of that into statute. Instead of having this just administratively operated, we would put it into statute and know sort of the rules for engagement and the understanding of this process. The benefit of that is should administrations, executive administrations in Nevada change, which they will as Governor Sandoval is term limited. So this isn't an issue with our current administration. It's kind of looking down the road and realizing that we need to, to make sure things are set for us dealing with future administrations and future agencies. Again, this would just statutorily codify the program that we are working on right now with those agencies and departments, and provide those resources for us. There are two different buckets of money that would come out of those dollars and pay for those individuals who are Medicaid transports that are not in a managed care entity, and then it would also pay a reimbursement rate for those that are covered through a third-party provider or a Medicaid entity. So again, complicated, but we can put in statute what we need for this program. As of now, I think Northern Nevadans have a different way for handling medical transport and Medicaid patients, so this issue really wouldn't impact them. It would directly impact us in Henderson right now, and is very important to our fire department and for medical transport and safety of our residents. So again, we would put this issue in front of you and suggest unique to the city of Las Vegas. Finally, we have the redevelopment set aside for education. All of you are aware that in our redevelopment agency, we have mandated set aside of those dollars that we receive from the redevelopment agency. Half of that goes to housing, the other half goes to education. The education language in statute right now specifically prohibits or directs those dollars, not prohibits, directs those dollars to be used and expended for existing public education facilities. All those keywords are important there. The money has to go to existing public education facilities. Currently, we have a project going on with Lorenzi Park in Ward 5. We have Alta in Ward 1, and we're working on Doolittle in Ward 5 and the Stupak Community Center. We've had to wait a considerable amount of time before expending those dollars because they had to build up to a level where you could actually use them for capital expenditures. What we would be asking for here is not taking away those dollars, but simply adding flexibility that we could use those dollars for programs. So some of those programs that we might use them for would be community and schools, so wraparound services. literacy program, early childhood education for 0 to 3, so getting in before that pre-K where we're already using resources, and maybe some summer learning academies. This flexibility would allow us to do more and more quickly with those resources that we have and help impact education in our community and certainly in our redevelopment agency and with our Downtown Achieve School. With that, I would end and just remind you that you have 3 BDRs at your discretion. You can either do all, the staff would recommend these 3. If you choose to do none or 1 or 2 or some of the ones you talked about today, we're ready to carry the banner for you.
Madam Mayor?
Please.
I would just like to ask a couple of questions on this last BDR that you're talking about. When you say, this just gives us a one-sentence summary. And when you talk about adding flexibility to use funds for programs in addition to the existing education facilities, I think that needs to be spelled out carefully. Would that, for example, with the programs that you use as part of the flexibility process, would they remain within those districts that have the RDA? Or would they be used anyplace else? Because I just know you'd have to control the flexibility.
Mayor, Councilwoman, absolutely. The state statute requires those dollars to be used within that RDA, so they would not be used elsewhere. We're not taking away we're not suggesting taking away the ability to use those for capital projects or in existing public education facilities, but merely adding on the opportunity for programs. And understanding, we haven't drafted language yet because, again, we're waiting for council direction on that, and then we'll work on language. We wanted to add in and/or programs, and we could also put some restrictions on that flexibility language if you're comfortable with it.
I would feel more comfortable if there were the restrictions. And the other question I have, when you say existing educational facilities, for example, if you're building something, a preschool program for children in need on Alta, or if you're doing it at Lorenzi, could some of those monies be used to improve the facilities at those places in that RDA area?
Mayor, Councilwoman, that's exactly what's happening. Those resources are being used right now to structurally build the one at Alta and to rehab the the old State Museum at Lorenzi Park. That is now being turned into a pre-K facility. But some of the challenges have been that's an old building, right? It wasn't designed to provide a classroom setting for pre-K. It was a museum. So you're really having to expend extra resources there to gut that and make it a facility ready for pre-K, right? Not that isn't a
well, when you say existing, I wasn't quite sure what you meant by that, number one. But number two, the key factor for me is when we use the word flexibility, I do feel that you should be very strong on limiting that, because in any bureaucracy, and we're one, too often when you have flexibility, it ends up going other places.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Your comments are understood, and we've had those type of conversations. I don't have draft language to present to you at this time, but we've talked about making sure there's limitations in there and ensuring those dollars go where they're needed.
Mayor?
Yes, please.
I couldn't agree with Councilwoman Moore. This most definitely is a BDR that I'll be watching closely, because whenever we talk about adjusting the RDA, my ears perk, because I know what it was designed to do, and watering it down in any capacity is something that I don't agree with. And so the fact that there's no draft language for us to evaluate, I'm not sure where I stand on this, being that this is just a one-liner of creating flexibility, but what that flexibility is, I'm not sure how the final language would end up being. And so this most definitely is one area of concern for me, and I'll wait to cast judgment on this item, but it most definitely is a red flag for me at this point, so I just wanted to put that on the record.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. McAnally. Mayor Pro Tem has but he needs a mic.
If I can turn the dang thing on. I'm going to make a suggestion that we trail this item to the end of this meeting, Your Honor and council members, and obviously fire, building and safety needs to get with Councilman Coffin and Councilman Barlow to help them better understand why we're talking about this. I don't think we're in any position right now to move forward with these bill draft requests, and especially in light of what Clark County did. No. Hear me out, Councilman. I'm going to suggest that we trail this to the end of the meeting, and then at the end of this meeting, we recess and have a special meeting next week. That'll be my motion at the end of the meeting. Not for a recess.
We're done. Luann, I'll talk to you about it in a minute.
They didn't hear you down at, repeat it one more time.
Okay, let me repeat that again. No, I'm not banging it. I'll tell you why. We need to have a bit deeper discussion on these bill drafts. I anticipate we'll have something from the county at the beginning of the week. You guys need to be more informed as to what the fire chief and Chris Knight in Building
And
and Safety.
excuse me, you just said you expect to have some communication back from the county by the beginning of the week.
That's what we're hoping. That's exactly
Okay,
what
so
we've been
that
told.
all blends into this.
So
Okay,
that's
go
what
on.
I'm saying, Councilman Barlow, is we just trail this to the end of the meeting. At the end of this meeting, we recess until next Wednesday, time specific. And if the city clerk and city manager would pick a time with the city attorney's help, and all of our calendars will make that happen. That's what I'm going to recommend.
Well, between now and the end of the meeting, we'll see if we can come up with the time for next Wednesday, and that'll give us, several more business days to try and work through some of these issues.
And during which time then fire chief and the head of building and safety can meet with Councilman Barlow and Coffin in that particular BDR discussion of information, which would mean they would have to do it Monday or Tuesday of next week, so that if this meeting could be pulled together, which would be Wednesday, correct? How, now Brown Cow? Yes?
Mayor, yeah, that would work under our timeline. We're just, our only deadline is September 1st to submit some topic ideas,
I think we can get
which
there.
we would meet. And then, again, we can work on the language. I understand the concerns of specific council members on other items, and we can talk about that.
So we will bring this back. If we're going to hold this to the end of the meeting, we are going to be reading the new bills, which is 44, and do it right after 44?
No, Your Honor, it would be after the planning section of the afternoon meeting, and as the chair...
Oh, so sorry. I forgot the last two pages.
All you have to do as the chair is just trail this right now to the end of the meeting, and then we'll pick up from there.
After 58.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you very
Thank you.
much. Thank you. So what I'm going to do now is recess, and we will reconvene at 1, picking up with agenda item 35. Is that okay, Ms. Clerk? Okay, we are recessed till 1. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're back with a vengeance, but there are only 3 of us. So is there anybody out there wondering? Nope. All right, we need a council person.
I shut the TV off.
Did you?
Shut it off, I shut the sound off.
Okay. You know, technology is wonderful. I can see where my hair looks good or bad. Thank you. As long as you shoot us all together. What is this? I never know which side's right or left. Very good. Yay, but we now lost somebody else. Councilman Ross. Oh, here we are. We're ready to roll. Okay, so we are back from being recessed, and I'm looking for a mayor pro tem who is going to come back. Okay, mayor pro tem, ready to go. Sprinting. Everybody signed in? Okay. So what we have done, we were going to continue with 35, but I think we want to do something else, because some of you were here, some items that may have been obeyed or stricken, so we want to make sure we covered that first. No, just
No,
be
stay
2
there.
seconds. Don't go too far. You can sit down right there, reserved. Go for
Mayor,
it.
with your permission, this is what I think we're going to do. We are going to go back to 35, but because a lot of people are here for the afternoon session on the consent agenda, I'd like to go ahead and start with 45, Your Honor,
Yes, please. All right, everybody, we're on 45,
and then we'll go back to 35.
and then we'll go back to 35. All right, 45. Hold on 1 second.
And that way, Your Honor, that anyone's here for those consent items does not
I
stick
just
around.
told them they're ready at the door, not knowing
Sorry.
who they are. Here we go.
Team business license.
45, for possible action. Any items the council, staff, or applicant wish to be stricken, table, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. Agenda items 49 and 50, SUP 64482 and SUP 64483, abeyance item, special use permit, public hearing, applicant Boulevard Medical LLC, owner Floresta Incorporated at 3070 Sirius Avenue, Suite 103. The applicant has asked that that be tabled.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Repeat those 2 numbers,
That is
please.
agenda item of 49 and 50,
Okay, and tabled.
tabled.
Okay,
And agenda item 51,
okay.
the applicant has requested that be obeyed to October 19th, 2016. That is SDR 64479. Applicant owner, Opportunity Village, State of Nevada Division of Lands, 6300 West Oakey Boulevard. And then agenda items 53 through 56. Councilman Barlow has requested those be obeyed till September 21st, 2016. That is ZON 63938, VAR 63939, VAR 63944, SDR 63940, applicant owner Rancho Verde Apartments 2015 LLC et al., 98 South Martin Luther King Boulevard. That is my motion.
Thank you. There's a motion, and please vote. And then please post. Councilman Beers. Please vote. Okay, motion carries. So thank you all, and we now go back to agenda item, no, yes? 35.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Agenda item 35, discussion for possible action regarding a complaint and to set a hearing date for disciplinary action against Larry's Villa, Inc., DBA Larry's Villa, Inc., located 2401 West Bonanza Road for violations of Las Vegas Municipal Code, Ward 5, Councilman Barlow.
Good afternoon. Mary McElhone, Business Licensing Manager. Agenda item number 35 is before you today to request approval of a complaint and for the hearing to be set at the 9 a.m. City Council meeting on September 21st. This is for a disciplinary action against Larry's Villa Incorporated, operating as a tavern with restricted gaming and erotic dance. This complaint arises because of a series of violations of the Las Vegas Municipal Code and of Larry's Villa's conditional license.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, Councilman. Yes, Deputy City Attorney John Curtis for the City of Las Vegas. I have proposed for action today a complaint for disciplinary action for approval of the council against Larry's Villa, Inc., due to repeated, consistent operation of this establishment as a chronic and public nuisance. There have been multiple criminal activities there, over 460 of them in the past 2 years. By comparison, Cheetah's 460 incidents, metro incidents reported on Larry's Villa. By comparison, Cheetah's, not too far away, in the same time period, has had like 120 such incidents. Metro is pretty much fed up with this operation. We've tried to settle with the people, and I bring this complaint before the council for approval, seeking to revoke their gaming license, their tavern license, and the 2 amusement licenses that they have.
Thank you very much. Any comments from council? Councilman Barlow?
Yes, Mayor. I do have representatives from the Bolden Area Command here. I'll ask that Captain Plummer, if you'll please come forward.
If I could advise the council that today is the date for the accepting of the complaint, the filing of the complaint, and the setting of the date for the hearing. It would not be appropriate to take testimony today because the hearing is going to be in September. And without the individual who's named in the complaint present to argue the charges, I would urge you not to take any testimony from Metro at this time.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
But,
Thank you for coming.
wait, don't go anywhere. I understand exactly what my city attorney has stated, but I guess he's assuming that I'm looking to take testimony versus asking a question.
Is he allowed to ask a question?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Captain Plummer, please.
All right here? Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Make sure you identify yourselves. There you go.
Good afternoon. Robert Plummer, Bolden Area Command Captain, Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
And how long have you been captain of the Area Command?
It'll be a year in September.
A year in September?
Yes.
Congratulations to you.
Thank you.
Captain, I really want to thank you so very much, you and your entire team, Bolden Area Command, for the wonderful job that you all do, and just wanted to confirm that I am in receipt of the documentation that the department has sent over to my office. And so the question that I have is, on September 21st, if in fact this item moves forward, will there be a representation from Metro in attendance at the September 21st City Council meeting?
There will be representation, and it will be me.
Okay. Just want to make sure. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
I'll make sure he's here, but
yeah.
Thank you.
And Madam Mayor, if I might just say, and I just appreciate everything you've done. Our roads are adjacent there, and some of that problem has spilled over into Ward 1, and thank you so much from us, too.
Great deal. So, Mayor and Council, I would like to accept the recommendation of bringing the complaint for disciplinary action of Larry Villas before this council on September 21st, 2016. Is that a time certain?
yes, it is, Councilman. It needs to be set within 60, no less than 30, no more than 60 days from the date of approval, which would be today. And according to staff, the September 21st is the appropriate council meeting to have the hearing.
Okay, and can we
Question, if I
can we
might
set
add?
the time to be 1 p.m. Mayor? Right.
Well, the question I would have, are they ceasing and desisting from operation as of this vote?
No.
No, it would be after the hearing,
Which is a month and 3-4 days away. They
yes, it
continue
would.
to operate with everything they've got going.
We have made the decision, Your Honor, that as egregious and pernicious as this activity is, it doesn't quite rise to the level of an emergency situation that would justify an emergency shutdown. And for various legal due process reasons, we think eventually they would get a hearing anyway. We're trying to follow the steps in their normal fashion this way, as expeditiously as possible, and that's why we present it as we do.
In the interim, however, between today and the 21st of September, should something occur, they would be shut down, assuming it met the requirements of an emergency action?
If another incident happens, given the compression, I mean, there have been 2 robberies, a stabbing, and a murder there all within the last few months. If something else egregious happens, we will come before the council on an emergency order, or Metro can do it on their own as well, and we will do that. But as of right now, we thought the best way to do it is expedite it, but do it in the normal course.
Oh, fine. But if in fact something should occur, then Metro could step right in, shut them down.
Yes, they could.
Thank you very much. Please continue. Councilman Barlow, I just want to
That is
be
my
sure.
motion, Mayor.
Okay, motion.
Time certain, 1 p.m.
1
September
p.m.
21st.
September 21st.
If I could restate the motion so it's clear for the record, it's to
Wonderful.
accept the complaint, ask that it be served on the individuals named in the complaint, and set it for September 19th, time certain, 1 o'clock
September
p.m.
21st.
Right, September 21st, 1 o'clock p.m.
Okay, that's his motion. Please vote and please post. Thank you. Officers, thank you so much. Thank you for what you do every single day of your lives for us. Appreciate
Thank you, Your
that.
Honor.
Thanks.
We'll file it today.
Thank you. Okay, now, agenda item 36 has been obeyed to the 21st of September also. And on agenda item 37, I have to abstain because one of my sons is involved in the industry. Go for it.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is agenda item 37. It is an advance item, discussion for possible action regarding the approval of a medical marijuana dispensary establishment license Clark NMSD LLC DBA Nuveda at 1324 South 3rd Street. It is in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Note, the doing business as changed to Canopy on August 1st, 2016. Ms. Duddleston.
Thank you, Your Honor. For the record, Karen Duddleston, Deputy Planning Director. This item and application is before you for your consideration today with the following ownership: Clark NMSD LLC, Nuveda LLC, Managing Member, Pajam Beatty, Boya Mohair, Shane Terry, Jennifer Goldstein, and Joseph Kennedy, and their representatives are here today. The application is in order for your consideration. Staff recommends approval with that ownership.
Thank you very much. Please introduce yourselves.
Mayor, members of the council. It is on. George Garcia, 1055 Whitney Ranch Drive, Suite 210. Pleasure to be before you. Appreciate staff's recommendation and certainly working with Councilman Coffin's office. Let me just take you very briefly to show you, since we've been at this, since you first looked at these. When we first showed you, if we can go to the overhead, this is where we started and what you approved. This is the rendering from back when we first started with planning and then with commission and city council. That, as you recall, or you may or may not recall, then in October, this is what the building looked like. We had the two buildings, they collapsed due to the rain, and we had this fortunate that we were taking over into the process of renovation because nobody was in the buildings. And of course, that was in October. Then the next time we saw you, the buildings looked like that, and then it evolved a little further and looked like this, where you can see we're getting it all ready. And today we have here the most recent picture of the way the building looks as we get moving closer to opening. And Dr. Body will put that up so you can see. That's the building as it looks today. You have now a brand new building, not just a rehab building, but an actual brand new building sitting there on 3rd Street. And with that, Mayor and Council, we stand ready for any questions or comments you may have, and appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Thank you, Doctor. Looks beautiful.
This is the interior. You can introduce yourself for the record. Okay.
Paige Batty, 2700 Las Vegas Boulevard, Unit 2709.
Good to see you. Any questions from council members? This isn't a public hearing, but Dylan, did you want to put something on the record? I'm not going to try your last name because I'll butcher it, so please tell us.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Dylan Siciliano from Garmin Turner, the law firm of Garmin Turner Gordon, on behalf of Mr. Shane Terry. We do want to put one thing on the record to sort of clarify things, especially with planning's comment. In March of 2016, the entity proposed to expel Mr. Terry. For all intents and purposes, they claim he was expelled from the entity. Since that time, there has been litigation filed. There's currently an arbitration pending that will be determined or decided in January of next year, which will determine whether or not Mr. Terry is or is not a member of the entity. I don't wish to get into the details of that. That's for another forum, but that's our that's our comment to the
Thank you. Good to see you too, Mr. Terry. That being said, Councilman Coffin.
I move for approval of item 37.
There's a motion for approval of agenda item 37. Please vote and please post. And Mayor, it's all yours.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we'll move on now to agenda item 38. Okay. Once I can get the page turned here. Recommending committee, bills eligible for adoption at this meeting. Bill number 2016-47. Councilman Barlow, would you like the bill read?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you, Your Honor. Bill number 2016-47, ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city to prescribed line be annexed to make it so it shows laws, obligations, benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters. Before you vote on this, I understand there's a chance you may not vote on this. If you do, Mr. Steed needs to make an amendment to the date before you vote.
I may not.
I think Mr. Jervik was saying the council may not approve this, but if there's a motion to approve by somebody, the dates, there's three sections where a date appears, that date has already gone by, and so if the bill were to go forward, it would need to have those 3 dates changed from what they read now to November 9th, 2016.
Okay, and what are the dates?
November 9th, 2016 in each case.
Okay.
Each of the sections refers to the effective date of the ordinance, and the ordinance would need to be effective the day following the general election, and so that's what we would propose as a first amendment.
And this is on item 38?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll take that recommendation as a amended version to my motion.
First Amendment.
First Amendment.
Are we in compliance? Is that okay? Good. There's a motion. Please vote.
Are we on 39?
We're on 38.
Yeah, we're on 38.
Correct.
I just want to make a comment on that if I could.
Okay.
I want you to, this request for annexation, I just want everybody to know the city did not ask them to annex. They did this on their own because of their wanting to do development.
Good point.
I just thought I should
Since we're
point it out.
discussing that earlier.
Yes,
Very important.
yes.
Thank you, and you'll vote too, please, Councilwoman. A motion to approve on this.
Am I moving on it?
No, I already did. I'm waiting for you to vote.
Motion carries. Agenda item number 39, bill number 2016-52. Councilman Barlow, would you like to have the bill read?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman. Bill number 2016-52, First Amendment, ordinance to amend the city's licensing and zoning regulations to delete categories for bed and breakfast inn and boarding and room house, expand and make more flexible the licensing and zoning regulations pertaining to short-term rentals, and provide for other related matters.
Before I cast a motion, I would like to turn the time over, Mayor, through you to Councilwoman Tarkanian for comment.
I'm just requesting because of other procedures we'll be following in the future or will be coming to us in the future, and I have discussed this with Councilman Beers, that instead of 4 bedrooms, it be reduced to 2 bedrooms.
And I'm going to take the privilege of the chairship here, and there's a gentleman, Marco Rizzo, it looks like, who wanted to make comments, and if you'll hold them to a couple of minutes, please do so, and your name and where do you live?
Sure, thank you.
Thanks.
My name is Marco Rizzo. I'm a small business owner who makes use of short-term rentals all the time throughout the country, including in Las Vegas.
Do you live here?
I do. And I can appreciate all the stories I've heard about party houses and the incidences, the nuisances that some of these party houses can create. But the bad stories you hear are really a tiny proportion of the small mom and pop owners that I have met, that I've worked with, that I've rented from, that care deeply for their guests, their property, and their neighbors. And just like the house that has all the junk in the front yard, the long-term rental down the house that always has loud parties, these are things I feel that can be dealt with existing ordinances, with existing code enforcement, noise, nuisances, et cetera. I don't think it's specific to the short-term rentals. It applies to a house you live in, a house that might be in your neighborhood as well. Just to give you an example, here's a couple of reviews that are very typical of what you'd hear on Airbnb. My wife and I brought my parents and our newborn 6-month-old baby. This place is equipped just as the house you left, if not more. Candace strives to go far and above any expectations you have in mind. You walk in, you immediately feel like you're a family member visiting, not a stranger. It's well maintained, and you can tell and feel the care, time, and effort that's been invested in this home. Candace, we love you. Thanks again for the wonderful memories. Another review. To celebrate my 70th birthday in style, I wanted to arrange to have my family get together in Las Vegas with my elder son and his family. As their house could not accommodate everyone,
Thank you. I'm going to say, I mean, we know what your position is, and you obviously do a wonderful job, which we would hope everybody else that does short-term rentals would do, but unfortunately, we are dealing with other issues as well. But appreciate it, and just keep going and let other people know what a wonderful job you do.
Certainly. Okay. Can I make my last
Final
point?
statement? Absolutely.
I appreciate it. Thank you. What I'm advocating against is the rising this to the level of special use permit. In my reviews here of the host, I feel like a lot of hosts would be intimidated to appear before you to come for a special use permit, where you have wonderful people that are operating these businesses, and that's kind of a high level. So that's my opinion, and I appreciate it.
We appreciate your coming down and making your statement, and as I say, we wish everybody operated with the same philosophy that you do. So, thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Councilwoman. Oh, no, back to Councilman Barlow.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Sorry.
On Bill number 2016-52, I would like to amend the units from 4 to 2 units on this bill, and that'll be my motion at this time.
If I could interrupt.
Did we read it yet?
I've read it already, Your Honor, but I need to interrupt. I was anticipating this amendment prior to the meeting. I have discussed with Mr. Steed. We both believe that we have both a notice and within the scope of the published bill issue here. If we were to expand the number of rooms, that would be one thing, but to contract them is probably going to require new notice and restarting of this ordinance. So we would not recommend amending it at this time. What I would recommend, there's another bill in the pipe that's coming down. And what I would recommend is either adopt it as is and let that other bill correct it from 4 rooms to 2 rooms. And we have time to do that within the notice period. But today, to change it and reduce this, we believe is outside the notice and outside the scope of the bill.
I want to know why this one is outside the notice and outside the scope. With previously, in years past, we have done this in different things. We have done this many times in different things. And I don't think we should keep on the book something that we don't agree with, just because this time we decide to interpret within the scope differently than we have in the past.
I'd like to answer that,
Please.
Mayor. This bill was sent out as a bill to accommodate people who wanted to do short-term rentals that can't do it right now. In every respect, the bill was to loosen up and make less restrictive the rules for short-term rentals, knowing that other people on the council feel that it should be more restrictive. This bill went out as an accommodation. It was advertised that way. To go the other direction is not within the scope. If you want to refer to previous efforts, you remember those previous efforts promised the worst, and it was amended to be less restrictive. So what we're proposing is that your text amendment that has gone through Planning Commission would be sent out as a separate bill, people knowing that they're going to, everybody is required to get a use permit as an interim position, as a compromise position, that it be 2 units instead of 4, then that bill could be noticed properly. People who will be affected by that bill can come be heard. They are not able to be heard today because in every respect, this bill was to help them, not to restrict their activities. That's the reason for the recommendation.
I understand that, but I also understand, when was this changed? This was changed and this was added on. I read the whole entire bill, and when it started out, it did not have that phrase within it about the making it the 4-bedroom. It was changed at recommending committee, and when was that recommending committee?
No, that 4-bedroom has been in there since last year or earlier.
Yeah, you're talking, I know that. I'm talking about this particular bill. I'm not talking about the other bill that we have relating to short-term rentals, which does say 4 bedrooms. which may be changed. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about this bill that came before recommending committee. I was going to go to recommending committee, but I read the entire bill, and it did not affect anything that we were expecting from it. And then I was told a change was made at recommending committee. And I believe, Mr. Beers, I was told that you had made the change, and then I spoke with you later. And when was that recommending committee held?
The clerk would be able to tell you the date, but the only change that was made to the recommending committee was a change to make it more accommodating to people who are owner occupants. In other words, it's being more permissive, less restrictive. That was the only change that came to this bill.
August 1st was the meeting. August 1st.
So August 1st was the last recommending committee where that change was made? That change was made at August 1st, Mr. Beers? That was okay. I will tell you, I don't agree with this type of thing, but I'll go along with it. I'll vote no, but I'll go along with it, and I'll wait until, no, because I agree that we should let people who are maybe widows or people who need help to rent rooms in their home. But I've been through this for 5 years. I know how difficult it is for code enforcement. I've seen people come from the county and say, oh, we do all this stuff. Sure, we'll be glad to get a license through the city. So, you know, we're on even terms with other rentals. They did not do that, and I'm sure licensing Karen Duddleston and her staff would back that up. It is so difficult to prove that. Then you go to them, and it's supposed to be the person who owns the home that's there. They lie. They lie. And then we have to have a sting operation. We do not have the resources to control this in the way that we need to control it. That's all I'm saying. And I'm not against people in a home renting a bedroom or two. I've had one in my own ward that I told her, go ahead, you know, you need to do this. But this, I'm just telling you, it does not work. It does not work when you say everybody will follow it. It does not work that it's the people who are in charge are as good as you are, sir. It does not work that way. 5 years we fought this, and 5 years it has continued to get worse and worse and worse. And that's why I feel as strongly as I do. But if legal wants to go in that direction, legal can go. I'll just vote no because of what I feel about that part of it. However, I want it known, I'm not objecting to people in a home who are living in the home, really living in the home, and you have 1 or 2 bedrooms. It's when you get past that point. We even had, you know, where someone had 5 bedrooms, and they went to the county to change it to 4 bedrooms so that they could get under the roof, the special, yeah. So anyway, but I won't take up your time. I'll go on that, and then I'll save my energies for the process.
I have a question for legal,
Please.
Brad. Is it something that we can send back to recommending for further massaging? Is it something that we have to take up today?
No, I think there's a couple of ways to go with it. One is to recognizing there's another bill where there is time to change it from 4 bedrooms to 2 bedrooms and accomplish what you want to do today. It'll happen a little bit later, but it can happen. That's one way. So you adopt this right now with the 4-bedroom, let the other bill come through the system, and at that point in time, amend it to the 2-bedroom. That's one way to do it. Another way to do it is to not adopt this bill at all. The problem in not adopting this bill is that the people you're trying to accommodate would receive no accommodation in the meantime. It's my understanding there's at least one person who would like to start renting right now, and this bill would get them off the dime and able to do that. But if you don't adopt it today and you wait for the other bill, it's going to delay them even more in their desire to begin short-term rental at the unit that they own. So those are basically the options today.
So my suggestion and recommendation would be, because I believe that the laws and ordinances that this mayor and council vote upon are bills that we can have a level of consensus, and bringing a clean bill that will help both sides, the business community as well as the council. And so my suggestion is that although it may delay this one individual, I'm willing to do that today by suggesting that, or my recommendation would be that to deny this bill and allow the bill that you have coming forward to be the bill in which the councilwoman will have an opportunity to work on, so that as it moves through the system, it will be in place and replace this bill so that we don't have any overlap in that regard. So for that, I'm going to make a recommendation for
Mr. Jerbick, Mr. Steed, does that work?
for denial.
Does that work? If he denies it, the other will supersede this? Or does this have to go back to recommending?
I believe that's accurate if it was just told one moment, Your Honor.
Okay, consultation time.
Could I just ask, when did they say that other bill was coming up?
Didn't say.
Yes, you can do that. I wanted to put a fine point on it. First of all, I do want to acknowledge, I'm very familiar with Councilwoman Tarkanian's passion on this issue. I happen to live next to a party house myself, and so believe me, I really get it. But when it comes to this right now, we are waiting your signature, Councilwoman, on this other bill. If you want all of this that you requested today in that bill, we'll be happy to put that in. And all you have to do is deny this bill today, and it'll be in that bill coming through the system.
It might be good if we did have a comprehensive bill that hit it all right, rather than have a bill that existed for a while. When is that bill coming up? Because I don't want to hurt the lady who wants to rent her rooms.
It won't come up until your signature, and then it'll have to be read at a council meeting and then assigned to a recommending committee. So I would imagine the soonest it would be eligible for adoption would be sometime in October.
45 days.
45 days, October?
That would be probably the soonest. I don't want to be overly optimistic.
All right. Now, as far as licensing is concerned, we've already started this, haven't we? Karen, putting this bill together? The second bill that we're talking about, the one I've been asking you for several weeks about?
For the record, Your Honor, Karen Duddleston, Deputy Planning Director. The bill that would require an SUP on all short-term rentals was before the Planning Commission, was passed by the Planning Commission, so it is waiting signatures and drafting by the City Attorney's Office.
Why don't you put your signature on it, it comes to the board.
All right, it could come there, and then we could put the adjustment in there about the two-room rental and make it all go. That sounds good to me.
So where we are is sustaining the motion made by Councilman Barlow to deny on this.
That would be the
And then the
motion.
process will go forward. All right, so there's a motion to deny.
So that's completely understood. That would not accommodate the individual who wants to move forward right now. They would wait for that new bill to come forward in October or whenever it's done.
Okay. So we are voting, please vote on his motion to deny.
Your Honor,
I hear you, Your Honor. Yes.
I will be voting against this motion, and I thus feel obligated to explain why.
Yes.
I think it's more important to accommodate someone who wants to rent out a couple of rooms in their house while they live there than it is to suffer society through having 4 rooms open to be rented instead of 2 for a period of 2 months, if that
Thank
made
you.
any sense.
That does make sense.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, and may we post this, please? And the motion carries. So the process will be that you will have that bill or resolution signed by Councilwoman in the next,
We'll have that to the Councilwoman either late this week, by tomorrow, or Monday morning. We'll make sure we go through it with you or your staff, Councilwoman, to make sure it's exactly what you want.
okay.
Thank you, and I'll consult with the other people who have been involved in investigating that.
And Your Honor?
Thank you.
Your Honor?
Yes.
May I also say that I agree with Councilwoman Tarkanian's concept of 2 instead of 4.
Thank you. Very amenable. Okay, agenda item 40, yes, yes. Bill number 20165-53, Councilman Barlow, would you like the bill read?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you,
Please.
Councilman. Bill number 2016-53, First Amendment, in order to update licenses and regulations pertaining to secondhand dealers and to provide for other related matters.
Question on the matter, Mayor.
Please.
Val, point of clarification, because I know that secondhand dealers have attempted to come before the council over the years on many occasions to request gun sales. Does this ordinance at all address that, specifically as we talk about sporting equipment? And I know that guns can fall under the definition of sporting equipment, and so I need to make sure that we capture that and it doesn't fall through the crack.
Yes, Councilman, the bill does nothing about existing rules on firearms. There's a statutory NRS provision that allows certain kinds of transactions to be done not under secondhand rules, which we have lived by and we will continue to live by. The bill in its initial form didn't address firearms at all. There was an amendment proposed and approved by the committee that gave certain breaks to sporting equipment and musical instruments, but sporting equipment is written to exclude firearms. So again, it does nothing different than the status quo regarding firearms.
Okay, and would it be amenable for me to go on the record or place it as a condition that this bill continues to protect our community in the city of Las Vegas from the sale of firearms? Because sporting equipment is really has my attention.
What do you say down there? What do you say down there?
Well, I don't know what it means to put a condition on an ordinance, but the ordinance says that it doesn't cover firearms. So firearms continue to be subject to secondhand dealer rules, except to the extent that Nevada revised statutes exempts them from that.
So help me, I guess that's the piece that I'm just slightly confused about, Val, as far as the exemption from secondhand dealers being able to purchase firearms but not sell them.
I can't answer that. I do know that if I had an opportunity, I could print a copy of the NRS and read it to you, but other than that, I can't really help you.
Your Honor?
Well, is there anybody that can help me?
Yes, Councilman Beer's going to help you.
I may be able to offer a little bit of clarification. On page 2 of the revised ordinance, line 26, and then continuing on to line 1 of page 3, I'll read it from the bill that we're contemplating. Sporting equipment means goods or equipment used for sport or exercise, but excluding firearms. And in that manner, we have excluded any impact on existing firearms regulation for purposes of secondhand dealer licensing from being impacted by what's proposed before us.
Okay, and I appreciate that because I want to make sure that we continue to monitor that as we move forward, specifically when in fact I know that there's lobbyists looking for opportunities to change our ordinances and laws. So for that, I'll move for approval subject to all conditions.
Your Honor?
Yes,
If I could make a brief comment, not about firearms, but about telephones. After we met at the recommending committee, AT&T reached out to the city and proposed some amendments that they felt would accommodate their needs. Generally, we consider AT&T cell phones not an area of concern for law enforcement, which is kind of what this is doing. Our staff looked at it and ran short on time, so I would like to request a follow-on ordinance to this one that will allow our staff to work with AT&T and see if we can come to an accommodation that will work for them. So I just wanted to request a follow-on ordinance, I guess, for that purpose, assuming that we move this one today.
Interesting. Now, is that selective, that it's only AT&T rather than Verizon and everybody else out there?
You know, I think this started as a staff bill to accommodate one of the carriers, and then we dropped in the music stores and the sporting goods stores afterwards. So perhaps Mr. Perigo.
Yeah, sure, I can help there, Your Honor. The request officially came through the Cellular Telecommunications Industry Association, which is a trade association, I believe, for most carriers are part of that. So it is broader, that request, than just AT&T.
Good. Yes, Councilman Coffin?
I appreciate Councilman Beer's asking for that new bill draft because it's, I had asked for an amendment yesterday to this bill to accommodate the CTIA concerns and maybe others. Sometimes things get mixed up. But, you know, that way we have, I guess their concern is they've got national code language. They're trying to keep uniform in every jurisdiction. And so, you know, whatever it is that it takes to get that back, I would hope that the new bill will carry that impact. So that's why I would support the introduction of another bill. Thanks, Councilman Beers, for doing that.
Okay, Councilman Barlow.
There's a motion on the floor, Mayor.
Oh, you did make a motion?
And it's to approve as a First Amendment?
And I just wanted to mention, we did check with Metro, who had some concerns originally about this, right? And Metro has said that their concerns are alleviated.
Was there
Here comes
somebody
Metro.
going to address it?
Here he comes. I just wanted to make sure, that was all.
For the record, Brian O'Callahan with Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. Our concerns are addressed. We were just also concerned to continually go through removing privileged licensing, but there's also things in the NRS that covers the sporting goods and also the musical instruments.
So I just wanted individuals who are watching this to know, in case they're concerned that Metro may not be, you know, in favor of this, that you agree that we can go that way and you'll be able to use another forum.
That's correct. With this AT&T and the cell phone, I don't know where that's going yet. I was just talking to one of the representatives. So, I mean, we'd like to be part of that discussion too.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, there's a motion to approve, and so Councilwoman...
That's his First Amendment?
That's First Amendment. Please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Agenda item 41, recommending committee bills eligible for adoption at a later meeting. Items 41 and 42, bills number 2016-50 and 2016-54 will be heard at a later meeting. We will move on now to new bills. New bills, items 43 and 44, bills number 2016-55 and 2016-56 will be heard at recommending meeting Tuesday, September 6th, 2016. City Attorney, please read the new bills.
Thank you, Your Honor. Bill number 2016-55, an ordinance pertaining to community redevelopment, adopting an amended and restated redevelopment plan for the redevelopment area commonly known as Redevelopment Area 2, deleting one parcel from the redevelopment area associated with that plan, and making other technical adjustments consistent with the redevelopment plan for the redevelopment area 1, and providing for other matters. And finally, Bill number 2016-56, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city to particularly striped land to be annexed, to make it established subject to laws, obligations, benefits to the city, and to provide for other related matters.
Thank you very much. The new bills 2016-55, 2016-56 are assigned to the recommending committee members, Councilman Barlow, Anthony, and Coffin. If any so designated are unable to attend, the clerk's office will coordinate finding substitutes as necessary at my direction. Thank you. So that concluded our morning session, and we will now move right on into number 46. Okay. It's an abeyance item. Hearing for possible action to consider the appeal regarding the nuisance notice in order to comply located at 7240 Unicorn, property owner J.M. Torres Trust, Jorge U. Torres, TRS. This is in Ward 6 with Councilman Ross. Hello.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. Today we are here for a follow-up on a request of appeal of a notice and order issued by Code Enforcement to Mr. George Torres for the property located at 7240 Unicorn Street. The item was originally heard at the August 3rd City Council meeting and is being brought back for review to determine if the property owner has brought the property into compliance. Code Enforcement inspected the property yesterday at 3:00 p.m. and found that most of the vehicles were removed from the property, with the exceptions of a commercial truck, a boat stored on blocks, and a trailer for the boat that's being stored on the unimproved right-of-way. Mr. Torres was not at the inspection, but Code Enforcement met with Tenant Chuck Lenhart. He advised he obtained the dumpsters to clean up the property, and he should have all the refuse and junk and wood removed from the property in a short time, approximately 3 to 5 days. He also advised that he would be placing chat down in the rear yard for some vehicle storage of his own personal vehicles. And that's my update for you today, and Mr. Torres is here.
Thank you. Yes, well, an improvement you said you were going to do it, so how nice. Councilman?
I understand Mr. Linhart did all this work, though, didn't he, Mr. Torres?
Mr. Lenhart is very instrumental in helping me.
I'm sure he is.
We had a lot of commercial tow trucks out there towing them off of there, and they're now located in an industrial zone, so
Okay.
we're good.
I'm going to ask Ms. Ozuna, your recommendation at this point is to what?
My recommendation would be to give him perhaps another week to get the commercial truck off the property and to go ahead and get the boat off the property, and then he should be completed. I think he could accomplish that in 5 to 6 days.
What does that do to the nuisance notice in order to comply?
Well, once he complies, then we can close out the case, and we can, maybe just monitor him for a short time period, or since he's actually moved out of the property, I don't really see a need for that.
So
But
can we do this then, Mr. Parrott? I think we can do this. Can we just do this administratively? And we don't meet again for another 2 weeks as the city council, so I think if there's an issue in 2 weeks, code enforcement will let us know, but administratively, I think, do what you need to do, and Mr. Torres, good to see you, and good luck.
I just have a quick question. The trailer that's parked out on the street, it's legally registered, so I'm just concerned with what the problem with that is.
I'd address that back, of course, through the mayor to Ms. Ozuna.
the trailer that's out on the street, there's no problem with it right now if it's legally registered. It was just brought to our attention from Chuck, the tenant, that the trailer is actually for the boat that's being stored on blocks in the side yard. So eventually, from our understanding with our conversation with him yesterday, the boat will be placed onto the trailer and then removed to where Mr. Torres is storing the rest of his stuff now.
Okay, again, through the mayor to Mr. Torres, I think she answered your question. As long as it's legally registered on the street, you're good to go.
It is legally registered. Thank
There
you.
have it. Then I guess I'd move to strike agenda item 46.
Yes, please, Councilman Beers.
I'll just ask a clarifying question. Because a vehicle can't be sitting on a public street for longer than 72 hours, is that true for trailers as well?
Yes, that's correct.
So in order to be compliant with code, you'd have to move it every 71 hours?
Yes.
Thank you.
So let me just thank you, Ms. Ozuna, through you, Mayor. Mr. Scott, so we'll just strike the item. Is that appropriate?
Yes, sir.
And if this happens again, we'll certainly know about it then. That's my motion. Thank you, Ms. Paragos.
Okay, there's a motion to strike agenda 46. Please vote. Please post. It went dead, but I saw it, though. It passed. Good luck.
Thank you, City Council.
Okay, agenda item 47, RQR 63633, public hearing, applicant owner, 5550 Painted Mirage Road, LLC, for possible action or request for required review of an approved special use permit, SUP 47834, for an existing 627 square foot, 19 foot by 31 foot off-premise wall sign at 550 Painted Mirage Road, C2 General Commercial Zone, Ward 4, Councilman Anthony. Staff recommends approval. This is a public hearing, which I declare open. Is a representative or owner there?
Mayor, members of the council, George Garcia, 1055 Whitney Ranch Drive, Suite 210. Pleasure to be before you. Certainly appreciate working with the staff and Councilman Anthony's office. The sign is a very expensive LED. I think it's now been permanently affixed to the building, as you know, so it's not a typical billboard. With that, we would ask that condition number 3 be stricken, which requires yet another follow-up review in 3 years. So we think it's been timely enough at this point. We'd ask that that be stricken.
Okay, we'll go over to Mr. Perigo.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is a required review of the sign, and since conditions have not changed out there, Staff is recommending approval. I would note that since the abeyance on July 20th, the sign has received a final inspection, and therefore condition number 1 is no longer needed, and staff recommends deleting condition number 1.
Okay. Anyone from the public wishing to be heard on this item? I'll close public hearing then, and we'll turn this over to you, Councilman Anthony.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a great sign, Mr. Garcia, so I will make a motion to approve this, and we're deleting conditions number 1 and number 3. That's my motion.
Thank you very much. There's a motion on agenda item 47. Please vote. And please post. Really looks good.
Thank you, Mayor, Council.
Unanimous. Thank you. Agenda item 48, SUP 64351, public hearing, applicant Southwest Co. Wireless, LP, DBA Verizon Wireless, owner Tonopah Partners, LLC, for possible action on a request for special use permit for a proposed 77-foot tall cellular communication facilities tower at 2100 West Charleston, PD Plan Development Zone, SC, Service Commercial, Las Vegas Medical District, Special Land Use Designation, Ward 1, with Councilwoman Tarkanian. Staff recommends denial. Planning Commission recommends approval. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm Tracy Klein with Spectrum Services, 4850 West Oquendo Road, appearing for the applicant.
Thank you. Anything you wish to add at this point?
Your Honor, we did, if you'll recall, this was on the agenda last month. We did meet with Mr. Truesdale after the meeting, and I don't see him here today. I wouldn't say that or much fruit. So the application is before you as it was last month. I'm happy to answer any questions. Of course, I've been talking with Councilwoman Tarkanian through that process and discussion, and I think she's familiar with what we've done. So I won't take any more of your time than she may feel or you may feel is necessary.
Okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Perigo?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Lowenstein made the presentation at the last meeting, so I'll ask him to make it again today.
Madam Mayor, the towers themselves are prohibited as a conditional use within the Las Vegas Medical District, and therefore that's why the special use permit's required. Although it is of self-design, it would be the first standalone tower in the district. Staff has recommended denial of the request as it does not meet the requirements of the conditional use and the intent of the district. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item? Okay, hearing and seeing none, I'll close public hearing. Councilwoman.
I'd like to point out that we have not allowed cell towers in the medical district before, and however, this one is right on the edge of the medical district, right where Rancho is. You know where that is. And also because of the new medical school coming in, there's a great need in that area for more cell phone capacity. So that's why we considered it so strongly. And we tried to make it something that would fit into the district in a stealth design. And I wonder, I gave you that paper. Do you have it up there, a picture of the cell, so they could see? If you don't, we have that other one here.
There you are. There it is.
Oh, he has it. Okay. I guess he had his own. That's okay. Thank you. But you can see what it does. It's a pole that goes up. The pole is very close to the building, so it causes no aesthetic or practical problems of negativity there. And it is sort of an enter sign because that's the edge of the medical district there.
Is it illuminated at night?
Well, that's what I wanted to check on. I had mentioned that before, and you had said is what you would have the last time, but you know, we've talked since then, I believe, that you would have upward lighting. You said you couldn't have lighting from within, but you would have upward lighting on it.
Yes, Councilwoman, that's correct. It can be lighted. It can't be backlighted because that would, lighting and antennas don't like each other. But it can be lighted from the outside if that's what the council would like to have done.
And I think, Mayor, that you had suggested that.
Well, because it certainly gives somebody on the road where they can't see at nighttime when it's dark, an indication that you're in the medical district. The other piece I wanted to ask too on this, knowing that both Valley Hospital and UMC have helicopter flights coming in with regularity to their helicopter pads on the top of the buildings. Does this or any part of the technology on this particular tower interfere, and has it been checked and cleared with any part of that aviation piece?
Yes, Your Honor. Verizon has to go through a lot of different regulatory steps to get
Can you
these.
speak more into the mic?
Pardon me. Verizon does have to go through a lot of regulatory steps to get permission to put one of these up, aside from the local permitting. Two of those things are they have to get FAA approval, and conditions may be attached to that they have to comply with. And they also have to give the FCC notice of the frequencies they'll be operating and so forth, and that is vetted against other uses in the area.
Okay, I just was concerned because I do know those pilots are over that whole neighborhood all the time, and I would hate for any frequencies, to cause any problems to the helicopter pilots and passengers. So if you're sure that's
And you're
okay.
stating that FAA has approved it as far as it will not cause any problems?
Yes, ma'am. And if it's of any comfort to you out at McCarran, everybody there's an internal system there that everybody operates on, which is why our phones work there. And so operating cell facilities in proximity to air travel facilities is not an issue.
I think her concern was just that the helicopters are so very
Right on
close
top
when they
there.
land and they take off. They're just about a block or a half a block away.
Yes, ma'am. The FAA absolutely would be aware of that and would not allow this to be constructed in this manner if they felt like there was any hazard to aviation.
So one of the conditions was the upward lights, and the second condition was the serpents going up the pole that matched the logo of the medical district.
We looked into and discussed with Verizon doing that. The only problem with that is that from time to time, tower workers do have to climb the tower. They don't, often they'll use a man lift, but there are times they have to climb it. So they need, for safety reasons, to keep the pole as clean as possible so as not to create a hazard for those folks.
But it could be painted on.
Could be painted on, yes, ma'am. I frankly like the clean design that we have, but Verizon
And that
is
might be
certainly
a better
happy.
way to go, but just in case, I wanted to let it be known that they had agreed to do that.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. I sort of like the cleaner design, too. It looks medical to me. But in any case, I want to thank you and Verizon for all the hard work you did. Mr. Truesdale, who lives near there, or works near there, had asked us to look at some things that were more artistic, but we could not fit them in there, and they were very, very expensive. They were too wide to fit in without taking away parking spaces. And if you went there and you saw the base of this, it fits right within a planter area, so there's no problem. So I move to approve with all conditions.
Thank you.
Your Honor, could I clarify, Councilwoman, when you say all conditions, you had mentioned an additional condition regarding the lighting?
Yes.
There isn't currently a condition. I'll let Mr. Lowenstein explain.
Madam Mayor, so if the discretion is to have it upward lit, I would recommend that the screening, it read as follows: the screening element of the tower shall be lit by upward lighting.
Yes, Mayor, and that's one of the things you wanted. Is that what you would
Well,
want?
I think so that it shows, is it not three-sided?
Yes, ma'am.
So it has to be it may need more than a light. I'm not sure that. Lighting.
Lighting or lights?
As I read it, the screening element of the tower shall be lit by upward lighting.
Perfect.
Okay. So that's my motion to approve with those conditions.
Thank you. There's a motion, please vote, and please post. And when will it go up? When does it go up?
And when would it go up?
Motion
Tracy,
carries.
When would it go up?
Hopefully later this year.
Okay, sometime within this year. Thank
That's
you.
the plan, yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Motion carries there. On agendas, items 49 and 50, which are tabled, do I read them? Don't have to read them? Okay. Agenda item 51 has been obeyed to the 19th of October. So agenda item 52, RQR 65210, public hearing, applicant Clear Channel Outdoor LLC, owner First Financial Collateral, Inc., for possible action or required review of an approved SUP 4521 for a 40-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign, 820 South Valley View Boulevard, C1 Limited Commercial Zone, Ward 1, with Councilwoman Tarkanian. Staff recommends approval. Is the representative here or owner?
Good morning, Your Honor and members of the council. Lonnie Jones with Clear Channel Outdoors, 7370 Dean Martin Drive. We agree with staff's conditions and kindly ask council's approval for the 3-year use.
Thank you very much. Mr. Perigo, do we have any comments?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Staff finds that the sign has all necessary permits and is being properly maintained, and therefore is recommending approval with a 3-year required review.
Thank you. Anyone from the public wishing to be heard on this item? Oh, now I see where LVnet.net moved. Right next door, LV.net. Okay. All right, hearing and seeing no one, Councilwoman?
How many years have you been there? You've been there a long time, haven't you?
With Clear Channel?
Well, with that sign's been there a long time.
That sign, quite some time, I think.
Right, that's okay. I was just going to say, and you have taken care of it, at some time that it may change, the flavor of that street may change, but right now, there seems to be no problem, and I move for approval for the 3 years.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. There's a motion to approve for 3 years. Please vote and please post. And Councilman Beers is off exercising and says yay. And unanimous, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, agenda items 53 through 56 have been obeyed to the 21st of September. Okay, agenda item 57, SDR 64815, public hearing. Applicant owner Downtown CAC LLC, possible action or request for site development plan review for a proposed 2,180 square foot restaurant with a drive-through and a 687 square foot outdoor dining area with a waiver of the downtown Centennial Plan setback standards on .50 acres at the southwest corner of Clark and Casino Center Boulevard, C2, General Commercial Zone. This is in Ward 3 with Councilman Coffin. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. It's a public hearing. I declare open, and is the applicant or representative present?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. City Council members, my name is Mitch Ogron. I'm the principal of the applicant, 1770 North Buffalo Drive, Suite 101. And I want to thank you for your time today. This is a proposed Starbucks that we are looking to build for you across the street, catty corner from this wonderful building.
Is there a long straw to City Council?
Just a short, probably 30-second jaunt across the way. Just a couple quick points, not to belabor this too much because it's late in the afternoon. This site was somewhat of a challenge for us. It's only 20,000 square feet, and actually quite a bit less than that when you consider the configuration and what can be developed there. The building itself is at just under 2,200 square feet with an additional 700 square feet or so of outdoor patio space. And when we talked to Starbucks about this site, eventually they came around and understood that it was a flagship location and wanted something special here. So what you have before you, I'm not sure if you've seen this rendering. I'll go ahead and put it under the overhead there, is a building that is not going to be your typical...
It fits right in with the RTC. It's beautiful.
Yeah, we designed it, of course, to be compatible with the architecture of the area, you know, so it would be harmonious with City Hall, the RTC to the south, as you pointed out, Mayor, the RJC building to the catty corner to the northeast. It'll be an all-steel structure with no beams inside, providing, for an open flow. And this will be one of their flagship locations, not your typical cookie-cutter Starbucks, to say the least. So we're very excited about the project.
Can you go back 2 slides to show us how do you get it? I see where the line of traffic for the drive-through was or is, but how do you,
Yes, Your Honor.
the very first, where do you get into the property for the parking? Where are those?
So if you will, you'll notice.
You want to turn on that mic for us, please? Okay.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Sorry. So basically, you're here at the southwest corner of Clark and Casino Center. And in designing the site, we worked closely with your staff in wanting to make this as pedestrian-friendly as possible for those that work in the downtown area as well as those who live here. So you would be walking in, the primary entrance would be coming in off the corner of Clark and Casino Center. We created somewhat of a pedestrian-friendly promenade with heavy landscaping and stamped concrete entry. The drive-through, basically, the building was pushed as far to the south as possible to allow maximum stacking of vehicles. I think we probably can get 12 to 14 cars on site, and I think code requires 6. We also were able to, with the design of the building and the location of the drive-through, we were able to shield most of that stacking to the south between the drive aisle to the rear of the building and shielded between that and the apartment complex to the south.
So the car coming in, using that car coming in off of Casino Center Boulevard,
Correct.
how does, I see, it goes behind the other.
They would travel off of Casino Center to the west of the project and then turn in, going southerly and through the drive-through and then back out again onto Casino Center.
And the rest of it to the north is all parking, right?
Correct.
And then immediately adjacent to the building, north of the actual physical structure, is that handicap parking?
It is, Your Honor,
Okay.
along with 2 outdoor patio seating areas.
And is there any type of wall or half wall or anything? Because, of course, we know from previous experience, we do have a number of homeless that like to spend the night where there's shade. And
Yes.
what is there around the property, if anything, or is it just open space with benches and trees and whatever?
Mostly open space, Mayor. We're proposing an 8-foot, basically a demising wall, split block wall here to the south that would separate our property line from the existing apartments, which are, in some, I sad to say, somewhat of a dilapidated condition. The actual highest point of this building is 25 feet, which is just below the top of roof of that same apartment complex. So our building shields a substantial portion of that, at least when you're looking at it from the north looking south. The rest of the parcel is open and pedestrian friendly.
Okay.
So we hope to.
Well, it looks beautiful. I hope it stays safe and everything
look
else
nice.
here. Mr. Perigo?
Thank you, Your Honor. The subject site, as you can see, is irregularly shaped, and therefore staff believes that the waiver is justified. I also want to thank the applicant and staff who worked very hard, given all the work we've done on the downtown master plan and all of our efforts to make this a walkable downtown. The applicant worked very hard, as did Mr. Summerfield and Mr. Jonathan Boyles on staff, to come to a site design that staff can support and that, as the applicant has suggested, works for them as well. So with that, staff recommends approval.
3 questions. Our timeline for building, how many are you employing, and hours of operation?
That's a good question. We are hoping, our plans are basically finalized and hoping to submit to once we achieve your approval, hopefully today, we're able to submit probably next week. We understand that there's some lag time with Nevada Energy right now in approval of drawings, so considering that, I would hope to be in the ground by the end of this year, hopefully by November, December if possible. Construction schedule is about 9 months, so hopefully it will be open in the fall of 2017. Most Starbucks in any given shift employ 6 to 8 people at a time. I'm not exactly sure what the plan for them is at this site, but I believe that's probably an adequate guesstimate. Hours of operation right now are the typical Starbucks hours. It'll be open early morning, I believe 5 to 5:30 a.m. And I'm not quite sure exactly how late this store will be open. There's been some internal discussions with Starbucks that have not yet been finalized as to whether or not they'll be seeking a special concept here, perhaps a nighttime concept or an enhanced food concept. But I think it would be safe to say that they'll be open at least until 9 p.m. But again, those are still ongoing discussions about what type of specialty concept or enhanced flagship concept that Starbucks may want to put here.
And one last question, beyond the building signage on this unusually shaped property, is there any other signage that's contemplated to direct people to know that the Starbucks is there?
Yes, Mayor, we are proposing, although we don't have the sign plan complete as of yet, there will be the typical Starbucks signage not only for the building, but there will be a drive-through low-lying monument sign coming in off of Casino Center, along with a monument sign just off the corner of Clark and Casino Center that will attract attention of vehicular traffic traveling west on Clark as it turns into Transit Station Street.
Lovely. Wonderful. Anybody from the public wishing to comment? Hearing and seeing no one, I'm going to close public comment while we continue to look at the beautiful drawing.
That gives an idea of the typical low-lying monument drive-through sign that Starbucks uses at this time.
And this fence that we see right there, does that go all the way around the property?
It doesn't. I don't believe it goes all the way around. The city has a requirement for a 4-foot fence. I'm not sure if that was a condition of this application or not, but within the city downtown core, there is a requirement for, I believe, a 4-foot fencing around certain parking stalls. I believe this particular fence only exists on the Casino Center side if it needs to be existing at all, but I'm not sure if that was a condition. I don't believe that it was. I think we're just showing it in the rendering. Do you recall?
Mr. Lowenstein, Mr. Parago, that cute little fence there, it's only going there?
Madam Mayor, the Centennial screen fencing is utilized for the screening of parking lot areas, so it's usually directly adjacent to the parking lot area. So the other open landscape concept and where the paths coming through, they wouldn't be inhibited by any kind of screen fencing.
My architect tells me he believes that it's only
right there,
areas where there is no landscape.
Okay, thank you. Okay, you lucky man, Councilman Coffin.
We are lucky, Your Honor. Thank you very much. It's kind of nice to have it there. Now, I will patronize it if Starbucks will bring back the lemon bars. They inexplicably took off their menu a couple, 3 years ago, and I don't like to go there if those lemon bars aren't there, so pass on the word that they don't have my business yet, but on the other hand, there are a lot of people that like it without the lemon bars. So therefore, I'll move for approval of item 57.
Okay, is a motion to approve on agenda item 57. Please vote and please post and please build soon, and I hope you have delivery service. Wonderful, carries
Thank you all very much.
unanimously.
Thank you.
Please make sure you put that on the agenda, delivery service. Thanks. Okay, we're on to agenda item 58, SDR 64855, public hearing. Applicant First Street Development owner Mary Bartzis, 22 LLC, for possible action or request for a site development plan review for a proposed 2,065 square foot restaurant with drive-through with waivers of downtown Centennial Plan setback, parking lot screening standards on 2.68 acres at 2100 Fremont Street, C2, General Commercial Zone, Ward 3, with Councilman Coffin. Planning and staff recommend approval. Public hearing, I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Your Honor, members of the council, John Vornzan, 62 Swan Circle, Henderson, representing Taco Bell. Taco Bell is proposing this restaurant on the north side of Charleston, west of Eastern Avenue. The site will be well landscaped with 15 feet of landscaping along the street frontage, landscaping throughout the parking lot, including 10 feet of landscaping along the east property line in accordance to Title 19. For the sake of time, we agree with all staff recommendations and respectfully request you follow the Planning Commission's recommendation for approval and be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Wonderful. All right, Mr. Paragon.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Lowenstein will be making a report.
Go, Mr. Lowenstein, you get the pluses.
Madam Mayor, the staff has determined the requested waivers will have minimal negative impacts to the development surrounding area and are appropriate for this area of the downtown Centennial Plan. Therefore, staff is recommending approval of this project with conditions. Thank you.
Wonderful. You have a comment?
I do.
Okay, before or after public comment?
Well, right now, actually.
Okay, go.
This is 2 development projects in Councilman Coffin's ward, and there's been none in Ward 6 today. I'm a little befuddled here. I'm just jealous. No, that's all I had.
Okay. Okay, no, it's very exciting. All right, it's public hearing. Anybody wishing to eat at Taco Bell, please come forward. Hearing and seeing none. And anybody else who'd like to make a comment, whether you like Taco Bell or you don't, you can come forward too. All right, closing public comment. Lucky Councilman Coffin, go for it.
Thank you. I will
Well, it's
crunchily,
attractive.
happily. The concept of having Taco Bell up here in the city council on an occasional basis catered, to the council meeting could be useful. So keep that in mind. But actually, no kidding, there is a precious piece of memorabilia sitting right next to the property in question. And I know you're going to have to do some demolition over there, John. We need to make sure that we have the city somehow gets possession of that sign. And I don't think it's quite exactly in the way of your project, but it's so close accidents can happen. We need to make sure that that Blue Angel sign is
Councilman, having cruised Fremont Street as a young man back in the 60s, I certainly know the importance of helping to save that Blue Angel sign. The owners of the property have already been talking to the city and the people at the Neon Museum, and fully intend on preserving that sign and getting it to the Neon Museum.
Thank you very much. Just to make sure accidents don't happen in the process. It just heavy equipment moves in strange ways sometimes.
At what time?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, Your Honor, I will now move, unless somebody else has any appetizing questions, I'm going to move for approval of 58.
Okay, anybody have any questions for Councilman Coffin? Hearing, seeing none, there's a motion to approve. Please vote, please post.
Yo quiero
Way to
Taco
go.
Bell. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Like that. Okay, so now we are on to, wait one second.
Now back to 34 or at the very end? To the end. Yeah, but when did she reach
But
that?
can't I do that now and then do the citizen participation after? What I'd like to do is go back to 34 right now.
I believe, Mayor, you have to kind of conclude your business work, then you're going to go back to 34, and then you will recess the meeting till 10 o'clock next Wednesday.
Okay.
So you need to do your public comment and your council comments and all the other business items on the agenda, and then go back to 34.
That's what I think.
Okay. And I don't see Brian McAnallen. He has survived this, so that's okay.
That's right. I think we can handle it. Orlando and I and Jorge can handle it.
We
Procedural
can.
question.
Oh,
I
my
hope.
goodness.
Your Honor.
Somebody has a question, huh?
I have a procedural question here.
Yes.
Just this, that should we recess at the end of this day to date certain next week, but then something intervenes and maybe the need for the meeting disappears, does that, what would the effect of that be? That would the council still have to appear and, recognize the fact that it was continuing and then adjourn, or what would you do?
I believe when we post it, you're supposed to show up. And the second thing is that if you don't take action on item number 34 today, then the effect of not having a meeting would mean you would have no bills next session.
Well, you could do that, just have to have somebody introduce them, but I see what you mean.
No, I mean, no city requested bills. It wouldn't be that we couldn't, you're right. I mean, we could certainly work with legislators or whomever to committees to try and get something introduced. But the 3 bills that you've been allocated, we have to tell the Legislative Council Bureau what those 3 bills are by September 1st. and then we have to submit the language by October 1st. So, if you all want to have bills that you're asking for introduction, we either need to take action now or at a recessed meeting, which we've worked with your schedules to make it for next Wednesday at 10 o'clock.
Thank you.
Here in chambers.
Yes, ma'am. Here in chambers, we've cleared the
Public
chambers
meeting.
calendars. It's a public meeting. It's this same meeting, recessed to a time certain next week. So it's just as if you continued this meeting.
Thank you very much. Yes, Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Betsy. So the language, will that be coming next week, or will that come at a later date?
Councilman Barlow, normally what we do is you all identify, you approve the topics of the bills, generally as described today. Then what we do is we work with the city attorney's office to actually draft legislation that we then send to the Legislative Council Bureau. That has to happen by October. And then it goes into the Legislative Council Bureau and it gets spit out in a bill. Now, what we turn in isn't always what gets spit out. With, the way the legislative attorneys work, it can be very different than the way our attorneys work. So things change is my point. The format changes, the chapters change, the subjects can sometimes change because there are things we might not be aware of in NRS that are impacted.
I understand the structural procedural process of how the bill goes through the system. The specific question that I have is, will the council have an opportunity to see the language prior to it being submitted?
Usually what we do, Councilman, is we handle that in briefings.
Okay.
Between September and October, we go back through kind of what it looks like. But let me just say one real quick thing. I think we're supposed to be in public comment or something, or we need to reopen 34, because we're kind of like in no man's land on the agenda.
Yes.
I know we're talking procedure, but I think it's really related to what you do at 34 today or whether or not we need another meeting on it. So could we do the other two things real quick that are left on the agenda and then go to 34? And I'm happy to answer any additional questions. I just want to make sure we're following the open meeting law.
Yeah, let's go ahead and let me go through everything else we have left. Yes, Mr. Scott? Yes?
I'm sorry, Mayor, I was just agreeing with the city manager.
You were disagreeing or agreeing?
I was agreeing with the city manager.
Good. Okay, on we go. Number 59, set date on any appeals filed or required public hearings. Instruct the city clerk to set the public hearing dates and appeals from the city planning commission meetings, dangerous building or nuisance litter abatements.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our second, citizen participation. Citizen participation, public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, please come to the podium, give your name for the record, the amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed will be limited to 3 minutes. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak under this portion of the... Hello.
Hi, Dorothy Barnes. Here again. I just found out today that I'm in Councilman Coffin's area again. So, for voting. And so what happens here, I'm still encouraging people to sign this promissory note because it's too much of a burden on me. I'm not trained to work with addicted people. I don't have any kind of training whatsoever. I don't know what to do with drug dealers wanting to threaten me so they can sell drugs, open their market up at my expense through my ex-husband's involvement and my first ex-husband. I've been married twice. So my second ex-husband is an ex-addict. The VA got him on methadone. He's an ex-heroin addict. He slapped me, choked me, pulled a gun. If you ever looked in the barrel of a gun, you know how God's grace and mercy is on me. This man really meant to shoot me that night, but it didn't happen. So what happened, I think he spared my life so I could help people, and I asked people to give me a signature on a promissory note. That's the only way I can see I can help anybody. Every addict I know, I offer them that. Your drug dealers, anybody, even rich people. It's something to secure them into a will so they can know where they're at and won't have all this stuff going on. And, you know, we have a lot of children, grandchildren, a lot of people have children, grandchildren, looking out for their future, and safe communities, public safety and safe communities, and so the older people can be safe cashing their checks and won't get knocked in the head on check day like me. I can't run. I got injured leg and injured knee. I can't outrun anybody anymore. And I don't know if I could outshoot them, but I definitely can't outrun them. So I'm hoping this problem will be resolved soon, because nobody likes to be homeless. I know I don't like to be drifting from hotel to hotel, because these people are being crazy out there on this military base, and they don't want me out there. I really need to be able to talk to some law enforcement people that's trained, the people that have the know-how to work with these people, and this person that's distributing the drugs, setting up their market at my expense. They don't have my permission. And I told them in past meetings about these programs. They are a threat to national security. And that's one of the reasons they're a threat. They're bringing drugs in here from every country, and I saw something on the news about some people got killed here. I believe it was last October, because they were shipping drugs from here to Philadelphia somewhere.
Okay.
That's how dangerous it is, and something has to
I'm
be done.
going to ask Felipe Ortiz, who's back there, who'll come down, so he can ascertain exactly what the issues are that you need help in. He is wonderful and multilingual, so you can speak in any language you want to him, and he will take down the information so Councilman Coffin perhaps can help, and he can help you.
Thank you, and
Thanks.
it's good seeing
Nice
you again.
to
Tell
see
your
you.
husband hi.
Okay, thanks. Anyone else under this portion of the agenda? I'll close public hearing then, and this portion of the agenda, and we go on to council member participation and recognition. Comments made by individual city council members during this portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by the city council unless the subject is on the agenda and scheduled for action. I know there are members of the council who wish to speak under this portion of the agenda. We will start with Councilman Anthony. That's why I picked on you, because you have nothing. Now, let me see. It's sort of like, it's like gambling here. I know if I look to the left. Now, it is possible. Councilman Coffin has nothing.
I do not have anything.
There's 2 for 2. Nothing from Councilman Anthony. He looks pregnant with something. You always have something. And to my left always has something. So we will go to our smiling Councilman Beers, who may have 1 or 2 brief items.
May have 1 or 2.
Or 3 or 4 in history.
I'm pretty happy that my dad's back.
Yes, welcome back. We saw you.
He was feeling a little under the weather for a couple months, but he's back. So we're going to be doing the Dive-In movie this Saturday night at the Pavilion Pool. We're showing Despicable Me 2. It starts at 7:30. And for the $4 admission price, you get to hang out in the water, you get popsicles until they last, and of course, Despicable Me 2. Beers with Beers.
Excuse me, how much is that?
$4
Children, too?
for free popsicles.
No. $4?
Well, we're kind of working with Parks and Rec on promoting this, so I don't
And
have all.
children should be free.
I don't
under
have
a
all the
certain
details.
age.
Oh, I have 2 children. They are not free.
Well, yours should never be free, but everybody else should be free.
We're
So keep working on that, please.
call Parks. Let's see. Call 229-1488
Yeah.
to ask that question. Beers with Beers will be Thursday, August 25th, 5:30 to 7:30. We'll be up at Distill, up by the Costco, 10820 West Charleston Boulevard. For Coffee with the Councilman next, it'll be a slightly different routine. Usually we're doing this on Fridays, but today, or this weekend, we're going to do it on Thursday because it's holiday weekend. So we'll be out there at Avery's Coffee, 7:30 to 9 o'clock, there in the Village Square Shopping Center. And I would love to have folks come out and talk about issues in the neighborhood. Woodstock, 47 years ago today. Guess I'm getting old. After 3 days of music, peace, and love, on this date in musical history, the Woodstock Music and Art Fair in New York came to an end.
Look at that.
That is Joe Cocker,
Wow, I
who
remember
we
that.
lost a couple of years ago. Look at that. Wow. That's what we got, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Boy, did that change this world. Okay, thank you very much. And now we're brave enough, Councilwoman, you go.
Ward 1 is hosting a back-to-school bike safety rodeo on Monday from 9 to 11:30 at Las Vegas Indoor Sports, which is located at 3055 South Valley View Boulevard. We're holding it indoors because the heat has really hit us hard in this valley, and we thought that would make it more enjoyable for the participants. And the bike rodeo participants will receive free bike helmets and backpacks while supplies last. And I'd like to say a thank you to the 8 partners who are helping us with this: the RTC, Zero Fatalities, Lookout Kids About, Vulnerable Road Users, Bicycle Nevada, the Elks Club, Community Ambulance, and the Clark County School District Police. They help us on many of these safety issues. We're very appreciative. I'd also like to point out that Project Neon, which we know is the state of Nevada's largest public works project ever, in which operates between the boundaries of I-15 between Sahara Avenue and the Spaghetti Bowl, MLK to the west, and Industrial Road to the east. And I'm asking residents who need to regularly travel through this area, if they need to receive weekly updates on road closures, lane restrictions, and detours, which are going to be pretty common in the next few months, please contact NDOT, and that email address is projectteam@ndotprojectneon.com. projectteam@ndotprojectneon.com. And also, the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department is planning to open the Spring Valley Area Command at 8445 Eldora Avenue on August 27th. And the opening of this area command is expected to alter the existing area command boundaries for the Enterprise Area Command, the Bolden area, and the Northwest Area Commands, which all serve Ward 1. So I'm asking residents, please pay attention to future announcements about the changes to see which area command will serve your neighborhood and to whom you should go with questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor. Events hosted by Ward 5 this month of August. On August 20th, the original production of Amandla, Power to Us, will be performing at the Smith Performing Arts Center, and the Performing and Visual Arts Summer Camp for kids will be performing their original production. So please come out on August 20th to see this wonderful show. For more information, please contact 229-4800 or visit the website at arts-lasvegas-.org. On August 25th, Flag Football Youth Program. The West Las Vegas Flag Football Youth League will have team registration on Thursday, August 25th, and league play begins Wednesday, September 7th. For more information, you may contact the Doolittle Community Center at 229-6375. And of course, on August 27th, the mayor and I will host the grand opening and ceremony of the historic West Side School. So of course, the entire mayor and council is invited to include the community on Saturday, August 27th at 9:30 a.m. For the public rededication of the newly renovated historic West Side School. So please come out to this historic event and also participate in the ceremony on this day. I'm really excited to have this this jewel basically returned as a city asset. On August 31st, the exclusive live preview of performance featuring Jackson State University and UNLV's marching band will be taking place at the Sam Boyd Stadium on August 31st at 6 p.m. So please come out and check out this game. And if you would like free tickets, you may go down to the Pearson Community Center for tickets to this wonderful game. And of course, September 8th, Coffee with the Councilman. I'll return to Starbucks, located at 1925 North Martin Luther King Boulevard at Mount Moriah from 9 a.m. till 10 a.m. for Coffee with the Councilman. And of course, you may always follow me on Facebook and Twitter or via email, or just contacting my office directly. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem, go for it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Well, it's never a dull moment in Ward 6 either. Of course, I'm pulling double duty here. I got date night out of the way and my movie in the park, and got to hang out with R2-D2. We had Star Wars in the Centennial Hills Amphitheater. We had a blast that night. Good crowd showed up, and the weather was just perfect. Speaking of movies in the park, one of my very favorite films, Tomorrowland, will be September 9th in the Centennial Hills Park Amphitheater. And it says film starts when it gets dusk. We just wait till the sun goes down, the knock-knock jokes are out of the way for the kids, and then we're going to watch George Clooney. That's a good film I like to watch. Important announcement, first day of school, August 29th, 2016. If you have not registered your students, please contact the Clark County School District 702-799-6430 for zoning questions. Early registration, of course, helps our schools plan for a successful year. You can also go online to ccsd.net/schools/back-2-school/ to get more information. Easy to find. Some more fun stuff out in Centennial Hills at the Centennial Hills Community Center. We are going to be having family pickleball and activity night. And the gentleman in the right-hand corner there is a doppelganger for Councilman Beers, playing pickleball himself. That is Friday, September 16th, 4 to 8 p.m. Come on out. It is free. Help me welcome John Sloan, who's introducing the fastest growing sport to the Las Vegas Valley. It's for family members of all ages, so don't hesitate. Come on out. Any questions, you can certainly contact my office or the Centennial Hills Community Center at 229-1702. Our continued relationship with Nevada Child Seekers. I hate to inform everyone, we are missing a young lady. Her name is Ryder Cornell. She's 15 years old, 5'5". She wears braces. She was last seen in the area of Pecos and Bonanza. Last seen wearing a red shirt and khaki capri pants. She may be carrying a backpack with her personal belongings. Please, if you know the whereabouts of this young lady, contact the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, 702-828-3111. Or Nevada Child Seekers at 702-458-7009.
Mountain Ridge?
Now, Mountain Ridge, yes, and Mountain Ridge made it again to the playoffs. They did not make it to the World Series, though. One run short. I'm glad you mentioned that, Mayor. You could have probably handled that all on your own. In our efforts to, if you need to ever contact me, I'm easy to find. Certainly www.lasvegasnevada.gov/Ward 6. My email address, the old-fashioned way, pick it up at the phone, 702-229-6154, or find me on Facebook or Twitter, and we'll get things done. That's it, and a wrap for me, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And from my perspective, this Thursday, the 18th of the month, which is tomorrow, ribbon cutting at the Justice Tower, Las Vegas Boulevard and Clark at 10:30 a.m. Come on out. It really is finally done. We've been waiting and waiting. It's very exciting. As Mayor Pro Tem announced, very important, back to school for all of you youngsters who are still on vacation to the 29th. You got 2 more weeks, but to the parents, drive carefully, and children, look where you're going, and we make sure our crosswalks are well marked, and everybody be careful. I do have a coffee with the mayor with Councilman Coffin, 8 o'clock on August 30th at Public Us, downtown on Fremont Street. And I think it is cool. Looking forward to the 27th and the grand opening again of the West Side School. It really is a wonderful time for us. And so at this point, we are going to recess to Wednesday, the 24th. Pardon? Item 34.
Right.
On item 34, shall I read it again, or don't I have to?
You can go ahead and read it again, Mayor.
Yes, read
Yes,
it in.
please.
You'd have to say that. Now I got to go get it back. These are not friendly books. I mean, we try to make them friendly books, but they certainly are not. Hold on. And do we call up? I see. Oh, here, look at this. Wonderful. Thank you. Agenda item 34, discussion for possible action on the proposed legislative package to be submitted to the Legislative Council Bureau on behalf of the City of Las Vegas for the 79th session of the Nevada Legislature 2017 session in reference to all wards and led by our wonderful Ted Olivas and Brian McAnallen, and sorry you had to stay the whole day, but that's part of working for the great city of Las Vegas. And so that is being recessed to a time certain on the Wednesday, the 24th at 10 a.m. in these chambers. And therefore, if we're recessed, we don't adjourn.
You wanted to add more questions, or you had more answers to the questions?
I don't know if Councilman Barlow got all the answers to the questions he had, because we kind of had to wait till we got to this item.
Well, they do know that they have a meeting with the, with Chris Knight and Fire and Rescue Monday or Tuesday that is being arranged by their offices
Okay.
together.
Perfect, and if there's nothing else, then
And
we'll
so by Wednesday,
be back here
they
Wednesday
should have
morning
all
at
the
10 o'clock.
information. And
right.
So we're recessed until Wednesday. I do want to thank our tech crew and everybody else, staff, for all that you do and for keeping us going right here from our clerk's office. And you did a good job. There were no mishaps today. So wonderful, and thank you, city staff, for your constant support and keeping us straight and narrow. And thank you, city council. We'll see you Wednesday at 10. And come to the grand opening tomorrow of the tower.
Councilman Coffin? Excellent, welcome. We haven't started the meeting yet, so I'm just going to leave you on the line, okay?
Thank you very much.
Good morning. Councilman Coffin, you're still there, right?
We have four, Mayor. And I think it's Councilman Coffin, we have five. Councilman Coffin?
Yes.
And we have Councilman Beers right here.
Ready. Okay, good morning, everyone. The August 17th, 2016 meeting of City Council is now reconvened. For those of you who are joining us out there, we did recess last Wednesday to today. This building is protected by state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler systems. If alarms should activate during this meeting, please evacuate using the exit to the back of the chambers out to the mezzanine. Proceed out the double doors to the terrace, down the back staircase. For anyone who has difficulty with stairs, please check with a marshal or fire official for assistance. Once outside, assemble on the northeast corner across the street from City Hall at Lewis and First. Employees wearing safety vests or city marshals will inform you when it's safe to re-enter the building. If anyone's present today who has need for hearing impaired equipment, please see our city clerk staff up front. If you parked in the parking garage across the street and did not have your ticket validated, be sure to do so when exiting by our security officers today. We'll start today with public comment. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. The amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. All comments will be cross-referenced to those specific items. If anyone submitted a speaker card who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come to the podium and state your name for the record. Hearing and seeing none, I'm going to close that. And thank you. We'll move on to agenda item 34, which is discussion for possible action on the proposed legislative package to be submitted to the Legislative Council Bureau on behalf of the City of Las Vegas for the 79th session of the Nevada Legislature, 2017 session, and this is in reference to all wards. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Brian McAnally in Government Affairs with the City of Las Vegas. To pick up where we left off from last week, we have a few bills that we're recommending for council action today.
Excuse me, Mr.
Yes,
McAnally, don't mean to interrupt you. I understand. We have Councilman Bob Coffin, Ward 3, on the phone. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Please go ahead.
So with the council's pleasure, I'd like to go through the three bills and then answer questions that you may have, and then leave it up to your discretion on how you want to handle action on those items. The first item that we're recommending, again, is the ground emergency medical transport. This is simply federal dollars from the Affordable Care Act that the state would administer and pass through to local public agencies that do Medicaid transport for emergency services. There's two different pots or populations that would be covered by this program, and currently we're operating with a memorandum of understanding with the state for this program's operational functioning. But we'd be looking at using this BDR to codify all of that and allow us to have the assurances for continuation of that program. The second item for request for BDR is the redevelopment set-aside for education. There are two set-asides for the redevelopment area. Number one, a portion that goes to housing and a portion that goes to education. This BDR would specifically deal with the education set-aside, where a state statute amended in 2013 says to improve existing public education facilities. We're simply looking for flexibility within that specific line and statute that would allow us to use these funds not just for capital and building expenses, but also for program expenses. There's about $1 million a year that accumulates in that fund, and as you can tell, $1 million is a little hard to stretch into capital expenditures, so we'd like to be able to use those for resources such as wraparound services and early childhood education and get those dollars working for us in the areas where we need it most. And then finally, we're asking for a BDR that would amend NRS 477.150 that deals with specific limitations on heights for high-rise buildings. That has been placed into state statute, and by removing that height restriction, it would allow for us to follow the base code. So the International Building Code and the International Fire Codes, all established by the International Code Council, the experts that work on this on a 3-year cycle, and then make these recommendations. What's happening right now is we're having a patchwork with those codes, because that current code recommends a high-rise building at 75 feet. We have had to make modifications to that 55-foot limit. The national standard is 75 feet, and that's what we would like to go back to. So removing that restriction would allow us that flexibility, and then we could also define what a mid-rise is and use opportunities with that language to address residential issues in our urban core, and that's why we're talking about that BDR today. So those are our staff recommendations. Happy to answer questions, and just a couple items to wrap up once you've taken action.
Thank you, Mr. McAnally, and I'm sure there will be questions, comments. Mine specifically in relationship to the other municipalities in the county, as they address any of these issues, where are they?
Mayor, Council, our strategy in all of this has been to work these issues through internally within the city of Las Vegas with all of our departments, with you and with our executive team, and then to come up with that short list. We really haven't gone out to take the pulse on every other organization or every other potential coalition partner or stakeholder partner, because we really wanted to get direction from council. We were concerned about going out and lining a whole bunch of folks up if behind an issue if council chose to go in a different direction. So I can tell you we haven't gone out and weighed the sense of all the possible members who would support us. I can tell you when it comes to the ground emergency medical transport that the Fire Chiefs Association in Nevada has always been supportive of that issue. This would directly impact the city of Las Vegas and the city of Henderson most immediately, but the other fire departments throughout the state would certainly be supportive as they move to fall under this program. So just naturally within these three BDRs, there should be some strong support. We'll obviously build coalitions to partner with us around each one of these measures.
Thank you, because that coalition of mayors, knowing we discuss these things with some credibility, if that's possible, I'm sure at that point they would want to come along as we did with the More Cops initiative, which passed 100% through every council in every municipality. Didn't do any good, but it did, in fact, happen. So, not knowing if there are any other questions and comments, and we want to take these one at a time, correct?
If that's what you prefer, Mayor, yes.
Do you have questions generally? Anybody who has questions generally?
No, I was just going to make a comment that the first item, the ground medical transport item, was something that we've talked about for some time. I think it's very important. I'll move to approve the ground emergency medical transport.
All right, thank you very much. There's a motion. And Councilman Coffin, how vote you? Well, please post what you have. Councilwoman, yours didn't take. And for those who might know, Councilman Anthony has an excused absence. And post, that motion carries. Let's move on to agenda item number 2.
Your Honor, I think if you give me a moment, I'd like to express to staff my appreciation for giving us this time. I know Councilman Tarkanian, Councilman Coffin, Councilman Barlow had some questions, so I appreciate staff getting with all of them to help answer those questions. With that, Mayor, I'll move to approve the second item on this, on the bill draft.
There's a motion to approve. Please vote. And Councilman Coffin, are you back with us?
Yes, Your Honor. My comment on this motion was simply that my objections are on the record from last week, and additional objections were filed with staff Monday. So I think that I've said all I can say. It's a mistake. And I will vote no. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see we've all voted, and Councilman Coffin is a nay. So please post. That motion carries. And I must say that because, as you alluded to, that $1 million really does nothing if it's so restricted, but could be so impactful, especially as we work in the core cities with the 3- and 4-year-old programs, so many different ones. I mean, it's a wonderful, wonderful, but everybody has their own motion. Now we're into agenda item 3.
I would move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of that also, Mayor.
Thank you. And there's a motion to approve agenda item 3. Please vote.
Your Honor, what is agenda item 3?
That is the exact wording is, please repeat it because it's gone from our screen.
Sure, Mayor, Council Brian McAnallen again. We would be asking to amend NRS 477.150 to change the height restriction from 55 feet to follow the international code recommendations, the International Building Code.
Okay, Your Honor, I just wanted, this is Councilman Kaufman, I just wanted to make sure the remarks that just made were directed to this motion. Maybe it mistakenly was directed to another motion.
Councilman Coffin, I believe you voted no on the redevelopment bill, and I think maybe they were just your comments were out of sequence.
Yes, they are out of sequence. I would vote yes on the redevelopment bill and vote no on this current motion.
Okay, thank you. Could you state that orally, our clerk, Ms. Holmes, please, that you have the correction?
Luann Holmes, City Clerk. So on the BDR number 2, we have Councilman Coffin voting in the affirmative, and on BDR number 3, he's going to be voting in opposition. Is that correct, Councilman?
Yes, that is right.
Okay, thank you very much, and would you kindly post, please? Whoops. And that motion carries. Did you put a, yes. And you do have Councilman Coffin as a name.
Correct.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. McAnallen.
Madam,
We have to do a second public hearing, I think, don't we? Sorry, please go ahead, Councilwoman.
I just wanted to say that one of the problems we had where we needed this extra meeting was we received the, we knew about that so close to the meeting itself, we did not have time to internalize and look at all aspects of it. So if we could receive those earlier before the council meeting, I just think it would help. I'm not blaming you for that, and I know we're all running on schedules, but that was one of the problems, I think.
Thank you.
Mayor, if I may.
And I do appreciate that you're coming and explaining to us, because that helped.
I was just going to let you know that we'll be back in front of you at the beginning of the December council meeting to talk about all our BDRs, the process, and the election results. And just to let you know, we file our BDRs with Legislative Council Bureau on September 1st. We'll work on language and share that with all of you as we proceed forward.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. McAnallen. Okay, it's time for our second public comment. Is there anyone who wishes to make any comment during this time? Hearing and seeing none, we will now, August 17th, 2016, City Council meeting is now adjourned. Thank you all.
Goodbye, Mayor.
Bye.